fan. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
There's a swing by Langford. There's a long drive to left. Back goes Nimmo. That ball is history. Wyatt Langford with his first out-of-the-park home run makes it 6-2 Texas.
Eric Nadell with the call on a game you heard right here, and hopefully for your sake, you did not see the end of it.
Dear God, that bullpen. Just and then look, it was your guys who you should count on.
Yeah.
Robertson struggled. I mean, that was the tough part about that one last night.
We're going with this song, huh? We're going right to the well.
Might as well, man.
By the way, that's proof right there. For all the, I kind of got killed with the Wyatt Langford take when he hit his first home run. It was inside the park, and I was like, that's kind of a bad way to get your first home run. I don't like it. And there were a lot of people who criticized it. I was like, that shows me that even his teammates didn't recognize that as a real home run. Because when he hit the one out of the park last night, that's when they did the don't go up to it, like trolling thing, because they viewed, all right, that's the actual first home run you've hit.
Yeah, sure, absolutely.
Yeah, we're not counting your Craig Gentry home runs.
It's Sean and RJ on the Fan. Sean is out. He will be back tomorrow. He had a little, I'll let him tell you what he's doing. I don't even know. He didn't mention what it was, so I'm sure he'll tell you about it tomorrow, but he is just out for today. And then it's Bobby and myself, and then Peyton and Ryan alongside. The Rangers lose 7-6. In a crushing game. Just this game might encapsulate their entire season.
Pretty bad.
As they were up 6-2 heading into the sixth inning. They allow a run to the sixth, a run in the seventh, a couple more in the eighth, and then one in the ninth for good measure. And they lose 7-6 to a Mets team that is now won 7 in a row.
They are dead serious in New York, jumping on this Grimace thing.
Yeah, I know.
We're after Grimace.
So explain it. What is it?
Grimace threw out the first pitch. Grimace, that big purple thing.
Yeah.
From McDonald's, the little mascot.
From McDonald's?
Yeah, he's the.
They don't do the Hamburglar anymore.
No, he was one of them. It was like Hamburglar, Ronald, and then there was Grimace, the big purple blob.
Yeah, the purple milkshake that was popular for a while.
Yeah, he I don't know. He looks like something from Sesame Street, basically. Okay. He threw out the first pitch for one of their games. I don't know why. And ever since that day when he threw out the first pitch, the Mets have won 7 in a row.
Look at that.
And, I mean, last night they had no business winning that game.
None.
But it was against the Texas Rangers, and that's a game that the Texas Rangers lose these days.
The Rangers are now 33-40. We're, you know what? We're 8 games from the midway point of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Is my math right? It'd be 81 games, the midway point of the season. So we're 8 games away from the midway point. And we're 7 games under 500. The bullpen is just got worked last night. The starting pitching, whatever. I mean, Lorenzen, 6 innings, 3 runs. It's called a quality start. I don't necessarily think those are quality starts. I know that's what the league says, but 6 innings, 3 runs, it's a 4.5 ERA. That's kind of mid, but
we'll shift on that at some point.
We'll shift on that at some point.
That'll be something that gets adjusted, and you're going to see all the quality starts numbers over history get just throttled.
Yeah, like that's look, he kept them in the game, whatever, but he left with a lead. The bullpen blew it, but here they are. They're now 10 back of Seattle, who's won 4 in a row. 10 games back. I feel like at this point they're adding games. I thought going into yesterday's game they were only 8 back, and now it feels like they're adding 2 games.
Major League Baseball, Major League Baseball is just like when you lose like that.
Yeah,
you lose 2 games.
You lose 2 games. So they've lost 7 of 10. The Mariners have won 8 of 10. There's your lead. There's the difference, or half the difference at least. They're tied with Houston. Houston, they're also 10 games back in the AL West.
But I mean, Wyatt Langford hit a home run.
Hey,
that's nice. Josh Smith hit a 3-run home run. It was those were positive things. You were feeling good. And then what was it? They gave up a run in each of the last 4 innings. Give up 5 unanswered and just can't do a damn thing.
No, you can't. It's tough sledding out there. There's no way to sugarcoat it. It is tough sledding. And then now they're going to make decisions on what they're going to do at the deadline. If they do decide to do anything, they decide to sell, decide to buy. you're probably not buying at 10 games out.
No way this is true.
Maybe it
817 on the fan text says Grimace is supposed to be a taste bud.
Really?
There's no way. That's it. You may have
taste buds purple?
I think you're trolling me, 817. I think you're trying to trick me. And if you did, congratulations, because you did. But I would be stunned if he's supposed to be a taste bud.
Interesting.
Or is that a meme?
Are you finding it?
No way.
Wow, he is. Look at that, Robert. Read it.
Okay. However, fans never really know what he's supposed to be. That changed back in 2021 when Brian Bates, a manager of a McDonald's in Canada. Oh, so we're just going based off of what
Canada
a Canadian
says?
McDonald's
No,
manager
I'm
says?
sorry, absolutely not.
But I mean, he may have just known internally what they say, Grimaces. But he revealed the answer to the Golden Arch's biggest mystery, telling CBC News that Grimace, quote, is an enormous taste bud, but a taste bud nonetheless. Oh, good for you, 817. I was not anticipating that one.
So the Rangers are losing to a taste bud. Just how the season's been.
That's just how it's going, man.
Jeez.
Are you getting to the point where you're saying you need to sell?
I'm not there yet. Now, look, if they wanted to sell like some bullpen guys right now, like fine, whatever, right? It's
the easiest one to move.
It's the easiest one to move. I'm not ready to sell like Adolis. I think they're going to. I think as an organization, it'd be the wise thing to do because I don't think they're going to sign him long term, just because of his age and maybe he's not aging the greatest. But I think he is somebody that would be a candidate to get moved. But I think you can get something for him.
Evaldi, if you decide to sell Evaldi, Lorenzen, with some of your starters coming back, which we will get Max Scherzer back. Max Scherzer, the announcement was made yesterday. He's starting Saturday, Chop. So, I mean, as long as he can go 9 innings and not let the bullpen blow it over the last 6 or last 4 innings or whatever it is.
Yeah, the interesting thing with the pitch with selling is like you have Scherzer coming back. You maybe have DeGrom coming back. Like, are you really going to sell your pitching? Are you really going to sell Evaldi? Like, you're going to have a chance. They think.
But the pitching isn't why you've lost.
It's not. But who knows? Maybe teams get boosts and everything. Do you really want to sell Evaldi? I mean, he's got $17 million this year, and then it says it vests for $20 million next year.
Vesting player option,
I guess. Let's see. Purple. What does purple mean? What is vest?
Grimace.
It also contains a $2 million buyout. So it vests to a player option with 300 innings pitched across the 2 years, which he's going to earn. He'll have the 300 innings pitched over the 2 years, I imagine.
Yeah.
So it depends. I mean, what do they want to do? Do they want to keep him around? Do they want to move? Do they want to sell? Ooh. It's tough because when you have pitchers coming back and you've got Josh Young coming back, and do you really want to go sell? They're in a predicament. There's no other way to put it. You're 10 games back. Teams don't overcome 10-game deficits every day.
It felt like that happened fast too. Which I mean, they are over their last.
Well, look, it's been 4 games in the last 4 days.
Yeah, over their last 34 games, they're 11-23.
Yeah, I mean, now does Seattle have an 11-23 stretch in them? Maybe, but does Seattle have one in them at the same time the Rangers have 23-11? Right. Because that's what it really takes.
How are you going to be able to close that gap?
Yeah, like when you get these big leads like that, it's because you got hot at the time that they got cold, and that's exactly what has happened here with Seattle. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fans. So the Rangers lose 7-6.
Damn it!
As they have dropped another game, and they have now lost 5 in a row, 7 of their last 10. They're 7.5 back in the wild card, 10 back in the AL West. Now tied with Houston for second place. Sean's out, back tomorrow. We had a Stanley Cup final last night, and we had tremendously sad news in the sports world. Another mega superstar of the sport passing away. We'll get into that next year on 105 through the fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Wednesday show.
Connor McDavid, who breaks loose. McDavid, sharp angle shot, he scores! And Edmonton takes a 3-0 lead. Connor McDavid, his 7th from Vogel, and the Oilers threatening to drag the Panthers all the way back to Alberta. The XFL.
That's exactly what that was.
Alberta, we're going back. The Oilers.
What the hell? That
5-3.
was awful.
You know, I joined a hockey group chat back during the Stars playoff run.
Mm-hmm.
Some buddies of mine that all are hockey fans. And I thought they would stop when the Stars got knocked out. Oh, was I wrong? Because I did forget there's an Edmonton Oiler fan on there.
You know, you need to embrace my bit that I do here with Sean. You need to embrace that in the group chat.
But the hockey thing.
So go to
moneypuck.com.
moneypuck.com, pull up the deserve to win meter, and just during random points during games being played, like take a screenshot of it and send it to the group message. And that's your only contribution. Is just the
because I have nothing to offer this group
exactly.
Right now.
So just set it like because Sean loves that. Whenever I screenshot the deserve to win meter randomly and send it to him.
Yeah, like the only contribution I have now is like Oilers girl.
Oh man,
that's it. That's all I got.
She's an attractive one.
She is.
Both of them.
But
you know what? Well,
what? Yeah, I mean she's okay.
Let's ease by the attractiveness.
Great set. Fantastic.
I didn't see past that.
The one thing I tell you, I did notice that it was 57 degrees in Edmonton. I'm sorry, that's not Earth. We're in the end of June here.
You noticed that because of her?
Yeah, if she's in a hoodie in the video, it's the end of June. It's the end of June. It's not 57 degrees anywhere. Maybe at midnight it gets to 57. During the day when the sun is up, if they even have the sun in Edmonton. It can't be 57 degrees.
I think that was it's odd that this would come up because I don't normally look at the weather forecast but I was watching Delcas's weather report last night. The record low yesterday on that date was 57 degrees here in Dallas.
No kidding.
Yeah, it was like 19, 18 though.
I wasn't alive, so it didn't happen.
Yeah.
5-3 Edmonton wins. Boy, they're starting to pucker in Florida. They were up 3-0, and now they're going back to Rogers Place or whatever they call it. It's
They'll wrap this up.
You think so?
Yeah, they're not coming back down.
Bobrovsky's he's been giving up goal after goal after goal after goal the last couple of games.
I mean, look, the deserve to win meter shop said that yesterday the Panthers should have won that game 52% of the time. So slight edge.
Slight edge. Connor McDavid had a 4-point performance. Another great game from him. He's trying to will this thing. So the Oilers have closed the gap. They've cut it from 3-0 to 3-2. All right, this hit me. We were sitting there on the couch yesterday. So my oldest was out with his girlfriend, and my youngest was upstairs watching Fast and Furious, which is the 4th installment of the franchise. It's really the 3rd installment because I don't consider Tokyo Drift.
Why not?
It doesn't really have any of the major players in it, you know. And the notification comes on the phone that the great Willie Mays died.
The Say Hey Kid.
There's a long drive, way back in center field, way back, it is Willie Mays just brought this draw to his feet with a catch, which must have been an optical illusion to a lot of people.
They said 483 feet was the distance in center field, which means that ball went, 470 feet, which might be the most impressive thing of the entire aspect is that the ball went 470 feet and it wasn't a home run.
Yeah, I mean, back then you had a bunch of different ballparks where dead center was like 520.
Yeah, and down the line was like
238.
238, just so random. And Willie just tracks this thing down and had the wherewithal to make the throw. Just a great play. One of the all-time great catches, probably the greatest.
Oh, really?
The greatest catch ever.
Would you like to share your thoughts on the catch, Peyton?
No, not the day after he passed.
Say it.
No.
Wait a second.
No. Don't romanticize
It's a
things.
catch that's been replicated 100 times since then.
He called it last night the most overrated catch in the history of baseball.
Did he put that on Twitter?
No, he said that to me and Broadus last night while we were recording.
Okay. I mean, look, it's
how far he ran, sure. I just think like
that's
at the moment, yes, it was a catch that no one's seen before. Just like the Derek Jeter throw, everyone does it now. So it's overrated.
You're like, we've landed on the moon since then, guys. Like, wait, why are we even talking about it? No, this is. I will say,
Gary Matthews Jr.'s catch is 100 times better.
Gary Matthews Jr. is incredibly underrated.
I think it's so underrated. It's the best catch I've ever seen.
Yep. No, I will give it the best catch I've ever seen was Edmonds. Edmonds on that full sprint. Like, basically, it's that catch, only he laid out. That's the greatest catch. But, I mean, that's an incredible play.
It is. And then, like, if I'm not mistaken, he held the guy at the base. Like, he doubled the guy off.
Yeah, I was going to say, it wasn't just like he prevented him from tackling. I think he doubled him.
Yeah, it's like, it's an amazing play, and especially in the moment, the World Series. It just like, people will tell you that there was no more complete position player from defense and offense. I mean, he hit over 300. He had over 3,000 hits. He had 660 home runs, and he lost a couple of years in the Korean War that he didn't even play. That's remarkable. I mean, he's just phenomenal. And the saddest part for me, because like Willie Mays at 93, you don't see him anymore. He's never around. But tomorrow is the baseball game at Rickwood in Birmingham, a place he played at. Mm-hmm. They're going to honor the Negro Leagues, and they're going to have I think it's the Cardinals and the Giants play at Rickwood Field, which, again, he played there. Now, he wasn't able to go. He was supposed to be there, but he had health issues, obviously. Now we know why. But it was announced earlier this week he wasn't going to be able to attend. And I mean, but he would have been able to watch it on TV, and that would have been like just for him. I mean, obviously coming full circle.
There's a lot of that time, like there at Rickwood. There's a great documentary that was on HBO a couple years ago. If you have HBO Max, I believe it's still, or Max only as it's called now. I think it's still in their library, but a couple years ago they released a documentary called Say Hey Willie Mays, and it was great. It was basically just a biography about Willie Mays' career. There was interviews with him in there and a bunch of different people who had played with him and those kinds of people. And it was there. I remember the thing that stood out to me about it was just how brutal the move was for him going from New York to San Francisco when the Giants moved. Like when he got to San Francisco, he's one of the most famous athletes in the world. He's this big person, and he got to that community. They rejected him in San Francisco.
Yeah, I didn't understand why.
Because they were racist.
That's
why.
Like, no, because like California, San Francisco, the perception is very welcoming.
People refused to rent to him in San Francisco. Ooh. Willie Mays,
that's wild.
One of the most famous athletes in the world, had trouble finding somewhere to live in San Francisco when he first got there. And ultimately, he ended up loving the community, and he was resilient. He is the definition of when somebody says five-tool player, I think the two players you think of are Ken Griffey Jr. and Willie Mays.
And Willie Mays.
And
you're scratching the surface of, because, Shohei's different. Because Shohei pitches. He's not a five-tool position player. Babe Ruth wasn't a five-tool position player. They pitched.
Ohtani's a five parlay.
He's a five parlay guy. Also, the move to San Francisco with the offense and the wind in Candlestick before they completely filled the stadium up. It was an open air. Like, they didn't have the full. It wasn't a full stadium, right? It had an open end to it, and the wind could have been disastrous. He still hit 52 home runs there in 1965. He made 24 All-Star teams, Peyton. He only played 23 seasons. Let that sink in.
That's a record that'll never be topped.
That'll never be topped. But this was sad, man. This hit you hard. He lost a year to the military, really a year and a half to the military in 1952 and 53 when he was 21 and 22 years old. Kind of prime years, if you ask me.
Mets are obviously in town here, and that's where he finished. Has there been? Willie's the one that I was thinking of. Like, I mean, obviously his legacy is such a great player, but Willie is the one that I probably think of as the greatest example for me of that doesn't look right. Like the end of career uniform switch. He's like way at the top as one of those guys because he's a giant. He's a giant.
He's a giant, man. They never should have left, probably. They probably never should have left, but they did. Sort of the New York, they probably never should have, but they did.
If you get a chance to see that documentary on HBO, it's really good.
I'll check it out.
I mean, they even got Barry Bonds, who of course hates sitting down to it. Barry Bonds sat down and had no problem because that's the way Bonds talks about him, almost more of a father at times for him than Bobby was.
Yeah, that was sad. And I guarantee you, if they were smart, and I don't know if he's already in the game, but MLB The Show, I'm sure, will have a player card for him this summer.
He's been. I don't know if he's
been in the game before.
He's been he's been on different Legends teams.
I don't know if he's on it this year. They change it up every year. I don't know if he's on it this year, but I guarantee he will be. They'll have a God, I forget what they call them.
Tribute?
No, they do these challenges and stuff where you have to complete these tasks to get the player on your roster. I forget what they're called. I used to do them all the time, but drawing a blank. It's 5 a.m. My brain doesn't work just yet. So rest in peace to the Say Hey Kid, Willie Mays. All right, Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan. Sean back tomorrow, just taking a quick day off. I'm RJ Chop. He's Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Ryan. Mavs are over. Stars are over. The Rangers stink. So that means it's football season. And that means we are bringing it back, kids. By popular demand, Inside the Star, baby. Next on the Fan.
Hey, miss anything?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Wait.
Oh, baby.
You got to hit me with the gotcha down. Yeah, the old Chris Arnold. By the way, did you know Chris missed the NBA Finals?
No.
Yeah, I guess he had not anticipated they were going to make it, so he had like some travel scheduled then. So it was old Allie D doing the they play the Celtics, the whole little arena pump up thing. But I think honestly that's probably why the Mavericks That's probably why the Mavericks ultimately dropped it.
I blame Chris.
They didn't have Chris Arnold there.
Yeah, I think you can do that. I think it's fair. Chris takes blame.
All in. What does all in mean, RJ Choppy?
My all in might mean something different than your all in.
I'll tell you what it means. 2 signings yesterday, baby.
Oh, really? Dak and CD?
Not just one.
Mike and CD?
No. You went out and got
Dak and Micah?
You got outside help.
Really?
Outside help.
Davion Clowney?
From the UFL.
Oh.
So that's important.
But these are 2 players that I think are at least...
No.
That I think are at least interesting. And I think one of them is going to make the 53-man roster, actually. So the Cowboys signed cornerback Garyon Conley, and they signed linebacker Willie Harvey. Now, Garyon Conley, that name might sound familiar to some people. He was the cornerback from Ohio State who, I don't know if you'll recall the shot, 2017, about a week out of the draft. Do you remember there was an Ohio State corner who had been accused of sexual assault?
I do.
And this was right in the middle of all the drama and murmuring about Zeke Elliott coming out of Ohio State. He was a year past his, a year past his draft, and everything with the Tiffany Thompson situation had popped off at that point. And so there was a lot of heat and a lot of attention to what is it exactly that is going on at Ohio State? What program has Urban Meyer run? What kind of issues is causing? He was cleared of it ultimately, Garyon Conley. In fact, I think she ended up having to pay some sort of penalty for making a false accusation, like a jury found her guilty. So, but ultimately, Garyon Conley, there's a question about was he going to slide completely out of the draft? He ultimately goes pick 24. That was 4 spots ahead of where Taco Charlton was picked.
Ew.
Had he been there at 28 for the Cowboys, I think they would have drafted Garyon Conley.
Okay.
And so this is a guy that they liked a lot. He ends up going to the Raiders, has injury issues there, doesn't play very well, gets traded to the Texans, plays a year there, and then he was out of football for 3 years before he went into the UFL and had a pretty good season. But he'd been away from football for 3 years. I think it's interesting that you would have a corner come in, though. With you have 4 empty roster spots. They signed 2 players yesterday, so they have 2 more spots that they can fill before they get to training camp. I think it's interesting to me that they felt the need to work out a couple of corners and add one, because that does make me wonder, is Diggs going to be ready to be a full participant right away at camp?
Ooh.
Not is he going to be ready for the season, but do you need another body in training camp at corner?
Look, he's not. I mean, obviously, he's not going to play in any of the games.
No. But you got to get those reps.
When did he get? What month was it? It
was leading into the Jets game, or was it after? It was after the Jets game. He played the first 2 games, so it was going into week 3.
Oh man. I mean, it's a full year, 9 months anyway,
roughly,
at minimum.
Yeah.
At minimum. Yeah, you definitely need a body at camp.
So,
but then again, I mean, like. Do they still view needing a body the same as they used to? Because you're not doing 2-a-days, you're not doing as many padded practices.
I think they do, in the sense of just we want to make sure we have healthy competition and we're rotating in enough quality for these guys to go against. And Conley had a good year in the UFL, despite being away from the NFL for 3 years. Now, one of the other corners that they brought in to work out, who they ultimately didn't sign, was DeAndre Baker, who I don't know if you remember him, but he also has a background. He was the one who the Giants had picked in the first round in 2020, and after his rookie year, he was arrested for armed robbery and burglary with, who was it? It was Quentin Dunbar from Washington, how they tried to hold somebody up. He ended up with the Chiefs, of course, because they signed everyone like that and hadn't been anywhere since. But Conley is at least an interesting name. That was a guy they really loved in 2017. Probably just a gamble, a flyer that says, hey, we had a good evaluation on this guy. The one that's more interesting to me is Willie Harvey. I think Willie Harvey's going to make the 53-man roster. So they're thin at linebacker. We've talked about that pretty consistently. I think when you see a position where they're already thin and Mike Zimmer has a chance to, before he leaves town for this layoff, get a chance to look at Willie Harvey working out and says, yes, I want him. Sign him. I think that does carry some weight in terms of his approval at a position where they could probably stand to add somebody and bring in competition. But Willie Harvey, the only knock on him really is he's a little undersized. He's not very long. He doesn't have long arms. He's 5'11", like 230. So he's not a traditional built stout linebacker, but he's quick mental processor, really good instincts, flies to the ball, really good special teamer. He made Cleveland's 53-man roster as an undrafted free agent who was undersized, not a combine invite, made it in 2020 as a guy who was a special teams ace of sorts. And so when you start talking about the back end of the roster guys here, Bones Fossil is going to have a huge say on which guys make it because of how they contribute to his unit. So you got a guy who can contribute to special teams, does a good job processing things, has good instincts. That's going to matter to Mike Zimmer. So I think when you talk about how thin the linebackers are, this is one where you could actually see the guy make the roster.
Do you think special teams coaches have too much power over rosters?
I don't know. I mean, they run the back end of them in a lot of ways. Like guys 47 through 53, or because of who's active on game day, I guess guys 43 through 46 or whatever it is. Maybe a little, but I mean, it's also, we've seen how important it's been in the past to the Cowboys. Like if the Cowboys have had bad special teams, it's cost them games at times. And when they've had really improved special teams, it's been a big boost for them. Now, somebody who is a fan of this Willie Harvey signing is one Brian Broaddus. I mentioned to you, Choppy, earlier that while Peyton was talking about how overrated he thought the Willie Mays catch was, he said that while we were recording Love the Star, and Brian had reached out to his gang of seven, his personnel connections around the NFL, and had asked them, hey, what's the scoop on this Willie Harvey guy?
What I've learned about the linebacker, a little bit of an undersized guy, 5'11", 230 pounds, going to be more of a will linebacker. Will linebackers tend to play to the open side or away from the tight end, usually off the ball, and they usually are your runners. Those are the guys that can get to the ball. You try and free them up as much as you can and let them go. And this young man's got that ability. Always around the ball, really good tackler, going to be a real factor on special teams from my gang of seven guys that I was talking to that watched this UFL film. They really do like the player. Dallas has done a good job, as we've seen, of evaluating these leagues, finding guys like this and saying, hey, let's go get the best one, or let's go get the next best one.
Okay, two things here. One, you need a better background.
I'm looking for comfort, dude. I was sitting on the casting couch. That's what I was doing.
Yeah, you need a better background on that Love of the Star podcast for sure. Get a painting. Get something back there. I mean, look at that thing on the fan cam.
I was sitting. What do you want me to do? I was just sitting on my couch.
The blank wall. Secondly, and I don't know if I speak for the people or not. You're trying to, not you. If this team is trying to convince us that these signings matter at all, holy cow, we're talking about UFL guys.
They're not, but I will say this.
The Lions are trying to do this, right? There's, we got a new kicker. I got a new kicker.
No, here's what I will say, though. The Cowboys have developed a reputation across the league. One of the areas where they're actually considered by the rest of the league to be, all right, you've nailed this, has been evaluating the spring leagues. Like they nailed the Turpin signing. They nailed Brandon Aubrey. Veterans in general that they have coming off of, like if you look at this shop, the last 3 years, I think it is, the Cowboys have signed 4 guys after the start of training camp who essentially went on to become starters. Brett Maher, when you consider top of the depth chart returner in Kevontae Turpin, Turpin is another, Malik Hooker, Anthony Barr. Like they've shown that they can, this June, July period where they try to make some depth signings, this is where they actually have been more consistent than their signings that they've done in March and April a lot of times. So it's at least a guy that Conley, I don't think, is going to make this roster, but Willie Harvey, at least if you're looking for improved linebacker play, that's somebody who I think can make this roster and actually take snaps. So that's a name at least to know on that front. Dak Prescott, we talked about that he was at tight end U in Nashville, showing up in his Aaron Judge jersey.
Have we confirmed it was a Judge jersey?
I just assumed, especially once Judge got hit in the hand, because that would just happen, that Dak throws on an Aaron Judge jersey and Aaron Judge gets hit in the hand, and then people would naturally blame him. So that's kind of what I anticipated.
That makes quite a bit of sense. And now they said the X-rays are negative, but that makes a ton of sense. I mean, that is a meme. He puts that jersey on the next day, Judge gets hit in the hand.
Yeah, that's how people would react to it. So he was out there with George Kittle, Travis Kelce. Obviously, the Cowboys have 2 of their tight ends out there, Jake Ferguson and Luke Schoonmaker. But he's out there throwing to guys and interacting with a lot of different tight ends. And do you love or hate this quote from Dak Prescott yesterday talking to the guys, Chop? You guys are a quarterback's best friend.
The tight end? It depends on the tight end.
The one they have here.
That's fine. I have no problem with that. When you're Jason Witten at the end of his career, when you're Jason Witten early in the career, that's great. At the end of his career, when he was a guy who was running down 5 yards, turning around, and being a safety net, I don't want that. In fact, I would eliminate the position. I don't want the quarterback to have that option. I want to force him to throw the ball downfield.
Yeah, and I think Ferguson's got downfield capability.
Yes, I like Ferg.
And I'm glad that Schoonmaker, who's been hurt the first couple of years that he's been here in Dallas at the start of the offseason programs, I'm glad that he's out there at least trying to get some sort of knowledge base from other guys in the league and take advantage of that. So that's a positive to me, and I think you can take that out of that. But it is, if you say that the tight end is the quarterback's best friend, I know that there's some people who would probably say, oh, that's a check down mentality, if that's what you're saying. Now, you've said before, Chop, the tight end position can be the greatest mismatch on the football field if you have the right one.
Tight end and the third receiver, right?
The kind of quality that you can get there.
Yeah, if you get I just keep going back to Tampa Bay the year they won the Super Bowl. When you have Antonio Brown as your 3, going up against the other team's 3, the other team's third corner is generally not great. Cowboys had a good one last year going into the season. They've had that. But generally, you're not going to have a great third corner. So when you have a good third receiver, it's huge. And I think a tight end's the same way, because if you got a tight end that can stretch the field, they're too big for safeties and too fast for linebackers.
Right.
Ideally. That's why Travis Kelce and George Kittle are, and there's others.
Yeah, Laporta last year was a big advantage for Detroit.
I love Njoku at Cleveland.
I love the potential.
Yeah, that's what it is. He's got so much potential. Those guys just great mismatches, I think.
Speaking of Cleveland and Dallas, for that matter, we now know that it is not money that's hanging up the Cleveland Browns and Amari Cooper, as Amari Cooper missed mandatory minicamp. It's a year's issue, Chop. They can't agree to how long they want this contract to be. Apparently, they're fine, comfortable paying him, giving him a pay raise and throwing him that money. But the issue is that Amari wants more than a year. And Cleveland's like, no. You can get a pay raise, but it's 1 year, dude. Which I could understand a little bit of reservation, given the fact that Amari has struggled to stay healthy at times throughout his career. But look, if that discontent gets going anymore, maybe you offer them a conditional 5th-round pick, Chop, as somebody did to you. And maybe you just say, hey, if you can't come to terms with Amari Cooper, maybe just send him right back here.
Send him right back here.
We don't have mask mandates anymore. Send him back.
That's right. You know what a 5th-round pick is? That's apparently the penalty for tampering. So just go ahead and do it. It probably doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not a bad idea. If he's upset with his contract, but he doesn't love football, Bobby.
Nope.
He doesn't love football. Apparently, that's what I've been told. So can't have him. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. A little Inside the Star. Thank you, Roberto. We will have a little bit of College Kegger coming up at 7 o'clock. Excited about that one. But how the Mavs can get back to the NBA Finals next year. That's next on The Fan.
We chapter your favorite segments and even bring you the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by State of the R8 Loss. That's soda. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. Sean and RJ here on this Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
105.3 The Fan. Sean's out, back tomorrow. Quick one day off. It is Juneteenth. Happy Juneteenth to everyone out there. If you are having the day off, you're going to work. Thanks for popping us on here on 105 to The Fan. Coming up at 6:40, a little scandal that is rocking a local community here in DFW.
Not a little one.
It's a very big scandal. But let's do a little, how the Mavs can get back to the NBA Finals coming up again next year. I saw this 3 areas from USA Today that Luka can improve on or must improve on. Tell me what you think of these, Bobby. Now, first off, yesterday I did notice a lot of people in the national media trying to convince themselves that Jason Tatum is better than Luka overall because he plays defense.
Man, look, I've made my feelings on Jason Tatum known. And look, not most of it, maybe 20% of it's a bit.
Yeah, I get it.
Like, I push it over the top how bad I think he is. But I think anyone who, I'll say this, Jason Tatum is closer to the 20th best player in the league than he is to Luka.
Ooh. So you have Mavs at the top 10 for sure.
No, not even that necessarily. Like, he could be, even if he's 9th, I think there is a chasm when you're talking about when you get towards the top. If you're trying to tell me he's on Luka's level, no. He's closer to player 20 than Luka.
Right, yeah, Luka's got a much better offensive game. Now, Tatum defensively is way better than Luka is. But Luka, how much do you weigh defense? That's the problem.
Well, Luka, I understand. We saw what happened in the finals, and that's going to color a lot of our thinking when we talk about Luka, but Luka got better defensively this year. Like, the numbers show he was solid defensively for a lot of the year, especially in the second half. And there are times that he showed during the playoff run that he can play quality defense. Now, I think a lot of it is engagement and want to, but I think that we're being prisoners of the moment a little bit with, he's never been a top tier defender. He's never been all NBA defender, but it's not enough of a gap to cover over how much better Luka is on the offensive side of the ball.
I agree. So these are the 3 areas they talk about. One is defense. Sure. Now, the first line of this is Dončić's defense was appalling during the first 2 games of the series. I've never heard somebody's defense be called appalling before.
First
I like
3 games, really.
Yeah. Consistently allowing his opponents to blow by him on drives. Doesn't sprint into closeouts or rotate over to provide help defense. He upped his effort as the series wore on. Still, they viewed him as the weak defensive link. And that's true. And I think that's the Mavs' biggest weakness moving forward is their perimeter defense with their 2 guys up top. Not even perimeter defense. Like, Kyrie and Luka, their 2 best players, are liabilities.
Yeah, look,
at times Luka is. Luka can be better because he's got size. He can use his size. He needs to learn to do what Jason Kidd was able to do, which is use his size and strength.
Which he has done well at times. Like, that's typically how, when he's improved his defense and he played better defensively in the second half of this season, it's a lot of times due to the way that he uses his size and his strength, because he is strong. Yeah. And guys will have trouble getting around him at times because of that. And so, I mean, look, his net rating, so when you take his offensive rating and his defensive rating, which basically what that is, that's the number of points a team produced per 100 possessions.
Yeah.
And on defensive side, it's the number of points they allowed per 100 possessions. So then whatever that discrepancy is between the offensive rating and the defensive rating is your net rating. Luka had the best net rating of his career this year. He was +9. And it's because he did play better defensively. And I mean, obviously he played incredible on offense, and the Mavericks had really strong offensive connection there with him and Kyrie, and so that put the offensive rating up. But he played better defensively and was somebody who showed at times, like, when he's invested, he can be at times above average defensively just because of his physical makeup. And he does have a high basketball IQ.
Oh, yeah. Big time. Big time basketball IQ. He can do it. There's no doubt. Number 2, conditioning. Now, y'all know me. I always kind of push back at this because we just don't know like how conditioned someone is by looking at them. Like
right.
You can't look at the bodies. I don't think you can look at somebody's body and determine how in shape they are.
Bartolo Colon played till he was 50.
Yeah. Shredded doesn't mean you're in shape. It just means you eat right.
Yeah.
Right. Or have a good fast metabolism. Doesn't mean how far you can run. But I mean, it does look on the surface. It just looks like he does wear down in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. Now, we had talked about this. We talked about this yesterday a little bit. He played by far the most minutes that he'd ever played in his career.
Yeah.
So it was 21-22 was his previous high. He played 2,800 minutes then. He just finished this season playing 3,500 minutes.
It's a lot.
He played 700 more minutes than he's ever played in his career.
He's played more games. You know, the new rules, right? With the 65 games you got to play in order to qualify for any awards.
He's banged up. He played more minutes than he ever had. Now, look, the reality is, does he need to show up in better shape? And does he need to be in better shape throughout the season? Probably.
Yeah, probably does.
That's fair. But to me, I don't think we've seen that conditioning necessarily. Like you said, shape and conditioning are a little bit different things to me. And the conditioning, I don't think we've seen consistently that it's been as much of a problem for him on a game-to-game basis. It's more, I think, got down to the end of the year, was worn out and was hurt, and it all kind of took its toll. But ultimately, I think that this would be down my list in terms of I'd much rather he work on not bitching to the refs over that.
I agree. I think I would much rather that one as well. And then the final one is playing off the ball. This one I love. They call him a heliocentric player. I hate that word. It's too big. They need to find a better one to use, which basically means the offense revolves around him. He's the sun. His teammates just orbit around him. And they talked about this. You shouldn't take breaks on defense. Take breaks on offense. Play off the ball. Let someone get the ball to you. That's what the whole point of having another one who can create like Kyrie can, is so you can play off.
It's so difficult though because of the way that he plays. Like so much of it is his pacing and the way he can slow the tempo down and the way that he can, kind of speed up and slow it down and change speed. And that sort of thing has been difficult for defenders. We've referenced it before. Kevin Durant talked about the thing that makes Luka most difficult to guard is the way that he can just speed things up and slow it down. And like he can just throttle the pace however he wants.
Mm-hmm.
And that's something that makes it really difficult for guys to keep in front of him or to, time his jump shot or any of the other things that he does well. And so I don't know, like that same sort of pacing, that sort of advantage he has, you don't get as much of that off the ball. And so I think this team is at its best if Luka is controlling things.
Yeah.
And is orchestrating things the way that he wants. I don't know how much I want that taken out of his hands.
I'd like to see them try it. I'd like to see them try.
They did a little bit in, game 4. Like PJ Washington brought the ball up a couple different times. We've seen Kyrie kind of work the offense at times.
Yeah, but I mean for like an extended period of time. Like during the regular season. Like use that, you know what I mean? Like instead of just doing it like a couple times in a game, like make that not necessarily the focal point of the offense, but have, kind of times in the game all year where that's going to be the way things are run.
Yeah, I mean, I know we played the clip from Redick last week where JJ Redick had said, I would like to see more of Kyrie and Luka both off of the ball. Like find some sort of way to move them around just so it's not just ISO ball all the time. And I understand that, but also you got to remember, what are you working with? Who do you really trust to operate the offense if you're not going to have the ball in Kyrie and Luka's hands? Even if you want to say, hey, let's find some different ways to do this. And as the fan text just pointed out, the 972, he's also not a great
he's not
spot up shooter.
That's true. He's not. He's a guy who has to have the ball. He has to be ball dominant. Because part of what makes him great is his ability to pass. I get that, but I just don't know that you want to be a stop down, because he can be a stop down.
He can, but so much of this offense is so much of the issues that they had at times during the postseason with their offense would be fixed if you just, like we talk about, develop the Derek Lively 3-pointer, or you get a more reliable shooter. Like, where is their Sam Hauser? Like, just get me that guy.
Well,
get me the reliable sharpshooter.
Interesting you bring him up, because there was an article on the salary cap spending for all 30 teams and where they are and who they might get. And in terms of the free agents who fit, Sam Hauser is one of the names listed under the Dallas Mavericks.
Cha-ching!
As players who fit. Now, they're $3 million above the tax. Wait, how stupid is the NBA salary cap? Above the tax, $3 million. Below the first apron, $3.5 million. Below the second apron, $14 million. They got a $4.5 million trade exception and a $4 million trade exception. Whatever. Why can't they just make it so the fans can actually see what the hell's... What is the first apron good or bad? Is the second apron good or bad?
Like, there's a reason the ESPN trade machine has been so popular for so many years. Because people are like, I have no idea if this will work. I literally have to input the data into a machine to tell me if the salary cap will allow this to happen.
The maximum contract you can offer Derek Jones Jr. is $5.1 million. He started 76 games. He's their best on-ball defender. So they're probably going to lose him unless they can make some maneuvering to get money freed up. But they return everybody except him. He's a free agent. And
that's their biggest free agent by far.
And they might lose Markieff Morris. Okay. Whatever. Other guys that are free agents who might fit, like they have names like Josh Richardson. He's been here, done that. Markelle Fultz.
Ooh.
Cam Reddish, Matt Ryan, good quarterback, Johnny Juzang, Reggie Jackson, Sam Hauser, Dennis Smith. Been there, done that. So
I just think
that's Malik Beasley. That's what you're looking at in this offseason.
I do. I think one of the things that they can conceivably add, given the space that they have, is they can go find somebody to be that sniper 3-point shooter, which they didn't have.
Yeah, they didn't have it. That's true. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan on this Hump Day edition of the program. Range let another one slip last night. They're going to continue to go the Creed well. That's for sure. That was awesome the other night they did that. But there was the local scandal we will get into coming up next. That is traumatizing. That's next here on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
A 1-ball count. Yates about as deliberate as you're allowed to be with the pitch clock, and comes home. There's a swing and a hot shot over third. It's past the diving Duran and down into the left field corner. Nimmo scores. J.D. Martinez will stop at third. It's a double for Alonso, and the Mets lead 7-6.
Eric Nadel with the call in a game you heard right here. It is Sean and RJ on 105 through the fan, the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day
of the 6 a.m. club. Rangers lose 7-6 to the red-hot New York Mets in a game they led 6-2 after 5. Terrible loss for the Rangers.
Got to close that one out. You have to close it out. Now, by the way, just playing that cut there where he said Nadel was calling Duran not able to make the play. Do you remember Michael Young's nickname on Twitter at the end of his career here? It was Padmai. Past a diving Michael Young. It just reminded me because he said past a diving Ezekiel Duran, and it made me think of the old.
So that's padded.
Yeah, that
he's now padded.
Yeah, he's padded. It made me think of the old Twitter nickname. Twitter can be brutal, man.
Twitter can be brutal. The goal in life is never to be the main character on Twitter.
Almost as brutal as the Rangers bullpen was last night.
That was not good. That was not a good bullpen effort last night. Leclerc, third of an inning, 2 hits, 1 run, 1 walk. Robertson, inning and a third, 3 hits, 2 runs, 3 strikeouts. Latz allowed a walk in a third of an inning. And Yates, an inning, 1 run not earned, a strikeout and a walk. So let's see, that's 4 runs total from the bullpen in 3 innings.
Yeah. They couldn't close it out. They weren't good enough. And, his peripherals still look pretty good overall.
Who, talking about Robertson?
David Robertson, but he's started to have a little bit of that regression to the mean that you get.
I mean, he's old, man. He's like 50 years old.
Yeah, look, I mean, I still think that I trust him more than I would trust a lot of other guys in this bullpen right now. But I mean, we're talking about
last week his ERA is over 5 with a whip of 1.2. Whip is walks and hits. Walks plus hits to innings pitched.
Right. And I mean, you look at, gosh, how many is it? 7, 9, 11. 11 of the 13 earned runs that he's allowed this season have come in his last 10 appearances.
And that's with innings where he's striking out Betts, Freeman, and Ohtani on back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah, look, it's nitpicking overall. Most nights, David Robertson is not going to be your problem.
No.
It's just, again, you're seeing a little bit recently of some of the natural, leveling off of things, whether it be with Kirby Yates or David Robertson. These sort of things are going to happen. It's just frustrating. It comes on a night when you actually had some offensive output with as much as they've struggled to get that.
And they have struggled. Now, they did not struggle last night. That took 6 off of Severino. But he had a cool glove, by the way. Did you notice that?
No.
It was like kind of a, not teal. It was like a lighter teal. I thought it was a really sharp looking glove.
They've got the Bally replay up here on TV. I'm looking at it right now. That doesn't look teal. That looks just normal. Did he switch it?
He must have switched. Unless there was a different picture I was thinking of.
Foreign substance, probably.
Oh, hang on. It's a different game. Before the Ranger game started, I was watching. I was flipping back and forth between the Orioles game and the Reds and Pittsburgh. And one of those guys, I can't remember which one had a teal glove. It was badass.
I do like the 817's argument here that this is the G-bag curse again.
I can see it. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I agree with it.
They had David Robertson on their players show, and the G-bag curse has been a real thing. Now, they've tried to shift it around in recent years and try to say, well, now we're the G-bag, we boost you. We're the slump busters now. You need to come on the show. But man, this is another turn against them.
The Rangers lose 7-6 in Arlington to the Mets. And the Mets did. This was on Monday. The Rangers had a mariachi band out there. Mariachi.
Ah.
And Mets broadcast, which I don't think, they may not know much about the whole Creed thing. I'm sure they know whatever they knew from afar from the World Series last year. But the band was out there playing Creed, and the Mets broadcast did get a little bit of a snippet of it.
Here
we go, baby.
I like it.
Yeah.
Is there... I'm curious. Is there an expiration date on the higher bit?
Oh, I mean, I thought it would have. The expiration date would have been like, you do it last year, you come back a little bit with it this year, it fades away, and then if you have a late playoff surge, you bring it back.
Then it can be your Sweet Caroline at that point.
Yeah, it could be your Sweet Caroline. The song's old enough to where you can make it into the Sweet Caroline kind of thing. I don't think it's as good of a song as Sweet Caroline.
I like the idea of just the mariachi band playing it during the seventh inning.
I think that's great. I think that's fantastic. So that was fun little thing out of the ballpark in a series really void of fun things for the home team.
Not a lot of fun. Not just in this series, just not a lot of fun in the last 6 days or so.
No, really not. Rangers now 10 games back of Seattle in the AL West. It's Sean and RJ on 105 through the Fan. We got a giveaway coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, as well as we do a little college football kegger, and we will chop it up. But there's a traumatizing local story, Bobby.
There is, and specifically, you always like to give these disclaimers or these heads up for anybody listening whenever you're going to talk about this sort of thing. Sensitive subject about a local story here involving abuse of, past abuse of a child. But Gateway Church in Southlake, Texas, which is I drive
by it every day.
Depending on how you gauge, like how it's tough to get exact figures on weekly attendance.
I know you have to buy season tickets.
It's tough to get and pay your PSLs and everything. It's tough to get those firm figures of how many people attend, especially when you got multi-sites and stuff like that. But they claim as many as 100,000 people there weekly.
I'll tell you this, because I have to drive by it to get home every day.
Mm-hmm.
Years ago when, before 114, was completely finished, there were times I was like, all right, I'm not going that way around the church schedule.
Oh, yeah. No, they will, they have to have traffic cones out there, police on Sunday morning church.
Yeah.
If you're driving in that area, they've got to have cop cars out there. Basically, it's like trying to leave a stadium.
I used to have to rush to get to South Town Square if I knew it was a Sunday or Saturday night, and I knew church was about to get out.
You're trying to get over to Chewy's or something over there?
Not happening.
Yeah.
Not happening. It's tough.
They have the road flares. Yeah. They have cops out there kind of orchestrating traffic. It is a massive church. At the very least, they are, even without the firm figures of attendance, they're one of the 10 most attended churches in the United States. So they're a big deal. And their pastor there, Robert Morris, former pastor now, a story had come out late last week on a blog called the Wartburg Watch. And it had interviewed a woman. They had interviewed a woman who had said that Robert Morris, the pastor at Gateway Church, had sexually assaulted her over the course of 5 years from the age of 12 to 17. And Robert Morris went up there on Sunday at his church and had discussed the story after it became a controversy and said, essentially, this was a moral failing. The term he had used, he said, it was inappropriate sexual behavior with a young lady. And a lot of news outlets picked up that quote and used it to describe the story, and they got crushed.
They used that quote to describe the story
of basically talking about the assault of a 12-year-old using the description inappropriate sexual behavior with a young lady. So ever since Monday, after he went up there and made his statement, and Gateway Church initially had put out a statement saying, hey, we were fully aware of this. He's been vetted and cleared, and this is in the past, and he's all good, people. They got pressed hard after Sunday. by a lot of people in just like, there's a lot of public pressure on Gateway to do something about it. So yesterday, Robert Morris, one of the most powerful evangelical individuals in the country, resigned from Gateway Church. And the statement given to the Dallas Morning News from Gateway Church said, the elder's prior understanding was that Morris's extramarital relationship, which he had discussed many times throughout his ministry, was with, quote, a young lady and not abuse of a 12-year-old child. So they said that this was new information for them.
They had no idea.
They knew of the incident. They had no idea of the age is what they're saying.
Oh, okay.
It's tough because this woman says she's tried to be heard a lot. She's in her 50s now, lives in Oklahoma, but she said she's tried to be heard a lot over the years, just trying to inform people over there. And they have kind of turned their head a little bit until the story went viral on Friday. But this is...
And how long has he been there?
25 years, 26 years since they opened. And this happened 35 years ago when he was in his 20s. And he was a traveling evangelist, so he would go to like different cities and do things. But this is, I mean, when you talk about, it's a church, but I mean that is a big business as well there in Southlake.
Yeah.
I mean it is a massive. They do a lot of things over there. This is a big, and look, he's got a lot of political connections. This is a very powerful, prominent individual with a lot of money that is tied into that building over there. And this is a massive controversy. And what part of the story became was like what we just talked about, the way it was reported and the way it was talked about, where they were allowed to frame it almost the way they wanted, and then news stories just picked it up and aggregated it based on how did the church talk about it. And so there were a lot of different news outlets that got pushed back on, you're allowing them to dictate the terms of what it should have been called, which was abuse. It was abuse. It's, I mean, the term for it, like, it's sexual assault. It's child molestation.
Yes.
That's the term. It's not inappropriate relationship with a young lady. It's child molestation.
And then like just the way it's framed, where the elders, they call them the elders. It just sounds
972 waited 35 years. What a joke. Nope, did not wait 35 years. 972 had tried to be heard for 35 years, and it was not addressed until recently when a blog post went viral. So there's a lot of documentation over it being
where she tried to out it.
Yeah, there was a separate church that had apparently vetted and overseen his redemption from it 35 years ago. So this is something that has been out there and just it had never kind of reached the circulation of the masses. They kind of effectively kept it quiet. So good news. Should resign. Shouldn't have been in position to lead that church anymore.
That is an awful story out in Southlake. All right, Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. They got the commercial-free expressway coming up at 7:20. It is the 7 o'clock hour. We have lost another legend in sports. The great Willie Mays has passed away. We'll give our thoughts on that coming up next to The Fan, along with a college football kegger. But first, it's the season, boys and girls. Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. You are going to want to get into that brand new vehicle.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Drive the deep left center field. This one's got a jam. It's gone. It's a home run. Number 599 of May's career.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through The Fan. Interesting clip there by Peyton Russell. He pulled Willie Mays' home run number 599. Not 600, not 500. 599, whatever. Cool. I like it. We asked for a highlight. We didn't even ask him for it.
No.
He had it here. It's very good work, Peyton Russell.
Proactive.
What was 583 not available?
You know what?
Random
No,
number?
it was a TV call only on that one. No radio call. So.
Okay.
You know what I think is we talk sometimes about who's got the potential to just go postal and come in here and rage one day. Carter, Bassick, I think those are generally the leaders in the clubhouse. I think there's a slow build going on here. Look at his head in his hands right now, where there's a slow burn developing with Peyton, where we're bit by bit every day turning him into a bitter employee.
We are.
Where he's probably sitting there thinking like, I was proactive, I pulled the highlight. And Chop has something to say about the number home run it was.
Well, it was just very, very odd. Like, there's 599. That's 600.
I got the break times.
That's 600.
You did get the break times today.
You did.
You got the break times. I wrote an email.
You better tell Sean, too. I mean,
he did. You were the break times. And
I will
Bobby
take a photo of it.
600.
I will take a photo of it.
599.
I'm going to take a photo of you.
Go back in the 1935 archive and find 600.
You did not write. You didn't write them down either. You typed them out, the break times. And so I'll take a picture of this for Sean, and I'll also be sure to include the, 3 cuts you included on the cut sheet so that he can see that you did that too. Look at him.
The reason we played that is, of course, last evening around just before 9 o'clock, the great Willie Mays passed away. That was the news that happened, and he is one of the he's absolutely in the discussion for the greatest that's ever done it. And clearly, I don't know anybody that has him out of their top 5. And he passed away at 93. This was 2 days after a story had came out, because tomorrow MLB is going to have a game at Rickwood Field in Birmingham, where the Birmingham Black Barons played, where Willie played in the Negro Leagues, and he was going to be there. They were going to honor him, and then he made the announcement that he wouldn't be able to attend. And look, he lives in San Francisco area. It's a long trip. He's 93 years old. I get it. I don't think anybody thought, this is maybe why, because he was in failing health, and he obviously passes away last night. And he's just a legend, dude. I mean, that catch he had in the 54 series and 3,400 hits and 660 home runs and a lifetime 301 batting average. Those things just don't happen.
It was just the other day that I think it was Willie that was the one that Sandler had the note of Ken Griffey Jr. is the only player in Major League history to have 2 seasons of 50 home runs and winning a Gold Glove. And there have been 3 other players that have done it, and one of them is Willie.
Okay, so it's 50 home runs
and a Gold Glove.
Mickey Mantle?
No. The other 2 guys on the list are guys who have played for the Rangers.
You
should get one of them. You're not going to get. One of them's the trick. It's Andrew Jones.
Okay,
that's the trick.
They had to be center fielders?
No. This is just any position player, period.
Did Rafi do it? Was it Rafi?
No, come on. Think about it. Who's the most prolific home run hitter to ever play for the Rangers? Yeah.
Rafi.
No.
A-Rod.
Yep.
A-Rod, that's it.
Yep.
You said prolific with number. Yeah.
Yep.
I considered Rafi more of a home run hitter, maybe.
Peyton, could you pull home run number 599 from A-Rod for us? He's so mad.
He's
like,
mad.
this is a holiday. I'm not even supposed to be working.
Yep. It is Juneteenth today, so the holiday, so many maybe not working today. But yeah, this one hit me, and I fully expect MLB The Show, who I know they have I was told today they have a 99 card already for him this year, but I assume they'll do a commemorative one for him as well after this. Yeah, it's just this was sad, and now that's 3 in the last month. We've lost the greatest, arguably the greatest college basketball player ever, the logo, and the best center fielder ever.
Yeah. I mean, it has been a bad run.
Tough month.
Yeah, it's been a really rough month for sports icons. And so, Willie, I mean, he was like he is such, and I know we mentioned earlier, but the HBO documentary that they have on him, he is such an impressive individual, not just in terms of what he did in terms of his athletic accomplishments, but the type of person he was and the way that he really persevered through some really difficult challenges, whether it be just in the era that he played in, moving to San Francisco and all the discrimination that he dealt with there, where he had trouble renting a house, even as the biggest star in baseball. He was just a stand-up individual and the original definition really of five-tool player.
Yeah, it really is. He was absolutely a five-tooler. Other guys like Shohei or Babe Ruth pitched, and they weren't necessarily five-tool players. They were great two-way players. They were the only two-way players. But Willie was a true five-tool player. It's very, very sad to see him pass away at the age of 93. Let's do a little college football kegger here.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
All right, Bobby, where do you want to start here?
Let's start with the guy who opened that clip. Let's start with Ryan Day.
Ryan Day. Man, he's a loose cannon right now. He cussed out his recruiting coordinator who decided to up and leave and go to Michigan. Now, this girl...
It's Ohio against the world.
So... there is a recruiting coordinator that Ohio State has had. She's the assistant athletic director for football recruiting, and they're in the middle of official visits. Well, apparently Ryan Day absolutely laid into her when he found out, her name's Erin Dunstan, when he found out that she is leaving to go to Michigan. Why is she leaving to go to Michigan? Because
they're better.
They offered her more money. Quite simply, like they were too short with the amount of money they were giving her, so they're letting her go. And this dude loses his mind on her, as if Ryan Day, if Ohio State wasn't paying the money, wouldn't have gone and left for some other job.
Dude, he is an underachieving Dan Hurley.
Oh, that's a good one.
And
by the way, he's my age. There's no way his beard is that dark. There's no way he doesn't use beard color.
No, it's
not a chance.
No, and it's
you can't lose to Michigan that many times in a row. You have that much stress and not have a single stitch of gray in your beard.
Boy, somebody pointed out, I don't know if you've heard it before, he's got the bad dye job. He's an underperformer. And have you noticed, a comedian I like a great deal, have you noticed how much he sounds like Bert Kreischer?
You know what? He kind of does.
Play the beginning of his clip there, Peyton. The kegger clip where he goes, "It's always been Ohio State against the world."
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win.
Right there.
Google me.
Yeah.
That sounds like Bert Kreischer.
Is he as gifted as Bert?
I don't know. Bert would probably have beaten Michigan sometime over the last couple of years.
Would have slapped him.
Ryan Day, is he the number one seed as just most hateable college coach right now?
I mean, Dabo.
Is Dabo worse? Like I feel like because
no, you know who's worse? The second guy in the college kegger intro. Hit it again,
yeah,
Peyton.
That's true. Peyton.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
Kurt Signetti. He's the worst guy in college football.
I would have to Google him because I forgot who it was.
Yeah, the new Indiana coach. Les Miles is channeling his inner Gen Z.
Your favorite generation.
Yeah, I do love him. He is suing LSU. Why is he suing LSU? Because, I don't know, a decade ago almost, they had to vacate wins in response to an infractions case.
Now, they vacated them last year.
Right, but a decade ago.
It occurred a year ago. Yeah, it was vacated almost a year ago to the day.
It was almost a year ago. So they vacated 37 wins from him.
Why is that a big deal?
Well, it's a big deal because that 37 win took his winning percentage from 665 down to 597. All right? Well, why is that a big deal? Well, as we talked about last week, and as you heard, when Mike Leach, the news was coming out that they were trying to find a way to get him in the Hall of Fame, you have to have, as a head coach, a 600 winning percentage as a college football coach to qualify to get into the College Football Hall of Fame. And Les Miles, by vacating those 37 wins, which, by the way, vacating wins is the dumbest thing in the world. But by vacating those 37 wins from 2012 to 2015, his career winning percentage now drops below 600. So he no longer qualifies to get into the Hall of Fame. So he is suing the school for irreparable harm.
You know who he should sue for irreparable harm?
His agent for getting him the Kansas job?
Yep. That's exactly what I was going to say.
If he didn't go to Kansas, it wouldn't matter.
3-18 at Kansas did a lot more damage than... Look, does it suck for him? Yeah. It sucks that vacating these wins dips him below the threshold. He can't make it anymore. But this really sucks for me. Doesn't sound like a great legal defense. Like here's a good question for you, Chop.
Yeah.
Who has a stronger case, you think, to have an exception carved out for them? Mike Leach, who just didn't get to 60% of the 60% winning threshold, or Les Miles, who got there but had wins vacated and fell below? Which guy do you think has more of a gripe to be like, come on, like, you're screwing me here?
I mean, probably Les.
You think?
I mean, he
achieved it.
He achieved it, right? Yeah. And look, and first of all, it's very disingenuous for Les to say, well, you're making these wins. I didn't do it. The booster did it. Like, dude, like, you're trying to tell us that you didn't know what was going on, A, in your program, and B, those were the only 37 games that your teams cheated on?
Right.
I mean, come on. You coached LSU. We're in the SEC, dude. We know what's going on. Like, we knew what's going on. I don't care what conference you're in. You could be in the Mountain West. We know what's going on, right?
What is the purpose of having this threshold as a standard?
I don't know. You got to have 10 years and a 600 winning percentage.
Is that the only Hall of Fame that has that sort of a...
I think so.
That's so bizarre.
It's dumb. But, like, dude, come on, man. What are you doing? Mike Leach has more of a gripe from Mike Leach should be in from the I changed the game world. Like a contribution. He made a greater contribution, Mike Leach did, to college athletics. To the sport. Not just college football, but to the sport. Mike Leach, you can make an argument he should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame for what he did for passing. But from a contributor standpoint, Mike Leach far deserves to be in over Les Miles. Mike Leach should be, he will be remembered. Les Miles will be forgotten. Mike Leach absolutely will be remembered in college football. But like Les Miles he did more. Let's be fair. I mean, he did more.
He accomplished more on a...
He had a better program. He had a better place to win at. How are you going to win at Tech and Washington State?
Whose career would you rather have, though? Would you rather have the accomplishments or the influence and legacy of
Influence and legacy.
Yeah. Because, I mean, honestly, Leach lives on presently in guys like Cliff Kingsbury in the NFL level, the guys that Cliff Kingsbury's influenced, Lincoln Riley at USC. Like, that's where you see a lot of his influence still to this day.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, there's a little bit of a college football kegger for you on abbreviated edition on 105.3 The Fan. It is the 7 o'clock hour. We will chop it up because the Expressway is coming up next. We'll chop it up. Got a fantastic giveaway for you, right, Peyton? And did more people watch golf this weekend than the actual NBA Finals? Got some numbers for you. The commercial-free Expressway is next on 105.3 The Fan after we get you on.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Fan, it is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Good morning, DFW. To Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean is out today. We going Layla here?
Tim is, I think Tim has gotten a hold of the bum music, and I'm a fan.
Yeah, we let Tim Collins back near the production room.
Man, we've had some Def Leppard lately. There's the right there, the Eric Clapton Layla, which, by the way, I know everybody knows that guitar solo rocks. It's great, that intro. That I do like the acoustic.
Oh, the acoustic's great. It's great.
The really slowed down Clapton acoustic version live is really good.
Yeah, it is very, very good. It's I need to get back in the lab and do some more bumpers.
Yeah. So, you guys, text us songs you'd like to hear as bumpers on the show. Which bumpers are the music that we play? I forget sometimes that people don't know what we're saying when we say that. Bumpers are the intro music that plays coming back in.
The song stuck in my head. There was a song stuck in my head the other day. It's
what? I don't want anybody else.
No, it wasn't that one. Nasty Girl.
There's a couple different songs called Nasty Girl.
It's the one. It's on TikTok. It's the new one. I think Peyton has it here.
Oh gosh.
You got to do the dance.
This needs to be a one shot, on Chop It here, right?
You gotta bite your finger.
Yeah.
That's so great. So my son, my youngest son, all he does is listen to the song. Like it's on every video. Yeah, we can.
Which son is
I'm going to do
this?
that for Sean tomorrow. I need to come back with that.
Come back with that one. Yes. Yes.
Oh my gosh. But the only way you come back with that, the only way is you have to, as soon as it comes on, you have to get up and start doing the dance.
You're going to let me know.
So that then Sean's like, what the hell is happening?
Yeah.
And if you do it after 6 a.m., then I'll need to learn the dance so that I can jump up at the same time. We can both, and Sean will just be, he'll be so mad.
Oh, he'll be so
That'll
angry.
ruin his day.
Oh, it'll be great. It'll be great. TV ratings here on the NBA Finals. They were down. They were quite down. Lowest since the pandemic. One of the lowest ever.
It's not good. That's not. You remember we talked about we didn't see Game 4 ratings,
right?
So they must not have been good. We finally got them after Game 5.
Yeah, you know when the ratings are good when you hear about them right away, and you know when they're bad when it takes like 3 days to get out. As a series, this is the second lowest since the pandemic. The lowest is Bucks and Phoenix that averaged 9.9 million viewers. This one averaged 11.3 million.
Well, and we got to remember they started, we are living in the juiced era.
Yeah.
With TV ratings. So Bucks and Suns would have been before that. We've talked about it before, how Nielsen started counting things differently. We started getting some really juiced numbers on every single sport was setting records. Or, oh my gosh, look at viewership records and how high this is. And so, I mean, I feel like era adjusted, Chop, that viewership may actually be higher for Suns Bucks.
Yeah, otherwise, this is the lowest. So, yeah, this is the lowest, really the lowest ever, other than that Bucks one and the pandemic one. The pandemic, nobody really counts that. So that's not good. It averaged 11.3 million viewers for the NBA Finals. The final game had 12.2 million viewers. That was the second highest of the entire series. Game 2 was the highest.
Was it just? Do you think it was just blowout factor? Like, do you think there were a lot of people tuned in at the start of Game 1 and they checked out on the series?
No, because I mean,
Dallas-Boston seems like it would be one of the more favorable.
You would think big markets
matchups.
I mean, look,
big market, the Kyrie Boston storyline. Dallas was. You definitely would have preferred it over the Timberwolves.
Yes. Here's the thing: Golden. We are now in the post-LeBron, post-Warrior dynasty era. I think this is the new reality of TV ratings in the NBA. The Warriors-Cavs, which was a 4-0 sweep in 2018, this series averaged a 5.8. That averaged a 10. And that was 2018. It was 4-zip. It was a sweep. And it averaged almost 18 million viewers a night. This one averaged 11 million a night. Like, that, I think that's just the reality of post-LeBron. And the NBA just got a major contract, TV deal. They're getting paid $76 billion over the next decade. They better hope that this isn't the new normal.
No, this would not be, especially because, again, when you're talking about how ratings have adjusted and in an era where we're seeing records set for this not to be one that moved the needle is because you didn't. What were you lacking? LeBron, you were lacking West Coast interest probably.
Yeah,
but is that it? That's the only factor missing from this is West Coast interest.
Basically, well, LeBron. I mean, you didn't have LeBron. I mean, that's you didn't have the Warriors. You know,
it should do better than Nuggets Heat. It really should.
It should. You didn't have a transcendent superstar on Boston. You had one on the Mavericks, but you didn't have one on Boston. I don't know if that plays in or not. But, like what the number that this one put up, I mean, this is MLB does this number or better. MLB does better. Now, this year they didn't. This was a very lowly rated World Series. The World Series this year was the fewest viewers for each game in the first 4 games in league history. Man. The number that the league had ever seen. So that's, I mean, they were getting 8 and 9 million viewers. So it wasn't as bad as that, but it's basically what every other World Series or worse had done in recent memory.
Do you know do you happen to have how the Mavericks did locally?
I don't. My guy retired. My guy retired. Yeah, so I don't have a plug.
Darn.
I have a plug, but I don't have a plug.
Uncle Barky. Why'd you have to retire?
I don't think it was Uncle Barky.
Oh. No, but I mean, because I would be interested to see if locally how the Mavericks series played locally in terms of viewership.
I assume it was huge.
Compared to the Rangers.
Oh, yeah. I assume it was huge. I mean,
I would imagine the Rangers did better.
I would think so. I felt more buzz for the Rangers playoff run than I did the Mavericks in town.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's just because we carry the games and it just feels like that because they're on the stage. I have no idea. But I just felt more buzz. People I talked to, friends of mine, were just more into the Rangers World Series than the Mavericks playoff run. Even though they were into the Mavs playoff run, it wasn't like, group chats on every play. Maybe it's just different. Maybe baseball just has more because it's every pitch is like the end of the world. The U.S. Open final round had 11.5 million viewers. That was more than the finals average, and that was right around what the NBA Finals final game had. The UFL got 1.6 million viewers over the weekend for their semifinals. That's a microphone.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Let him down?
Yeah, that was weird.
You hit the talk back. You were screaming at me.
I didn't touch it.
Oh, I bet your elbow hit it.
It's fluking out. No, the UFL Championship, which 1.6 million doesn't sound that impressive at all. But that is actually, according to Pro Football Talk, that was the highest spring football audience since 2001, Chop. So XFL, AAF, all these different ones that have been out there, that is actually the highest rated game that they've had in 23 years, whatever it was. Wow. And this was, I'm trying to see what time, this was on Sunday when this game was played. And this came at, what time was it? 4 p.m. So 4 p.m. on a Sunday, would you consider that decent for a ratings poll? 1.6 million for spring football title game at 4 p.m. on a Sunday?
I think I was thinking 3 million would be good, but 1.6 is let's see, it's less than the Caitlin Clark Angel Reese game. That was 2.5, so almost 1 million more people. I think it's fine. It's spring football. But nobody knows the teams. Nobody knows the players.
So we've had this discussion before about does the NFL risk oversaturation? Like are they trying to claim too big of a footprint, and ultimately people will one day get turned off by it, or putting it in everybody's face so often will actually chase people off in the end? But would be interesting because this championship game, as Florio pointed out over at PFT, it was 25-0 before halftime, and it was still an average of 1.6 million viewers for a spring football game.
So that means 2.5 million were watching at the start?
Yeah, probably. And that's with what? I mean, that's US Open is going on. That was going up against the US Open.
And the US Open had 11.5 million.
Yeah, and so I mean that's because that's 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. Central start time. US Open finished 6 o'clock
ish,
something like that. So I mean that's probably over the course of the whole game. You're talking about
you're at the end. You're at the end. You're the choke.
So that's a decent number for a blowout in a spring football.
Decent number.
So the question about oversaturation. Is this an example of, no, people still want more. They want it in the spring. They'll watch it if it's crap even. That not in mass. It's not going to be a giant number,
Right.
but there's a clear appetite for football of any kind at any time.
You got your junkies. You have your junkies, absolutely. I have no idea what soccer in Europe is truly like. I never really experienced it, but so you've got your Premier League, but then like are the lower levels, the teams that get relegated, are their games highly rated? Are they even on TV? I don't even know. I assume in your local town they are, but I don't know.
How do you think the potential factor of this was a game between who was it? Was Brahmas and Stallions? Who are the Stallions in the UFL? Because those aren't
Houston.
Yeah, that's not necessarily like a giant mark. San Antonio is the Brahmas.
Right.
Is San Antonio maybe San Antonio is not a golf community. They're turned off by the Mavericks maybe being in the finals and
shots fired, La Cantera.
No, I'm just saying, like, I'm saying, is this a potential explanation? I'm not saying it's not a golf community. I'm asking, could it be that San Antonio is not a golf community, had no interest in watching Mavericks basketball later that night, and it's a community that's wanted football in it for forever, so did they just buy in as, all right, well, here's our football team, and did San Antonio just, with that market size, pull it?
Could be. That's interesting, though, that they would have that number of viewers in a blowout up against the Open. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
Who knows what that all means? All right, it is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Do you want to do chopping it up, or do you want to do some grades?
You got so much chopping it up. I think we should save the grades.
Okay.
And so we should chop it up, but not before Peyton gives something away.
All right, Tolos, right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of Rangers tickets when they take on the San Diego Padres July 2nd. The first 15,000 fans in the stadium will also receive a Nathaniel Lowe Gold Glove bobblehead. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Justin Timberlake. That's Michael Jackson.
Damn it.
Justin Timberlake, yesterday during the show, it came out that he was arrested for a DUI. Rumor has it he has been in a very dark place. So he was wasted. He was in a Hamptons hotel, partying it up at this party, finishing other people's drinks.
Sounds like me.
Which is something that I did in college. Now, it's one thing when you're a freshman in college with a fake ID or no ID, and you're broke, and you go to, penny pitcher night at Dante's on the patio, listening to some, college band playing Brick House.
Yeah.
All right.
That's just waiting to get to Frank's Chicken House.
Right. And then you're... And you're so broke that you're like, I need an alcoholic beverage. I'll just finish this one that's on the table sitting here. Oh, there's a cigarette butt in there. I'll just pull it out.
Oh, gosh.
That's one thing.
By the way, cigarette butt, my dad, longtime smoker, would always, what he would do is he'd drink soda. He would have the last little bit. He would leave it, and he'd put the cigarette out in there. One time he had it up on the counter, and I reached for it thinking it was mine, and I that cigarette butt with the backwash and everything else threw right into my mouth.
I took a sip of a drink one time. I thought it was mine. It wasn't. It was not a drink. It was like a Gatorade, and someone had thrown their discarded Zin in there. This was recently. I was like, oh, it's all gooey. It felt like an oyster was in my mouth.
I mean, while we're making people sick, I knew a guy who accidentally took a swig of a dip spit bottle.
So Timberlake was wasted. He gets the DWI. That's the report. The report says he was wasted. They didn't release, I've not seen the actual BAC on him. But there he's, his mugshot's been released. His eyes are just glassy. And the reports are saying that he has struggled with drinking for years. And it's not a secret. Everyone knows he has a real drinking problem, a lot of weed, but a major alcohol problem, and he's been hiding and masking it for years.
Now,
this is Justin Timberlake.
Where's the source material for this? Was this page 6?
They did the Ari Myrov repurposing a story.
But I mean, is it page 6? Is that who's got this one?
They have those quotes. Yes, they have those quotes.
So because that's what I'm trying to. So whenever we hear stories like these, you always kind of go like, okay, where is this like as salacious as TMZ may be? If TMZ reports them, it's like that's usually a pretty good source. The Inquirer, the National Enquirer, which has broken some famous stories before, if you'd like to Google those, they've most of the time when you see that, it's going to be like clearly sarcastic, almost clickbait thing. So that's the only thing I'm trying. Where does page 6 fall in that? What is page 6's reputation?
It's all over the map. But when it comes to entertainment, they're generally like they get it.
Give me an NFL.
New York, how about New York entertainment? When it comes to New York entertainment, they're generally on it, and that's
give me a Sports Insider parallel to the page 6 in terms of reputability for a story like this. They're not Woj, not Shams, but are they maybe?
They're 2012 Ian Rappaport.
That's good. That's okay. Then This is legitimate. This is legitimate.
Because he would miss.
Yeah.
Back then, he would miss. He doesn't miss as much anymore.
No.
But he would miss back then.
Yeah.
I mean, they miss on things. There's no doubt about it. They're not perfect.
But I mean, this is disappointing, though.
It's very disappointing. I like JT. You know, I don't. My problem with him is I have a problem hearing words. What happened?
Fantext was contributing. They're now contributing their own stories to things they shouldn't have adjusted. 940. Drank my buddy's Copenhagen spit out of a Jack in the Box cup. Threw a straw while driving on 35. Went from 80 miles per hour and smiling to 20 miles per hour and puking in the food bag.
Oh my God.
Gosh, just something about the straw and the concentration of it.
I can only imagine. But Timberlake he sings at a volume I can't hear. So I can never understand the words to a Timberlake song.
Because he's like, why? Because
I don't know.
It's like he's he's too high pitched for you.
Yeah,
he's like a dog.
Like
whistle.
You know that there's that new. It's called $1 Million Baby. That new song, kind of newish. It's not all over TikTok. It's all over TikTok. I can't hear it. I can't make out the words of the song. I can't any kind of higher pitched. My ears don't hear.
Interesting.
I can't figure out the words of the song, so I wind up not even listening to it.
When we get to the break,
I love his beats.
When we get to the break, I'm going to do one of these, like the hearing tests, where the tone gets increasingly. Like I want to see at what point it stops.
Yeah, I can hear it. It's just mumbled together for me. It doesn't I can't. It's not distinct. Is this the? Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah. I hope there's no bad words.
Okay, I don't understand what he's saying either, though, so I don't think that's you. Do you think this is what everybody else sounded like to him while he was in the Hamptons? Like just.
Yeah, it could be. Let's check in on our favorite girl. Last year we found a story. This was at the end of 2023, where Annie Knight, who's from Australia, was bragging about having relations with 300 people in the year 2023 of our Lord.
Was she the one who also said she took like 50 showers in 2020? Was she the one who gave us the stats at the end of the year?
I don't remember if she gave the stats.
Do you remember the girl I'm talking about, though? She was like 500 first dates, 50 showers. And like,
no,
she did like her date, she did her Bumble Wrapped,
right?
Basically.
Bumble Wrapped. No, it was a different girl. So she was on a show. She did not a show. She did an interview with a publication called Love Don't Judge, and she was telling how she broke the news to her mom about everything, and made a comment on social media that this year in 2024 her goal was to up her count to 365 for the year, which would be one a day. Well,
gross.
We are on June 19th. Happy Juneteenth out there. And she has already hit her number for the year of 365. So now her new count for the year, her new goal is 600 people. She has already been with citizens in 11 different countries this year. So, Annie Knight.
Why would you
advertise this?
she's lying, right?
I think she has to be, or she has a real different, explanation of what that is than I do.
I mean, that's 600 in a year.
In a year.
That's
gross, man.
Let's
be fair, that's gross.
That is Babe Ruth hitting 54 home runs in 1920. While the rest of the league combined is hitting
for 11. I know, that really is.
Where it's like, we got to move this girl's fences back. We can't have 230 down the left field pole anymore.
Wow, that's a good reference.
My gosh,
that's a good reference. 600.
Why would anybody
Why'd you admit to this? I know why. You're famous now. She's got an OnlyFans and.
She said she told her mom about this?
Told her mom about last year. I don't know about this year, and her mom knows now, I'm sure.
Did she tell her dad? Or
I don't know.
Probably not around.
Bobby?
Do you think I'm wrong?
I don't know. Well, Bobby.
There's whole research studies about this job.
That doesn't mean you have to say it. Bobby! Okay. All
Next story.
The next story. This is, I actually find this quite interesting. U.S. Surgeon General wants to treat social media like cigarettes and put warning labels on, like a Surgeon General's warning on social media. I actually think this is a fantastic idea. I don't know how much Surgeon General warnings actually work to help people stop smoking. I smoked for 20 years. I quit right after COVID, or right during COVID. I got COVID, and was it 2021? I had a bad batch of COVID in 2021, and I was still smoking at the time, and I quit like right then. I haven't had another one since. And I don't think the Surgeon General warning ever did anything for me. The risk of cancer would have been it, but I'm sure this contributes to it. Like if the Surgeon General warning says this will create, and there's facts to back it up. Like they'll just anecdotally say you'll have social dysfunction or whatever. But if they were to say certain things, would that curb your social media appetite?
Yeah, this is called, we call this SMU in the psychology community.
SMU?
SMU. Social media usage. That's how we shorthand it. It's interesting you bring this up.
This was also a college.
It is. This was something that the American Psychological Association was actually looking at the other day. They'd done research on individuals aged 17 to 25 years old and how social media impacted them. And the intervention group was asked to reduce smartphone-based SMU to 1 hour a day for 3 weeks, while the control group had no limitations on it. And the control group, or the group that was asked to limit their social media usage, found marked improvements in depression, anxiety, FOMO, all of that sort of stuff. So they say, look, if you're dealing with emotional distress, their recommendation should try reducing social media use, particularly on the cell phone, by at least an hour a day.
Yeah.
For like a week or two. And just as a small goal, reduce it by an hour a day for the course of 2 weeks. See if you feel better. If you do, maybe make some more.
Maybe make some sense.
And I think I think recommendations are probably better than putting a skull and crossbones over the Twitter app.
They say young people now. They don't define what young people is. I assume young people is under, 21, 18, 25, 14. They report higher instances of depression and anxiety after spending an average of 5 hours a day on apps and websites.
Do you I hear people say this? Where does
because message boards were social media, right? A form of it.
Yeah,
that was just as toxic as anything.
I mean, worse at times, I guess. So, what is generally the line of thinking has been with social media that people present perfect lives, and so it gives unrealistic standards and expectations. It's not so much just the action of being on there makes you naturally depressed. It's like
it's not being on there. You're right. It's you're young, you're 14, 15, 16, you're in puberty, your emotions, your hormones. You don't know how to control your emotions yet, for one. Your hormones are crazy. You're a young girl, young boy, whatever. And you see someone that's also your age posting all these fake stories about themselves. Like the amount of people on social media that take photos inside private jets, that have never been actually flying on a private jet.
Or like we talked about the...
Because there's companies. Yeah. You can rent 15 minutes in a private jet just for a photo op.
Yeah, you had that story about like people who were renting photos with like Stanley Cups for their social media.
Yeah, so like they're presenting this reality that isn't real, and people who are young and impressionable and immature mentally, whatever, are getting depressed because they don't have that.
How do we take it? Like, how do you, me, Sean, like, how do we accelerate retirement by finding that sort of thing for us? Like the Stanley Cup or the jet? Like, what kind of business could we start and lean into the people want to present a fake social media life? Like, hey, come up here and take pictures at the studio and look like you're a media superstar. Exactly. Anybody who wants to come up here for $50 for 5 minutes of photos in front of the microphones, we'll have you out here.
$50 for each of us. Not paid.
I'll even Photoshop in like, I don't know. I'll Photoshop in Laura Ingraham behind you or something,
Great.
so it looks like you're
Ingraham.
You're a big talk radio superstar.
Yeah.
Or Dr. Laura,
Dr.
whichever Laura you want.
I don't even know which Laura we're talking about anymore. It's chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Scientists, this is a great idea. They've created a new chip that gives your phone X-ray vision. I can't imagine how this is going to go over, how this will fail. But, you want the Superman X-ray vision thanks to the University of Texas at Dallas and the Seoul National University in Korea. They've created this chip that you can put in your mobile device, making it possible to detect objects inside packages or behind walls. Great idea. So now when the package from Amazon gets left at the doorstep, all they got to do is somebody drives by your house, shines their cell phone on there, and they can see what's in it. And they're, don't want to take that. That looks good to me. It's a great idea.
That could save packages, though. Is that what you're saying? That
I guess it could save if you got a really boring package.
Yeah, if it's like,
linens.
If it's like contacts or something, then they don't want that. But if it's obviously a phone or something, they would take it.
Here's, and I'm trying to figure this out. What is this chip technology? Because isn't the whole idea like you shouldn't have, one of the things that hypochondriacs are told to avoid is like, don't go jump and get an X-ray every week because you can't expose yourself to that radiation that often. Like that carries a risk with it if you're to get X-rays that frequently. So
they use them at a lower gigahertz.
But if you're carrying it around
they say it's not harmful.
I mean, they used to smoke on news sets too. Yeah. Before they put the skull and crossbones on.
I don't know what that means.
Like on the 1950s, like the news reporters would smoke cigarettes.
News sets.
Yeah. Like
I thought you said nuisance. I was like, what is that?
There was at one point where they would advertise soda as like a healthy alternative, even better than water in like the 50s.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, I think this will be one that we come around to and go like, oh yeah, it turns out that having that little X-ray radiation pouring off of your phone that consistently cause problems for you.
Yeah. Bobby, we are never getting on an airplane again. I'm convinced.
So are we on an Airbus going to Oxnard?
If it's not Airbus, it's not for us.
That's right.
That's what we're on right now. We are on an Airbus. I made sure.
Good.
I made sure of that. Southwest had a Boeing plane experience a rare Dutch roll. Do you know what a Dutch roll is?
No.
They did this at 32,000 feet, which I was talking to a pilot about this the other day, and he said that is dangerous as all get out when it's at that level, at that altitude. So basically, they have a computer on board that protects against the Dutch roll. A Dutch roll is like where the plane starts to tilt back, the back of the plane tilts to the side and keeps going back and forth like this. The problem is at
like a hammock.
Yeah, the problem is at a high speed. What happens is the tail flies off and you crash. That's the problem.
Oh, great.
So that's good. That's good.
So that's where, like, when I watch air disasters, that Dutch roll is where the thing would come on and go, whoop, whoop, bank angle.
No,
whoop, whoop, bank angle.
No, so like that, sometimes you get like the wake turbulence that does that, but this was a different one, and the plane's going like this, and it can be very dangerous at high altitude.
Looks like it's dancing to that song you were playing a few minutes ago.
And it's supposed to have, absolutely, good one. It's supposed to have a computer on board that protects against that automatically does it for you. Something happened with the computer, and it went into this very, very dangerous Dutch roll. They had to ground the plane because of potential damage. They had to test it out. I am never flying again.
Was it a Mac? Was that the computer that was on board? It was Apple, wasn't it?
Oh, it was a Max.
It was a Mac. It was Apple. It was an Apple product.
Oh, it was an Apple computer.
Look, this is exactly why, though, I for years have just been like, I can't trust I can't trust airplane technology. I was way ahead of this. I was way ahead of the Boeing fallout, everything else. Is that every single time I watch air disasters, when they conclude everything, do you know what the explanation is? It's not like, whoa, there's this catastrophic failure and a million things had to click into place. It's like, yeah, the pilot he didn't push this one button when he was doing his checklist of 8,000 items before he took off.
One button.
If he would have pushed that one button, like he would have gone like, oh yeah, I forgot to turn the lights off. Like then the plane would have stayed up in the air. So again, a computer.
Now the guy I was talking to said, if you're a military trained pilot, you were trained for this extensively. If you were not, who knows? Who knows? They don't train you at the airline for this as much as they did in the military. So that was kind of troubling.
Yeah, that's concerning. And again, just another.
I'm never flying.
See, this is why whenever whenever people try to tell me, like, calm me down with airplanes, they're like, look, airplanes, they're not even that common. Airplane crashes are not even that happen. It happens once every few million flights. And I've thought about it before, and I'm like, I feel like there's
a story every week.
Well, no, but like for a long time, I was like, there's been more than a few million flights since the last story I heard about a plane. So, I mean, if you're telling me those are the averages, that means we're due for a couple within the stretch of less than a million. And that's what we're getting now. We're getting regression to the mean that I've been warning about for years.
Oh,
thanks, Boeing.
This is scary, man. That is chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt on your Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. MLB is about to make a tremendous error, a tremendous mistake. It's 8 o'clock hour. Chuck Cooperstein will join the show coming up at 8:20 on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get you a little bit of weight loss in your life at sodaweightloss.com.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on 105.3 The Fan. It is Sean and RJ. Sean is out. He is back tomorrow. Bobby Roberto Belt here alongside as always.
I had a listener ask me the other day. They're like, "Is your name actually Roberto?" Oh no. I was like, "No, it's Robert." But they thought because Sean said it so often they thought my name was Roberto now. But
Oh,
no,
baby.
It's Robert.
It is Robert. I like Roberto.
Every morning when Chop passes me in the hallway when I first walk in, he goes, "Robert." Every single time.
Robert. Every time. Have to. You have to.
Mm-hmm.
Rangers lose 7-6 to the New York Mets in a game they led 6-2 after, 5 innings, 6 innings?
Yeah.
5 innings.
After 5 innings, they were up 6-2, and then just it was
bit
by bit. We call that incrementalism.
Yes, bit by bit. Chuck Cooperstein coming up at 8:20, below the belt at 8:40. Let's get into some MLB stories. Obviously, the big story of the day in Major League Baseball, the great Willie Mays passed away last night around 8:30, 8:45.
Yeah.
At least that's what the news broke. Tremendously sad. He was such a wonderful player. And obviously I never got to see him play, but do y'all remember those the black and white home run derbies in like the 90s they would air?
Mm-hmm.
They were like the reruns of these 1950s and 60s home run derbies. They did it at some field that looked like Wrigley Field, but it wasn't. It had ivy, brick wall, and everything like that.
Yep.
And you would get Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle and Ted. All these stars showed up for this thing. It'd be the equivalent of like, just mega stars of today, of Seager and Ohtani and Judge and all these guys all participating in this weekly home run derby. The guys didn't make any money back then. Oh, here's $500 if you win.
Yeah, and they would have those like almost felt like scripted movie set interviews off to the side after they would hit. Yeah, and it's just like it felt like the backdrop, and maybe the backdrop looked like it was a TV set. It didn't even look like they were really where they were standing.
In the booth, yeah. And then it would be you played 9 innings, you get 3 outs an inning, and they called strikes. If you didn't swing and the pitch was over the plate, strike, 1 out. Like that, it was
taking
cutthroat,
pitches.
man. No, it was cutthroat, and it was cool. Like I always enjoyed watching those. And Willie Mays was always on those a lot. I mean, I saw him a lot. Just at a time where baseball was the number one sport in the world at the time. He played first couple years of his career in New York alongside Mickey Mantle, and that was like the rivalry is those two guys. And then they moved to San Francisco, and he became a legend out there after a while. After you mentioned that there was when he first got there,
the rivalry was Mickey Mantle in New York. The rivalry in San Francisco was like zoning commissioners, I guess, or something, or people who landlords. Yeah, that was what he ran into in San Francisco.
And the incredibly sad part is that Major League Baseball tomorrow has their game in Birmingham at an old Negro League stadium that he played at in Birmingham, the Rickwood Field, where the Birmingham Black Barons played. And now he won't even get to see it on TV. I mean, he was supposed to be at the game. Then he announced this week that he was not going to be able to make it. I think we know why now. He was obviously in failing health, and that's just another sad aspect of the story.
Yeah, I mean,
he's an all-time great.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe the greatest. You
lived
never
an
know.
incredibly full life, and like you mentioned, definitely went through some struggles and had a more difficult time than you would think a national superstar like Willie Mays would have in terms of just because of the era that he came up with and a lot of the racially charged division that existed. Zero bitterness in old age at all about it. Like in that documentary he talked about being young and being angry at times and upset, but he had come to a place of complete peace. Just a great individual. One of the probably 3 people in existence who have ever softened the heart of Barry Bonds. I mean, that's the type of person that he was.
He came at 17 years old in 1948. He played for the Birmingham Black Barons. That was the year after Jackie Robinson made his debut. So he played 13 games for them. And I didn't realize this until recently where MLB added the Negro League stats. I didn't realize that they had played so few games. I thought they played a normal 160-game schedule. I didn't realize they played schedules in the 60s, and they barnstormed to make some cash the rest of the year. But so he played just 13 games that year. Then he gets signed by the Giants, is in their minor league system for a couple of seasons. Then he debuts in 1951, and then he goes to war. So at 20 years old, he plays. At 21 years old, he plays 34 games and then goes off to war. Misses the entire next season, so he missed about a year and a half. And then his career just really took off from there, and he wins the MVP in 1954, his first year back from service.
One of the notes I had discovered watching Willie Mays documentary last year was, remember Ed Montague, the umpire, the Major League Baseball umpire?
I do.
His dad was the scout that found Willie and gave him a $4,000 contract to come play for the Giants.
No kidding.
Yep.
Wow. I mean, he was 17 when he was playing for the Black Barons in 1948.
Paved the way for guys like Luka Dončić, teenagers who are kicking everybody's ass.
There you go. MLB's making a mistake with this, I believe. Tell us about this.
Dude, this is something that I had heard nothing about this. This was something that a Reddit user had spotted it while reading an article and posted. It was like, hold on, what's happening here? And maybe there's been discussion about this and I've just missed it. But I know when I asked you and Sean about it during a break, you guys hadn't heard anything about it. So there was an article over in the Las Vegas Review-Journal late last week that said Vegas Athletics ballpark may benefit if MLB alters playoff format. It's like, okay, what would that have to do with anything? It said, and so the story says language in the Oakland Athletics Las Vegas draft non-relocation agreement includes safeguards in the event Major League Baseball chooses to alter its playoff format. Mark Arnold, special counsel of the Las Vegas Stadium Authority, said during a May 18th meeting, this just came out, by the way. It was said in May 18th, but it just got covered. During a May 18th meeting of the board of directors, that MLB is requiring teams' non-relocation agreements to include a section that leaves the option open for teams to play playoff games at a single host site. He said it could be possible for the MLB to go to some model that is more like the Super Bowl, if you will, where some playoff games are played in a location that is not necessarily the home stadium of any of the teams. So the MLB is basically trying to, we talked about this where in Farmers Branch, where I'd grown up, that years ago they had put in a rule about a certain minimum amount of square footage for the size of new homes that were built. Because slowly over time, they wanted bigger and bigger houses to replace the ones that were already in place. So this seems like a similar incremental push from MLB. Like, okay, we're going to need to start, when we get the opportunity for some of these agreements, we need to start sliding language in that says you may not be hosting a playoff game. And I don't know if they want to avoid, maybe this is influenced by, do they want a Super Bowl-like atmosphere, or is it a Tampa Bay Rays situation where are the Rays struggling to sell out a playoff game? Well, we're not doing that because we'll sell out a playoff game then in Houston. If Houston's not playing, we'll go send Tampa to Houston as a neutral site location to play these games. But I find it fascinating that the city of Las Vegas and these interactions that they're having with MLB, they're coming away with the impression that Major League Baseball would at least like to leave open the possibility in the future of Super Bowl-like neutral site playoff games, which I think would be a massively stupid decision.
If they want to do the World Series in a neutral site, I think we can get down with that. The playoffs, no. Like you've earned the right to play at home to get to the finals. Like that to me is important. Because especially as the calendar gets closer to November, I mean, the weather does get really crappy in some of those northern cities. So do you want rainouts? Do you want bad weather? I have no problem with the idea that they want the most important games to be played in perfect conditions, and an indoor in the Globe or Houston or Vegas or whatever would be that, because they're temperature controlled. But if Major League Baseball thinks that the Tampa Bay Rays would be able to play a game in Houston if the Astros aren't playing in the playoffs and they're going to sell out, they're mistaken. Nobody's going to go watch. We have 8 million people here. If the Tampa Bay Rays played a playoff game in the Globe and the Rangers were not involved and they were playing just the Twins, are they getting 40,000 there?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, if 20 years from now, if they do this every year and people know about it, it's just a thing, then maybe.
Well, and
first year, I don't think there's a chance.
What if it's, and maybe this is their thought process, because again, it's very vague. There's nothing, and when there were people who reached out to MLB for comments on it, like the Las Vegas Review-Journal, they did not get a lot of clarity from Major League Baseball. They did talk to the A's president, Dave Kaval, and he said he's not aware of pending plans for MLB to change the league's current playoff system. But if that ever happened, he did acknowledge, well, let's operate under the assumption that that could happen, okay? If it does, then Vegas would benefit, because Vegas would become one of the target host sites for that type of playoff game. So you guys wouldn't even have to worry about it. That would be one of the areas. So Kaval is already talking about this as something where, look, I don't know if they're going to make the change, but let's operate under the assumption they do. Like, this is a team president saying that this is something that we at least can have the discussion of what would happen if MLB went this way. And that it's something that MLB is trying to get put into relocation agreements. And so I think maybe the idea is those, like the series the Rangers played against the Rays, the 3-game wild card. Maybe they think that one should be a neutral site.
Yeah.
The wild card, that initial wild card round should be a neutral site. And then when you get into the rest of the playoffs, then it gets back to them. But to me, I've been to NFL playoff atmosphere. I've been to playoff games in all sports, NFL, NHL, NBA, MLB. It is not even close, the intensity of an MLB playoff atmosphere for me compared to the other 3 sports. I think MLB playoff home atmosphere is absolutely electric. And hockey's probably the closest one that I felt. But man, if you were to take that away, the Chuck Morgan coming on the PA and saying, "Get ready, Rangers fans. In 30 seconds, you'll be going live," like those same sort of instructions they give to every home crowd for the, hey, let's do the towel with it. There's
a level. It was great. The Globe was great this year. The old Globe I thought was better in 2011. But
yes, I agree. There's still a sterile nature about the new one. It's a little museum-like, but the MLB playoff atmosphere is as close to replicating the intensity of like college football whiteout atmosphere.
Yeah, it would be a miss. Now, Franklin injury attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. Random Stadium World Series will be badass. All rounds but World Series could be hosted by the home team. Neutral site World Series. You could do that. Maybe Game 7 of a World Series. You would put in the who knows, right? Neutral site, whatever.
Teams are willing to
travel.
Are teams willing to? And I guess I don't know how does the MLB revenue share work in terms of would they?
I don't know.
Like the home team, I'm assuming collects all of that gate stuff that they get for playoff games. I'm assuming they don't have to split any of their playoff revenue with.
They may have to split it with the road team, but not the rest of the league.
Yeah, and so I mean, does that change if they like if you're at a neutral site? Do you end up losing certain revenue benefits? Like, are owners going to be okay with that? I mean, it doesn't sound like Dave Kaval was worried about it. Of course, the A's don't have to worry about playing in the playoffs.
No, they don't. Not right now. They don't. That's. I don't like it. I would not be a fan if this was the new normal. That's for sure. They're gonna try to find a way to do it though. Rob Manfred loves tinkering.
Dude,
that's the thing. He loves tinkering.
Maybe the worst thing that could have happened was
all those things
the success of all his tinkering, because then it empowers him to, all right, let's do some more.
Yep, because attendance is through the roof right now. Highest attended weekend in 15 years they just had.
So our pitching arm injuries.
Yeah, they are. There's no doubt about that one. All right, it is Sean and RJ here on this Hump Day edition of 105.3 The Fan. The great Chuck Cooperstein. Little bow on the Mavericks season coming up next year on 105 through The Fan. Let's get you on over to K Post Roofing.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
On 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss. That's soda. Cars for Kids. Donate today at krld-fm.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
1 hour from now, the great Brett Boone will join the show. Talk a little Major League Baseball. We get in the Stanley Cup Finals coming up at 9 o'clock and Below the Belt coming up at 8:40. But it is time for my good buddy, the great Chuck Cooperstein, voice of the Mavs, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan.
And what did the Galloway intro used to be? Coop in the loop on the loose.
Morning, Coop.
Morning, boys. How are you?
Good morning.
Doing well. I should be getting ready for a game 6, but that is not in the cards.
No. Either game 2 or game 3, but for me it was game 2. That's the game that they will look back and certainly rue the moment. They knew they had to win at least once in Boston, and that was the game to go get because the Celtics basically were begging them to win that game, and they just weren't good enough to win it.
Did you come away from the series then thinking that Boston was clearly the better team, or did like you just kind of said, the Mavs had their chance and they didn't take advantage of the chances they had?
I think Boston was definitely better. I don't think it was necessarily, as dominant as it's being made out nationally. Look, there were 2 home blowouts for the Celtics. There was 1 home blowout for the Mavericks, and there were 2 swing games, at either place, both of which went Boston's way. That again, very easily could have gone the Mavericks' way. So, to me, I always thought it was going to be at least a 6-game series, and even more so probably a 7-game series. But hey, that's what happens. Boston is 80-21. It's one of the great seasons in the modern NBA, and with just all their metrics are such that suggest that they are not just a worthy champion, but even a historic champion. So, kudos to them. Mavericks shouldn't feel bad that it's over. Be happy for what you have, right? And what they had was an incredible run, and really starting from March 7th, not even just through the playoffs, but go back to March 7th, and you look and you see what they did in that time, and you see the possibilities, and that's what's really cool because. You look at the Celtics, and ultimately that was a team that was nearly a decade in the making. And it still took a couple of very deft off-season moves by Brad Stevens to bring in both Porzingis and Drew Holiday to be able to seal the deal for them.
Coop, do you think the Mavericks look at this, like you just said there? I agree. I think it was closer than it's been made out nationally because when you look at a lot of the peripheral statistics for the team over the course of that 5-game series for Boston was not playing nearly as efficiently or as well as they had been shown to do at a historic pace before that. Do you think Dallas is coming away from the series, Luka, Kyrie, Jason Kidd, people like that? Do you think they're coming away going, man, we missed an opportunity here because we really contained them offensively in a way that other teams hadn't been able to?
Yes. Look, if you had told me before the start of the series that the Celtics would never score more than 107 points in any game, and won the series, I would have been stunned. Would absolutely have been stunned because there was no way that you could tell me that any team that had Luka, even in a somewhat compromised state, and Kyrie would not be able to score, and in fact could not score 100 points in all 4 of their losses. Never was on the bingo card here, kids.
Nope.
I think if nothing else, the great thing about the playoffs and the finals in particular is, number one, it shows the flaws of your team. And it ultimately shows what you need to work on in order to get to the ultimate goal. And I think it's pretty clear here what the Mavericks need, and not that they're going to be able to achieve it, but the idea of having a third ball-handling guard who can really create his own shot, kind of like what they had 2 years ago with Spencer Dinwiddie, when Dinwiddie played the best that he's ever played in his life. I don't know that Dante Exum is that player, even though there are things that he does really well offensively that help them. But, I think you definitely need that type of player so that Luka and Kyrie can't be focused upon to the point that they were, and it completely bogged down the entire offense. So, to me, that was the thing that most came out of the series. It's what your weaknesses are, and how do you address it at the highest level. It may not necessarily matter in February, but it could very well matter in May and June.
Talking with Chuck Cooperstein, the radio voice of the Dallas Mavericks here on 105 through the Fan. Coop, there was a lot made, of course, obviously about the return of Kyrie to Boston and the atmosphere there. It was obviously a very loud and intense atmosphere, but this was something we had asked Mike Breen last week, and I was curious for your take on it. Was it really did you feel like it was a hostile environment for Kyrie, or did you feel like it was a intense environment, but it was no different than just an intense playoff environment, the way playoff environments tend to be?
Oh, no, it was hostile. It was definitely hostile. I've never... The only time I've ever seen anything really addressed to one player the way this was when Kiki Vandeweghe back in the day used to come to the to Reunion Arena after he rejected playing for the Mavericks. Wound up playing with Denver, was a great player, and every time he touched the ball, at least certainly in the early years, as it moved on, it kind of became comical because everybody knew what the drill was. But in the crucible of the finals, it was real, and not just in the building. Look, it's all over town. When you're selling T-shirts that say Kyrie sucks, it's real. No, I don't know that anybody literally has had to go through that.
Coop, was this a bad matchup physically for Kyrie? Like, were defensively, were they too strong, too big? Was it just a bad matchup for him?
In some ways, yes. In some ways, look, Kyrie just missed shots. Yeah. And he just missed shots that he normally makes. But look, there's a reason why Drew Holiday and Derek White were second-team All-NBA defensive players. They showed it. Their length and their strength, and their and again, just the ability of the Celtics. I think they talk about how they didn't switch. Celtics did a little more switching in this series, I think, than they did previously. But all of them have the ability to guard, and Kyrie couldn't quite get to the rim as easily as he could and did in some other series. In a lot of ways, this was like the Oklahoma City series for Kyrie, where the length of Oklahoma City, not necessarily strength, but the length really bothered him. In the other two series against the Clippers and Minnesota, it really didn't. But give full credit. Hey, Derek White, how did the Spurs give him up? Seriously. That's exactly the guard they need to play with Wembanyama, right? How did they do that? And look, you know how Holiday wound up there. It just blame Milwaukee for that. What were they thinking? Why did they think that bringing in Damian Lillard to replace Drew Holiday would work? There's a reason why Drew Holiday has now won 2 championships and is going to be on 2 Olympic teams. He's one of those guys that simply wins. He does whatever you need him to do for your team to win.
Coop, this was obviously a big part of the consolation, I guess, a lot of people nationally seem to be trying to give the Mavericks was, hey, you know what? This is just the beginning. Luka's going to be back here. The Mavericks will get back here. He's got this in his future. And it reminds me back a little bit to, it felt like there was similar discussion about Devin Booker when the Suns lost. And since then they've had trouble. What needs to occur this offseason, do you think, for the Mavericks to ensure they do get back there and that this isn't a defeating moment that prevents them from progressing?
Well, first off, there's nothing that ensures anything. Okay? Look at the Western Conference. I mean, look at the Western Conference and the quality of those teams. Number one, that made the playoffs. Number two, of those teams, how many of them went through injuries during the playoffs? And then look at teams like Houston and San Antonio that are going to get better. I mean, Wembanyama is going to get better, and they've got 2 picks in the top 8 of the draft. I mean, they're definitely building something. And Houston is definitely building something and building a culture with Ime Udoka coaching them. They were far better this year than they were last year. And Utah, if they would ever stop letting go of the rope midway through the season, I mean, they are a highly competent team. Every game in the West, you play 52 games in the West, and really other than your games that you were playing against Portland, which also has 2 first-round picks this year, those games are wars. And it does take a lot out of you, let alone what happens when you get to the playoffs where everything is matchup dependent. So there's nothing that ensures it. But, the fact that, you hope that Luka, continues to improve. It can be, frankly, a little more consistent with his shooting. His three-point shooting clearly went awry at the end of the series, even though he had his best season ever shooting threes and shooting free throws. Hopefully he can, stay in the shape that he was in really for the first 2/3 of the season. The fact that he was hurt as much as he was, I have to imagine affected, his workout schedule and just, keeping himself in the manner that he was early in the year. I think that was probably a little bit hard for him. But it's not like this team needs an entire overhaul. As I mentioned, they need a third ball handler. They can use probably somebody, bigger who can stretch the floor as Lively and Gafford really are rollers. I mean, we saw Lively make that 3 in Game 4, and he may eventually get to that point, but I don't know that he's necessarily going to be there next year to where that's a reliable part of his offense. I mean, I just don't see him standing out there and taking 3 3-pointers a game next year. But I do think that it's something that he will ultimately work on. And by the time he's 24, and let's remember, he's just like 20 years and 125 days old, he'll get there. So there's not necessarily a lot. There certainly are things that can be improved upon, but the road next year is not going to be any less difficult than it was this year.
Coop, do we have any idea? Because Cuban, there's a report that Cuban's role is now completely changed from last year. Do we have any idea the new ownership, like how they want to approach spending and stuff in the offseason? Any kind of knowledge of that?
I think we don't know much. I know that they held a news briefing on Friday of Game 4, which was a very odd time in my eye for them to do that. Maybe because they knew everybody else's attention would be focused elsewhere. But I haven't seen anything internally as far as staff and whatnot that would prevent them and prevent this group from spending whatever they feel they need to spend in order to win. And what they have done, it appears, is put their faith in Nico Harrison. And given what Nico's done, why wouldn't you put your faith in him? He's done a phenomenal job in building this thing and being creative. And let's face it, the Mavericks, there have been a lot of times in these 3 years where you're wondering, like, how are they going to do this and what's going to happen? And, all of a sudden you see stuff happening that, frankly, didn't always happen in the past. So, I think that they pretty much have put their faith in Nico to build the team as he sees the team. And at least, if it means, spending a little more money, I think they're willing to do that. Let's see if they're willing to go into the second apron. I don't know if that's your question or not. I don't know that they're necessarily willing to do that right now, and nor do I think that they really have to go do that right now. Mm-hmm. But I think the franchise is in a pretty good place.
66 days till college football. It's right around the corner.
66 days to college football, and believe it or not, only about 110 days until the Mavericks play a preseason game again.
Short off season for Luka, and then the Olympics. And
that's another thing too. Is this going to be the summer that Luka finally decides that he's not going to play, as much as he wants to play, and his desire to play for his national team and win medals for his national team, it trumps just about everything, or certainly stands alongside trying to win an NBA championship for the Mavericks. You know how much he loves it, and generally speaking, I'm a fan of playing in the summertime. I think it's great, and I think especially with that type of competition, it forces you to be in really good shape. But listen, he took a beating. He took a beating, not just from April 21st to June 17th, but even leading into the second half of the season. There's a lot that went on here, and kudos to the Mavericks training staff for basically being able to get him out there every night and do what he did. But I have to believe that if it doesn't happen this summer, it will never happen. I mean, there's a qualifying tournament in Greece from July 2nd through the 7th. It's a killer draw. They may not make it anyway, even if he were there. That's where, obviously Greece is going to be the favorite to get there, and Giannis is going to play. So we'll see. But a little rest, a little R&R could do him a whole lot of good.
Yes, it could. Hey, brother, we appreciate it, man.
Thanks so much. Take care, guys.
All right, Chuck Cooperstein, enjoy the offseason. Join us here on 105.3. What's coming up next in Below the Belt?
Why is Joe Burrow talking about football mortality, and should the NFL be concerned about it? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course,
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take
off my belt.
We're not. I ruined the morning show, but did Baltimore just ruin their helmets?
Oh,
I don't know. They're getting a lot of positive reviews. We'll dive into more of that here in just a second. First, Joe Burrow. Pretty good quarterback, wouldn't you say? RJ
I
Choppy?
think I could make an easy case. He's the second best in the league.
What would be your biggest argument against Joe Burrow, just in general as a player? What would you say? Hey, if there's something I don't love about Joe Burrow, it might be this. What would it be?
He's fragile.
He is always hurt. So much so that it's started creeping into his head a little bit. Have you ever watched the show Scrubs, Chop?
No, I don't want no scrubs.
No, the show Scrubs with Zach Braff. Yes. Not the TLC song. There was a line in one of the episodes where Dr. Cox blames himself for somebody getting sick and dying, and JD, the other doctor there, when he starts trying to walk off and leave his shift, he says, hey, as soon as you start blaming yourself for people's deaths, there's no coming back from that. And I think as soon as Joe Burrow or anybody else starts referencing light at the end of the tunnel or thinking about how fragile they are, I don't know that there's any coming back from that.
Bill Parcells would say that. He would say, the moment you think about retirement, you have to go.
Which, not that I think Joe Burrow's going to be awful next year because of this. I'm just saying this is now something that he'll have to deal with since it's clearly in the forefront of his mind. So Joe Burrow was out at Bengals minicamp last week, and the injuries have just piled up. He had torn ligaments in his right wrist at the end of 2023. We know he's had the knee injury. There have been other times he had that calf, you remember, and then I think he had a knee issue in training camp last year. So he was asked about the injuries piling up, and this is what he said. He said, whenever the injuries start to stack up, your football mortality kind of comes into the back of your mind. So that's definitely something I've thought about and something I have had to fight through.
Okay, so is he saying football mortality in the, when am I going to, my career being over, or the football mortality in that I'm human and this is just part of my my career where I'm just going to be hurt all the time?
No, I think it's more the mortality of the
end of the
we're talking about football. Basically what he's saying to me is football death, the end of football. And when the injuries start stacking up, you become aware of, hey, there's a limit on how long you can do this. And boy, I would be a little concerned.
He's getting paid, right? He got paid.
Not anything that would make me not want to give Joe Burrow another contract or anything like that, but it would just make me a little bit man, he's acknowledging he's actively having to push back thoughts of basically disaster scenario thoughts in his head.
Dude, could you imagine being the Cincinnati Bengals and you were so bad for so long?
Yep.
And you fall back into Joe Burrow. He falls right into your lap.
Yep.
Into Joe Burrow, into the next Tom Brady, into Joe Cool, man, the guy who is a gamer. The only guy that has shown any consistency in being able to beat Patrick Mahomes. The only guy.
Burrowhead, they call it.
Stay healthy.
Yeah,
he may quit after one contract.
You end up getting the quarterback version of Terrell Davis, potentially.
God.
That would just be brutal for them. Now,
what an existence.
He says they're doing things to manage his injuries, doing different things to try and...
keep him off the field?
I mean, look, you got to a point. If he gets hurt this year, you're talking about him in a similar vein, I would think, in Cincinnati that you talk about Sean Lee in Dallas.
Sean Lee, Kawhi Leonard, something like that. Right? Somebody always hurt. Always Greg Oden, Bill Walton.
So just
he's Bill Walton.
Yeah,
he's always hurt.
Just the fact that this is in his head and he's actively thinking about it, I would just be a little concerned in Cincinnati. Not that there's anything we've got to move on from this guy. It's just I would be concerned that that's going to impact him and his thought process and his approach moving forward. Speaking of thought processes,
and I wonder if every player in the NFL, it's maybe not the quarterback position, but like I'm sure like running backs all think about. I mean, because they're fully aware that this next carry could be their last, right?
Yeah. Whereas quarterbacks, maybe they're not as aware of it, especially in the era of Brady, Rodgers, Manning, guys who are playing up to 40.
Yeah.
And whereas running back, you're Jimi Hendrix, you're Janis Joplin, you're in the 27 club.
God,
that's where you end up going.
And Peyton, that is.
Dude, we explained this to you 2 weeks ago. Listen, the first time.
Thank you, Sean.
Man,
he's spicy.
We built
Peyton is spicy.
We have created a bitter employee.
Yes,
here.
we have.
We took an innocent child and turned him into Carter Freeman, man. All right, Justin Fields is turning heads out there in Pittsburgh, baby.
Really?
Yeah,
I said it. He should start.
And by that I mean
starter.
They're turning their heads and vomiting on the sideline after watching him throw.
No, I was wrong. I didn't say that. I never said
reports out of Pittsburgh are that, and Justin Fields had a big-time fan, a big-time admirer in Ray Fittipaldo, who is a Steelers insider, Steelers reporter, and he had said, man, I thought that a lot of the issues were overblown, and, he was going to come in here, and this was going to be a good situation for him. Not that it still can't be, but he said, watching him in minicamp, man, it's worse than they said.
Really?
He said it's worse than people had presented. The accuracy issues. He says that he's just not able to hit anybody, that everything's skipping, nothing's on time. And it's wild because when you saw him at Ohio State, fine. Do guys bust all the time? Yes, absolutely. But there was nothing, I don't think, when you saw him play at Ohio State that would make you say, oh, well, that guy's going to be Tim Tebow-like bottom of the barrel passer. Like there was, I didn't
hit
see
a much better arm for starters.
I feel like those kind of guys that exist in the NFL, you saw it at college that guy can't throw, and you were hoping it would click at the NFL, and it didn't. Fields never showed that he was completely incapable of throwing a football like has been the case at the NFL. It's bizarre. It is. He has regressed as a passer almost, it feels like, since he left Ohio State. But Justin Fields doesn't look like a great situation so far for him in Pittsburgh. Maybe that's why Russell Wilson was like, yeah, bring him on. I don't care. I'm not threatened by him. Sure, I can handle Justin Fields with the Steelers. All right, last note here. The Baltimore Ravens are getting rave reviews.
Okay, Chuck, yeah, okay.
In the social media sphere. And I don't think I'm a fan. Ryan, you can put up the picture now. This is the alternate helmet that the Baltimore Ravens are going to be wearing at times next year. So the typical helmet it's like a black one with a profile view of a slick, slender Ravens head, and on the back of it, it's a B on the back of their head. But it's a nice looking helmet. I like this. This is purple. This is like a shade lighter of purple now for those listening.
I do like the shade of purple.
It's like a shade lighter purple than the Vikings. But this looks like a just beaten down mother of four that just woke up to her kids screaming. That's what this Raven looks like. And just looks frazzled. And here's the biggest issue I have with it, and this is probably where my own weird brain is more to blame than the Baltimore Ravens. I don't like that this will be the only logo, I believe, in the NFL, Chop, that the face is for. It's not a profile view. It is a front-facing logo.
Oh,
now you have back in the day, you had the Buccaneers with the sword through the mouth, like through the teeth that they were holding.
The Jaguars is kind of at an angle.
The Texans is kind of at an angle too, but either way, it's not face forward. And so you've got some others like the Raiders where it is, but the Raiders is on an emblem. So to me, it's different. This one,
it's not an animal face
I
forward.
can't. This reminds me of RJ Ochoa from Blogging the Boys. I can't remember which helmet it was, but he has some issue with one helmet where it's the only bird helmet or something where the face faces the opposite way. Everybody else has it go in a certain direction, and whichever team this is, I can't remember.
The Eagles?
Seahawks or somebody. Yeah, one of them has it facing the wrong direction compared to every other team in the NFL. This is similarly something that my stupid brain, I don't think I'm going to be able to work around. But I think the logo looks stupid. You said it during the break. It's very XFL looking to me.
It's very XFL looking. You know what I just thought of? I just noticed this. Are the Ravens the only team in the league that use a different logo at midfield than they do on their helmet?
The Browns, right?
Well, the Browns just have their helmet at midfield, right?
Is it? Is that what it is? I can't
Sometimes it's that little guy.
I feel
elf.
like there's got to be one other one that does that. But no, I mean, that's completely
Like
possible.
The Cowboys star, the helmet star at midfield. I mean, just look around the league. They all do that at midfield, but the Ravens have that weird, like, Maryland flag logo at midfield, this one.
Yeah.
And
the original logo they had in 1996.
Yeah, and not the bird.
Yeah. And which I don't like. I don't like the emblem thing. But I do love the Ravens logo. And I like this give me the Ravens logo with that shade of purple, and I think we've got something. But this angry, frazzled, upset, stressed out professor looking bird, I'm not a fan of.
Yeah, all right, that's Belo.
The Belt
here on 105 through the Fan. Brett Boone joins the show at 9:20.
Booney.
And are we going to have the ultimate comeback completed in sports in the finals? Coming up next here on 105 through the Fan. Let's get you.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
He's got it, left corner offensive zone. On his backhand to Connor McDavid, who breaks loose. McDavid, sharp angle shot, he scores! And Edmonton takes a 3-0 lead. Connor McDavid, his 7th from Vogel. And the Oilers threatening to drag the Panthers all the way back to Alberta.
Yeah, you nailed that earlier. That is exactly what that voice is.
Oilers radio, Vince McMahon with the call, or somebody sounding like him.
I mean, he does need a job now.
Yes, he does. Are the Oilers going to make history and come from 3-0 down and win? They closed the gap on the Panthers. They are heading back to Edmonton with a 5-3 victory over the Panthers. They've been getting to Bobrovsky the last couple of games. Woo-hoo-wee.
Boy, this would be a big victory for Canada's COVID protocols versus Florida and their open society. Like this would be.
Is that where we're going with?
I mean, like everything's a culture war now, Chop, and so I think that's part of it. Is that's a big factor in this series. How has Edmonton's conditioning been able to hold up, knowing that they've had to travel with their weakened immune systems to Florida without that?
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
I'm kidding. Everybody relax.
So it's, Connor McDavid, a 4-point night. Really good night for him. And Edmonton they're halfway home. They are halfway home now. They got 2 more wins to get. I'll tell you, if they win this one, there's going to be a lot of nervous people in Florida. A lot of dozens of them.
Would a Game 7 potential 3-0 comeback with Edmonton and Florida, do you think, where would that challenge any of the NBA Finals games ratings?
I mean, NBA Finals games got around $11 million a game. I don't know that it would challenge it. It might. I don't think so, though.
Canadian viewers would not be included in that, right?
Not in the U.S. ratings.
Right, so cumulatively we wouldn't.
Right.
Which kind of sucks for...
It does. You never know.
Yeah.
Because the NHL, I mean, obviously they have their own TV contract with CBC up there. I mean, they get their own ratings. So we'll see. I wonder if Oilers girl's going to be there. You remember her? She was in the crowd.
I remember both of her.
I think this was during the Stars series where she flashed the crowd. It was at a watch party in Edmonton at the arena. She flashed the crowd. It was under her. They were under her jersey. She was wearing a sweater, her Oilers sweater.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's back in the news. She had a little bit of fame. She did an interview. And people start putting the hate on her now because she's kind of like, well, I didn't want to be this viral, So it's one of those, and now she is deciding to clap back at the haters.
Oilers girl, actually, my name's Kate, but here we are. So I've thought long and hard about what I wanted to say to everybody. Anybody who knows me knows that I'm at one of my favorite places right now. Come here to do some thinking, we'll call it. But I just wanted to say, you could be the most perfect, godly person in the world. You could save kittens from a river if they were drowning. Someone's still gonna hate you. So you know what? At the end of the day, I got drunk and whipped my out at an Oilers game and they went viral. You if you don't like it. Woo! Go Oilers!
The internet's not her place. It's not for her. Like, she does not know what she's dealing with now. And by the way, if that's your favorite, I looked at this video. If that's your favorite place, remind me never to go to Edmonton. That looks barren as hell. And she's in a hoodie. It's late June.
Go Oilers.
It is late June. Why? In the date, at nighttime, I get it. Gaylord, Michigan at night, it's 55 degrees.
Beautiful.
At night, it's perfect at night.
GaylordGolfMecca.com.
75 degrees in the middle of summer in July. In the daytime, for it to be 57 degrees, that's on Earth. No wonder why they're complaining about the heat dome in the north.
Man, I just probably shouldn't say anything.
Okay.
I ran through like 5 different things in my head that I wanted to say.
Peyton.
What a proud moment for
Let's
Bobby,
give
man.
this man a round of applause here, shall we?
If Sean was here, I would say all 5 of them just to watch it, like the vein in his head burst.
Him melt. Yeah. The growth on this young kid. It's just...
It's amazing.
It's a proud big brother moment. It really, really is.
He'll still get fired within 2 years, though.
I think so, too.
Yeah.
Nope.
I
I sat on another joke just there when Chapu was making a reference to the growth of this young man.
Absolutely. Right. Wow.
Literally, I sat on it.
Yeah. Rangers lose 7-6 to the Mets. Tough one at the Globe. They were up 6-2, and they blow it. And the Mets have taken the first 2 games of this 3-game series, and you can hear the final game of the 3-game series. They try to avoid the sweep. 6:30 pregame right here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers have dropped, 5 in a row. 6 of 8. They are 10 back in the American League West. Now tied with Houston, who couldn't get out of their own way a month ago.
Yeah, I mean they're 11-23 over their last 34 games, and this entire run we've talked about, it's not been the pitching. Like you've been getting great pitching, and it's just the bats aren't showing
last
up.
night, no, but it's been
Pitching
fine.
the last couple games, you've had some issues, and it's especially frustrating last night when it's like the bats finally show up.
Yeah, you didn't
Wyatt Langford hits one over the fence finally. You score 6 runs in the first 5 innings. You get a 3-run homer from Josh Smith, and you don't do anything.
You didn't take advantage of the pitching you got over the last month.
No.
2 months. We are 8 games away from the midway point. Believe that? 8 games away. They're 34-40. 7 games. Boy, my math. No, 8. They're 33-40. 8 games away from the midway point of the season. And they're 10 back. I don't know what they do. I really don't.
Scherzer's coming back Saturday. He will start Saturday. And, yeah, I mean, we're careening quickly to the All-Star break when everybody is going to kind of make an evaluation of where are you? How real are you? By the way, that's an All-Star game, RJ Choppy, and a home run derby. You can hear that right here on 105.3 The Fan.
No.
Yes, you can.
Really?
Promise.
Oh, baby. That's great. I can't wait. Cannot wait. Right here on The Fan, all the All-Star festivities. We got a little breaking news on 105.3 The Fan, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com. Today, the Pistons have fired Monty Williams a year in to his contract. He still has 5 years and $65 million left on his deal. They got Trajan Langdon in there as their new president of basketball ops, and he was like, you gone. So Monty Williams, who was the 5th highest paid coach in the league, somehow he got that contract, and he's been fired for 1 season in Detroit.
Yeah, look, this is why you never go full Monty.
No.
That's why people say that. And look, this is unfair, to be honest. I think to Monty, you gave him the worst team in basketball, and you gave him a year.
You gave him a year. It's crazy.
I mean,
How do you give a guy a year?
I don't know what you expected him to do. Now, look, to be fair, is Trajan Langdon coming in there and identifying, man, there's a problem here in how we're trying to foster this young talent. There's a problem in how they're responding to this guy. Or his leadership style is great. Does he have some sort of indication of that?
Yeah, he's bringing Coach K.
Yeah, maybe that's the concern. Or maybe he sees that and he's identifying and he's making the right move. Fine. And to be fair, he didn't give Monty Williams that contract. No. But, man, it seems rash to not give the guy any more time than that.
It absolutely does. There's no doubt about that. All right, let's do a little get some award news here.
Yeah, we're watchdogging award definitions out here.
This is amazing. You know it's the silly season of sports when the Associated Press has to put out definitions on how they give out awards that they gave out 6 months ago.
Yeah, well, and it's because of the award they gave out 6 months ago that they had to tell people, ooh, guys, look, we're really trying to go for heartwarming stories here and not just dad bod coming off of the couch and willing the Cleveland Browns to an ass kicking at the hands of the Houston Texans in the playoffs. But the Associated Press is clarifying the criteria for the NFL Comeback Player of the Year award to emphasize that the winner should be a player who overcame injury or illness and not just a player who followed a bad year with a good year. The spirit of the AP Comeback Player of the Year award is to honor a player who has demonstrated resilience in the face of adversity by overcoming illness, physical injury, or other circumstances that led to him missing playing time the previous season. I actually think this is valuable definition right there because that was always my argument against Joe Burrow winning it. Where when they said Joe Burrow was Comeback Player of the Year, I was like, coming back from what, though? Like, he hadn't played. Like, he was essentially a rookie coming off of this injury. So I understand. But if you're saying it's overcoming illness or injury or those sort of things, all right, well, then that makes more sense. Because I've always thought comeback meant you come back to form, essentially. You return to what you once were after challenges. That's how I thought the award was. So I'll take that clarification. That's fine. But changing the criteria for the award, according to Pro Football Talk, began to gain momentum after Geno Smith won it in 2022. And in 2023, with Joe Flacco winning it over, obviously, Damar Hamlin, that became something that they're like, yeah, we probably need to work on this definition. Any issue at all with how they define the award?
Yeah, look, I don't care for that definition. I don't like, to me,
what should that award be? Or do you think the award's dumb?
Well, like, at some point, I mean, to me, the comeback player of the year means that you're improving.
Yeah.
To me, it's the award is not about what they're trying to make this award is who came back from the worst injury to just get on the field. So what they're saying is all you got to do is get on the field and you're the comeback player of the year. We didn't do anything.
I think it's probably, there were a lot of people who thought it was specifically, I think, in poor taste or whatever you want to say. I think a lot of people were like, how do you just, Damar Hamlin was dead.
Yeah. Now I get that. That one is, he needs a different award, period.
Yeah, to me, it's a comeback player of the year should be a performance-based thing. And if you want a separate, if you want a separate thing, it should just be you shouldn't even have it left up to a whole bunch of, it should be like a panel of 3 people that go like, who are we going to identify? Who's our story this year that this is the guy
that's the guy.
Which, I mean,
Damar Hamlin needed to be honored somehow. Comeback player of the year, to me, like the performance has to play into an award. Otherwise, it's just who had the worst injury and made it back on the field.
So this is the second debate that started, because in the wake of the NBA Finals, we talked about it right after. Who are you giving the MVP award to? Like in the NBA Finals, Jaylen Brown got it ultimately? That was probably the right call, but we all kind of felt like this is weird. There's not somebody who's been super impressive consistently throughout the entire series. Even with Dallas, I mean, Luka was probably overall the most, but Luka had several stretches where he was not playing well. Mm-hmm. So this has started a discussion. There's a lot of people on social media pushing for it. There's a whole bunch of discussion on Reddit. Different NBA forums have been talking about it this week. There's this groundswell of support in the internet community again, Choppy, for this push for MVP needs to be a separate award from best individual player. You can
have a most outstanding player and you can have an MVP.
You need to award 2 different things here. You need to award best individual player, and MVP is most valuable. And most valuable would be most impactful player on the best team and player oriented. Best individual player overall would be player oriented. It does not matter if you win or lose, and that would be, in this instance, if you had this separate, Luka probably wins best individual player.
Yes,
and he does. MVP for impact would then probably be Jaylen Brown, is who they would give it to in that sense. But man, this has always been, you've struck me before, I believe. I don't know if we've had this talk, but I gather from other things that you've said, you believe MVP should be who was the best player, who provided the most value, not like who just on their own provided the most value, regardless of what their team did. Like that's how I've gathered you would call it. Or do you think it should be more about impact to a specific team, even if they weren't necessarily the best overall?
I think you have to marry it. You got to marry it. Now, like if you do something,
Trout would like never win an MVP,
right?
If
it was
that, if the definition was about what you did. Felix Hernandez never would have won a Cy Young when he went 13-12.
Right. I think you have to marry the two. You got to figure out which one fits, because I do think that you can. And A-Rod won it on a last place team.
Yep.
I think you need to do that. I think you need, if he was far and away the best, you got to give it to him. If they're 2 are even, maybe you give it to the guy on the better team who's was more impactful. But that's that. I do think there needs to be a best player, or like a most important or most improved, whatever. You want to do that, most improved versus comeback player of the year, and you want to do most outstanding and then the MVP. All right, Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan, 9 o'clock hour. It is time for a little Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider will join the show. Coming up next on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get you over.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A one-ball count. Yates about as deliberate as you're allowed to be with the pitch clock, and comes home. There's a swing and a hot shot over third. It's past the diving Duran and down into the left field corner. Nimmo scores. J.D. Martinez will stop at third. It's a double for Alonso, and the Mets lead 7-6.
Eric Nadel with the call. Game you heard right here. Rangers lose a tough one. They were up 6-2 after 5, and they wind up losing 7-6 to the Mets, who, I mean, they can't lose right now. Was it Grimace? Is that what it was?
Yeah, Grimace. 7 in a row since Grimace threw out the first pitch.
And the Rangers have lost 5 in a row. We're joined now by Odyssey MLB insider Brett Boone. Insider Call is presented by Grainger with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger is the right product for you. Call clickgrainger.com or just stop by. Brett is also the host of the Brett Boone podcast, featuring the most notable names in MLB and around sports every week. Morning, Brett. How we doing?
I'm doing good, guys. What's happening?
Not
your Rangers.
No, not the Rangers. We will. That is. Look, when do you decide on a team? Like, when's too late for a team to really make a run? I mean, I guess with 10 games back, there's still 80 games to play, more than that, 90. When is too late?
Well, in today's game, there's a lot more leeway. You have a lot longer leash because of the format and the way it's set up. You know, there's six spots at the table in each league, so you have more time. And I think recent history has proven that winning the division isn't even close to as important as it used to be. You know, the way to the World Series seems to, you have just as good a chance of going through the wild card bracket as you do winning the division. So at this stage of the game, I think in Texas, because of how great it went a year ago, you know, I was just going over the offensive numbers, and I mean, there were one in every category in 2023. It's a new year. They've been banged up. A lot of their starting rotation, the obvious guys at the top are a Scherzer and a DeGrom that have been out all season. But I'll tell you that the pitching, for the most part, for what you've got, bringing Lorenzen in, he's really done a great job and kind of stopped the bleeding until you get the big boys back. You know, Sports, he's been out. The young kid, Young has missed a lot of time. I hear he's on the mend. Carter had that unbelievable run down the stretch last year. He hasn't been the same player. He's missed a lot of time. So you've been banged up a lot. So yeah, you do have that in your back pocket as an excuse. But I'll tell you, I'm looking at it. I'm looking at that division. I've been talking about it all year, how dominant that Seattle Mariners starting rotation is, and they're starting to show it. They're starting to pull away from the pack in the West. So I think as far as the West, you're never done. You got 90 games left. That's a lot of games. But I would say at this point, with the Mariners, that starting rotation, I think they're going to win the division this year. Texas trying to grab a wild card. We'll see. Long way to go, but they're definitely behind the 8 ball right now.
Brett, if things continue to trend in this direction for Texas, which 11-23 over the last month plus, if they continue to play poorly and start falling out of favor, at what point do you start looking at, hey, maybe there's some veterans that would be attractive that we can deal at the deadline? I mean, would that be a guy potentially like Lorenzen, who we just talked about, or
Sure.
would somebody like Evaldi potentially be involved in that? Would that be somebody who you think teams would say, hey, that's an attractive veteran starting pitcher we can add at the deadline. We'll give up something decent for Evaldi?
I think without a doubt, and without actually being in those meetings, in the inner workings of the Texas Rangers, you'll never know on what they're thinking long term. But I think, that coming off a World Series, an unbelievable run, the way the season's going thus far, if it continues to trend in this way, I think definitely that's going to be one of the Rangers' options to build up and get some more young players in return. That being said, I think right now you're not at that point yet. I think if we're sitting here a month from now, you really got to start considering that. The thing that Major League Baseball has done that I really like, because it's added more strategy to the game, is they put that trading deadline out 2 months instead of 1. So it's not that easy slam dunk, hey, we know we're out of it, or no, we're going for it. It's kind of makes you make that decision at that place where, well, are we going to win, or are we not going to win? I think it really adds a strategic element to it, and makes guys in the front office either come out smelling like a rose or, wow, what a bad move. Yeah. But nevertheless, I think it adds excitement to the game. So I think we got a little more time. Let's get to the All-Star break, figure out if this team turns it around. Right now, obviously, they've lost 5 straight. You mentioned at the top, they're playing a really hot Mets team that's won 7 in a row. And I think like 14 out of their last 18, something like that. But the Mets, nevertheless, have been hot. So that's the way baseball goes. It ebbs and it flows. Right now, these guys aren't ebbing.
No, they're not. And then I think 2 things. One, you've got all these guys coming back, but also the other problem that they're going to run into is, with Seattle's pitching being so good, that's not the team that you overcome a big deficit on with the pitching. If they were an offense first team and they didn't have any pitching, maybe you go to a slump. With those guys, I just don't know how they blow a 10-game lead. It's happened, but I don't know.
I'll tell you, their bullpen's decent. They're going to trend towards the upper part of the American League, not the lower. But you hit it on the head. Seattle's a real mediocre offensive team. I think this year they kind of found a nose for the finish line. That's what I'm kind of coining it. It's not the greatest offensive team, but they have that confidence. They've come back. They've walked teams off quite a few times. So once you do that as a player, as a team, you kind of look at each other late when it's close and go, we're going to come back and win this one, right? And it's a matter of confidence. So I think Seattle has that. But you're right. That starting rotation, they've got a number 1 in every position. It's just because you get to Wu in the 5 spot, he can be a bona fide number 1 at any time. So it's going to be tough in that division to overcome it. I think Seattle's got the best, not only the best pitching in that division or in the American League. I think top to bottom, starting rotation only. Let me keep it to rotation. Seattle's got the best pitching in all of the game, and that includes Yankees, Dodgers, Phillies, who are the juggernauts right now.
Insider Call is brought to you by Grainger. For the ones who get it done, Grainger offers professional-grade supplies and solutions made for every industry, backed by product experts. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop by. We're talking to Brett Boone, Odyssey Baseball Insider.
Okay, so Brett, we actually were discussing a basketball topic yesterday, and when we were talking about it, something came up that we're like, we need to ask Brett Boone for his thought about this tomorrow.
Without a doubt, I'm a hoop expert.
So the big storyline in the NBA Finals was Kyrie Irving going back to Boston, a place where he is just public enemy number 1. And we were trying to wonder, how much did that affect him? And what other examples do we have of this existing? And the one in Dallas that we came up with was A-Rod returning to Seattle in 2001 and going back to Safeco for the first time, being there in front of those fans and that, hostility. And I just remember the boos were loud and intense, and we were trying to figure out recollection of that. Do you remember what that atmosphere was like that first game back that A-Rod showed back up in Seattle? And did you guys have any sense like, man, this feels like it's maybe getting to him a little bit, like he senses it, he feels it, he hears it?
I felt quite the contrary. It almost fuels you. Like, I'm that important. I'm that big of a deal. I'm that good that you've got to boo me this hard. Wow. That as a player, that's a puff your chest out moment versus a go hide in the corner. I think a Barry Bonds type figure in my game experienced that the most of his career, definitely the latter part of his career. I think you watch Altuve placed, and I have a different opinion on Altuve. I think it's unwarranted. I don't think the Houston thing to me is not a big a deal as everybody made it, but that doesn't matter. But Altuve, to a degree, hears that when he goes everywhere because of the trash can scandal. But I think it's quite the contrary for most athletes. Now, I'll say that with a caveat. I think it's up to the individual, what you're made of, what's inside. Each individual is going to act differently. But from an A-Rod perspective, I thought it was more of I don't know, he was booed so hard that it almost felt like, well, kind of the Reggie Jackson thing is they don't boo nobodies. Mm-hmm. So I'm a pretty damn big deal. You're going to boo me you care this much that you're going to come out just to boo me. I think it's more of that a boy, you're pretty damn special and you're a big deal versus, oh, we hate you and oh, I'm not going to play good because of it. So that's my interpretation from what I've seen through my life on the Major League Baseball field. Those guys that get booed hard and everywhere they go, it's more of a you're just adding fuel to the fire, and they're going to be even better player the louder you boo.
Brett, wanted to get your take on the passing of Willie Mays. I know you're a huge baseball lifer, but you also come from a baseball family that no doubt has had stories from Willie and
Sure.
just the tremendous player that he was.
I think Willie transcends he's one of those guys that transcends the game. He was so big. He's so part of the culture of Major League Baseball. When you think of baseball, you close your eyes, it's a Babe Ruth, of course, that comes to mind. The Mantle, the Maris, the Lou Gehrigs. But Willie's in that conversation. So he transcends the game. He's more of an icon than just a great Major League Baseball player. I've heard the stories. I've had interactions with Willie through the years, and it's more of you roll into San Francisco, he's on the field, maybe a handshake, maybe a hello. I didn't get to know him very well, but I hear the stories, from my grandpa, who's got mostly American League stories because he was in the American League his whole career. But he mentioned when you talk about the all-time greats, of course, he wanted to talk about Bob Feller and how Brett, he's better than Randy Johnson, and how Ted Williams is the greatest hitter of all time. But when it came to Willie, he just kind of look at you and his eyes would bug out, go, you talk about a really good player. So, today's it's a sad day for a lot of people, but at the same time, life goes on. We lost one of the all-time greats. And baseball feels that you're hearing that story put everywhere right now, and it should be one of the all-time greats for me. Definitely a top 5 player, maybe a top 3 player in the history of the game. So here's a guy that hit 600 plus home runs and ran it down in center field like Andrew Jones. So a guy that I can kind of look at, that I played with, and kind of have a feeling what Willie Mays was in his time. So pretty awesome. I had a feeling the other day because they got this big game going on, I think tomorrow at Rickett. Yeah. Is it Rickett?
Rickwood. Yeah, Rickwood.
Rickwood, where Willie played as a young player. He played in that field, and it was going to kind of be a tribute to the Negro Leagues, but Willie Mays was going to be the focal point. I saw on the ticker the other day, it said Willie Mays will not attend the game, and I thought, ooh, if he's not attending that game, something's going on, and sure enough, he passed yesterday. Sad day, but also a day to celebrate one of the greats.
Hey, Brett, we really appreciate it. We'll talk to you in a couple weeks.
You got it, guys. Thank you.
Brett Boone. That was Odyssey MLB insider Brett Boone. Insider calls presented by Grainger, with supplies and solutions for every industry. Grainger has the right product for you. Call, click, Grainger.com, or just stop on by. I didn't tell him that Peyton thought the catch was overrated.
Oh, you should have done that.
You should have done that. Yeah.
We should have just said
we're getting late. It was getting late.
No, what we should have done is we should have just thrown it to Peyton for Peyton, tell a member of the Boone family, one of the most iconic baseball families, how overrated you think Willie Mays is.
I said the catch was overrated, not the player.
I love you.
Who are we outside of our actions, and who are athletes outside of their plays, Peyton?
Yes.
Who are we outside of our actions?
Rhetoric.
Very nice. Speaking of rhetoric, KNC Masterpiece joining us next. I don't really know what that means, but I'm going to go with it on the fan. Let's get you over to A number.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Sean and RJ here, 105 through the Fan. It is time for Crosstalk, K&C Masterpiece on this Hump Day edition, by the way, of 105 through the Fan. Morning, boys.
Where's Sean?
I just saw a video of...
Are you not going to let him... can I Joe Mazzulla this? Are you going to let him answer the question?
No. He should have been listening.
You got to reset. New audience members.
Where's Sean?
I don't know. Should we tell... Sean,
I don't know. I don't think he said specifically on there. He's got a family thing today.
He's not here, Kevin.
Yeah, he's not here.
So he's not.
None of your
but
business.
He's not off for.
He honestly, he took a personal day.
No.
Okay.
He took a personal day, and you're not allowed to ask. So that's what I'm gonna say.
Who's not allowed to ask?
Yeah, he did take.
I think by law you're not allowed to ask when they take personal days, right?
What?
How do you know how many personal days we have?
2. I
And
thought
you-
there was a rule.
Maybe.
I don't know. I made it up.
What are the laws?
But I'm not management, so I think I should be able to ask.
True.
I'm just a peon who works here.
Fair. What do we have coming up with the show?
Well, I want to get back to what I was going to say.
Okay,
real
what were you
quick.
gonna say?
I just saw a video of 2 ostriches chasing a guy. What animal
They're fast,
would
right?
you not want to get chased by the most? Because ostrich is right up there at the top. 'Cause
Tiger.
ostrich-
What do you mean? Yeah, why?
I'd much rather get chased
Are you
by an
kidding? Like,
ostrich than
gorilla,
like a lion,
a
a tiger,
lion, a tiger,
And
a
I
bear.
said the most.
hippo.
I said the
Any-
most,
any
Bobby.
predator.
Wait, one.
So
the
an
most.
ostrich,
You just named
but-
off a bunch of
Right,
them.
I named off a bunch, but ostrich would be near the top for
Yeah,
you?
absolutely, dude.
Oh.
Of
Yeah.
getting chased by?
Yeah, they're terrifying. They're big. Their
You would
wingspan
want to
is
get chased
no,
by-
I don't want to get chased
I think the answer is probably a bear.
The answer is anything that can catch me.
A polar bear specifically.
Oh, that polar bear will take your Coke and F you up.
Absolutely. So the polar bear
Actually,
specifically.
your head is the top of that Coke, and they'll just
I
drink
think-
it
Dude,
down.
did you see the video of the polar bear just mauling that one?
No.
There's a video. It's like years old.
A person?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was years ago.
I have
There's
not.
you come across a polar bear. There's no
Right,
black
yeah.
bear, grizzly bear,
Cocaine bear.
You could play dead or get big, right? That's what you do. But the polar bear, it's just like good night.
Which one is which, though?
Yeah, it's attacking you, huh?
Which one are you supposed to do with which one?
I don't know.
The black bear is not as
The black
aggressive.
bear you can chase off. The grizzly is
The
just
grizzly's
like you
coming
need to
after
play
you.
dead.
And the polar bear is hunting you.
Yes, that.
Yeah, that's the way that is.
Okay.
I will say I'm going to adjust your question. I answered it, but I'm also going to adjust it. The animal I would least want to be chased by that can't kill me would be, I don't know, a goose or a raccoon. Obviously,
A
rabies
dolphin.
aside.
It's a dolphin.
Yeah, I don't want to be chased by a dolphin.
A dolphin could like drown me though.
Yeah. Well, before that, he's going to try to rape you.
I'm sorry. What?
Are you not familiar with this? Dolphins are well-known sexual predators.
Ducks are too.
That is actually
Ducks
very
are?
true.
Ducks are known.
Hang
for it.
on.
Yeah, go look at the videos. I mean, don't watch
With
the-
who?
you know
With
what I mean.
people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, they're-
Ducks?
No, for dolphins
on
I,
dolphins.
I can't
not
speak.
Dolphins
No,
and people.
they try to be weird with humans too.
Oh yeah.
I just knew it was.
I say we bring this back for crosstalk with G-Bag later today
Do
too.
we?
Because I'm pretty sure Dawson's going to say hippo.
Okay,
Hippo
I didn't know about the ducks. The hippo I knew. Okay,
hippos are terrifying.
Okay.
But again, if it can catch you, then I don't want to be chased by it.
Can I give you a vague retelling of? Okay, I don't want to see whatever you're trying to show me right now, Bobby.
It's a public service from Isabella Rossellini where she explains that whole culture among ducks and it's acted out. I'm
Our
dead
birthday
serious.
was yesterday.
Wade Boggs told me a story once.
About
off
him
air.
drinking 64 beers on a cross-country flight.
What if I told you it's even better than that?
Okay.
I know it seems unbelievable.
But it's Wade Boggs.
It's Wade Boggs. He told a story before the Dallas Card Show, maybe last year, and he said he had hunted like all the big 5 or big 7 or whatever the group of animals is.
The group of 5?
Yes. But there was this hippo that was terrorizing this village where he was. And he was like eating kids and all this kind of stuff. And then they hunted the hippo down and killed the hippo. And he was like, and then across the river, I could see 3,000 people from the village were all hailing me because I had helped save their children in their village. It was amazing.
Wow.
Do you think that's a fairly accurate retelling of?
What about the hippo family? How did you think they felt?
Hungry.
Probably. On the show
All right, yeah,
today,
so what's coming up on the show?
We do have Bruce Bochy joining us at 12:20 today. We'll ask him about defense. And then at 11:20, in honor of the Magic 8 Ball, what's the most ridiculous metric you've ever used to make a decision? You ever use a Magic 8 Ball and been like, whew,
or flip a coin?
All signs point to yes.
Oh my God.
Uh,
Oh my God.
I mean, it is a great thing to have bedside.
Yeah.
So in high school, they called RJ the Magic 8 Ball because he's like, all signs point to yes.
Point to yes. Yeah, flipping a coin's pretty ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
It's a pretty ridiculous way to
That's
decide
no
a
more
football
ridiculous than the Magic 8 Ball.
game. No, but it's a ridiculous way to decide a football game.
I don't know. Probably letting my wife decide, I'd say.
That's
like
the most
flipping
ridiculous
a coin,
way.
or it's just dangerous.
Yeah. Just like too much emotion.
What's the
Just
little,
kidding, Levy, honey.
What's the corgi's name?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
The basketball shooting.
Oh,
Betty.
yeah. He was way off. He
That
said Mavs
lied
in
to us
7.
about the Mavs.
Stupid
man.
dog. is what I
Yeah.
call
I don't remember the corgi's name, but yeah, that should be fun.
Mike, you
Yes.
ever meet Willie Mays?
Yes, I did. After I gave up the home run to Barry Bonds, he is in the clubhouse.
Oh.
So got to shake his hand, meet him for a second.
Yeah.
He's dead now, but he was the greatest living baseball player until he passed away. There was, obviously you could have arguments about when Ted Williams or Mickey Mantle or whoever were alive, but Willie was the greatest living baseball player. And then in the off season, I read his book, and I really recommend it. It's a great book. After watching the documentary, I believe it's on HBO.
Yeah.
So I watched the documentary.
Say hey, Willie Mays.
And then I'm like, I want to know more, because you feel like you watch an hour and a half or 2 hours of a documentary of a whole person's life, and you're just like, I want to know more. And then the book just gets a lot into his relationship with Mickey Mantle, because they were the same age growing up in New York. They were very close friends. I didn't know this, but in like the early 1980s, they did something at a casino, just signed autographs at a casino. Major League Baseball banned them from baseball completely. Like
For how long?
Out of baseball, like a little bit, kind of like Pete Rose, but they were already in the Hall of Fame. And then a new commissioner came in and was like, we got to make this right. And Willie's like, I'll make it right. Like, he was willing to play. Mickey Mantle's like, F baseball. I'm never coming back. I'm never going anywhere ever again to a baseball stadium. Whoa. If baseball thought us signing autographs at a casino was disrespecting the game and we're kicked out of ever going to a Major League Stadium, I'm never going to a Major League Stadium again. And Willie Mays was able to talk his friend Mickey Mantle into like coming back to baseball in the 80s and the early 80s. Duke Schneider was the other center fielder in Brooklyn, and Willie always and Mickey always made sure that Duke was included in a lot of things, because a lot of times people say, we just want Willie and Mickey. And Duke's a Hall of Famer,
Yeah.
but he wasn't Willie and Mickey. But they always wanted to make sure, if we're doing a New York thing and it's about the 50s and this thing, Duke's coming with us.
That's
just
pretty cool. I had no idea.
a lot of stuff like that in the book. Not only how great he was, but just the person that he was.
Yeah,
too.
I was telling Chop earlier, you watch that documentary. I had no idea how hard the move to San Francisco was for him. Where he had trouble renting a house because it was just still such a racially tense time that when he gets to San Francisco, he's one of the biggest stars in professional sports, and people were refusing to rent him houses in certain areas, in certain parts of San Francisco. 214 wants to know, Mike, who is the greatest living baseball player now?
I think that's a great question. I think that I'm going to get a lot of pushback on this, but I would now lean to Barry Bonds. But I do think that because of his history, that won't be the case. As in, I do not think for the next, let's just say 20 plus years, people are going to say, well, Barry Bonds is the greatest living baseball player. I don't think people are going to go down that route. So you're going to have to pick somebody else.
No, Willie was pretty much universally described as that, except for Peyton, who thinks that his catch was overrated.
Yeah, he said his catch was awful.
What? Well, when you watch that documentary, it was in the book and documentary, didn't a lot of his teammates go, that wasn't even one of his 10 best catches?
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of his catches aren't on video.
Right. Yeah.
So they're they describe these catches that he would make. They're that one's on video because it's in the World Series.
The most amazing part of that catch to me is that there was a ball that traveled 480 feet and wasn't a homer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Which, by the way, do we just misjudge things now? How are people hitting home runs that far back then, and now nobody hits them more than 450?
The longest one this year was 476 by Ohtani last
That's
time,
just a deep fly out.
Here's what I don't know this, but sometimes we judged home runs because there was no outfield bleachers.
Yeah.
And so you could really see where it landed.
Yeah.
Now it hit the bleacher here, and we're going to say, well, the arc of the ball and everything, and maybe we're way more accurate with it now. Or maybe we don't understand how much further that ball would have traveled till it would have hit the ground. Because there's times where a guy hits the ball to center field, it's 400 feet, it's 60 feet above the wall, and they're 452. And I'm I don't think that's right. I think that was close to 500 feet.
Yeah. Because there's no way guys were hitting the ball further 70 years ago.
You don't think so?
I wouldn't think so.
When I was at RFK, there was a seat that was where Frank Howard hit a home run.
They still have the red seat at Fenway for Ted Williams.
Nobody during batting practice, whoever it was, Pujols, you name the guy who had tremendous power back in, let's say, the early to mid 2000s. Nobody in batting practice came within 25 feet of that. And I had to ask, was home plate? I was was home plate in a different spot? Because this is impossible. There's not a human being hitting this seat during batting practice in a game. Nobody's even coming close. Are we sure home plate was in the exact spot in 2007 that it was in, let's say, 1967? And they were yeah, it was exactly the same. And you kind of go, to your point, I'm the weights that guys do, the trainings that they do, the now hit a home run, or it's kind of a worthless at bat at times approach. You're so nobody can hit the ball as far as Frank Howard?
It's crazy. Yeah. All right.
Maybe it's true.
Maybe it is. K&C Masterpiece is coming up next on 105 through the Fan.
TV's work.
How about some commercial-free Sean and RJ? Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Today, the question that matters from Corey Majors. Have you ever listened to the lyrics of the song Mbop? Because as Corey said, they're very, very sad.
Yeah, I'll have to find them real quick. I was not prepared to find the lyrics.
I have to admit, I couldn't tell you.
But I do want to kind of put everybody on notice about this because here are the lyrics, Kevin, by Hanson. Oh
my God.
Get to the words.
Yeah. Please stop.
You have so many relationships in this life, only one or two will last. You go through all the pain and strife, then you turn back, and they're gone too fast. Your friends die.
That's in the song, and it's like,
yes, exactly.
If you live long enough.
Yeah, if you live long enough. If you don't, everybody's dead.
So it's the modern Copacabana then, huh?
Oh, hold on.
Or more modern, because it's not modern.
Oh, and Copacabana's a sad song,
buddy.
too?
877-881-1053. What song do you know that's really sad?
I
Even though it
wanted
sounds
to go
happy?
to the Copacabana. It
Kicks.
sounded so good. Oh, my gosh, that's terrible, Kevin.
Yeah, Pumped Up Kicks is very sad.
All right, let's do something else.
You want to talk about the Mavericks loss in the NBA Finals?
Heck yeah, man. We made the finals. We're supposed to be happy today.
All right. We're
Remember?
gonna be happy
That's
today. And we start with this question. Were the Mavs lucky to be in the NBA Finals or just that damn good?
Just that damn good.
That's what I think.
That's not fair to say they were lucky. Now, I will say they were fortunate in round one, not to win the series, but that Kawhi Leonard wasn't healthy enough to play. So that's the only time in any series they played a team that was missing their best player or missing a key player. Oklahoma City had the home court advantage and had everybody ready to rock. You beat them. Shea was great. Shea matched Luka pretty much game for game. You beat them. You legitimately beat them 4-2. And then you took on Minnesota, who beat the defending champs. If you want to say, well, you got lucky that the defending champs, Denver, wasn't there. The Mavericks had nothing to do with that. I get what you're saying. But Minnesota was the pick of almost everybody to make the NBA Finals, and Anthony Edwards was better than Michael Jordan. And then they destroyed him. And they had everybody ready to go. Jaden McDaniels was going to shut everybody down. There was no way to score with the Rudy Gobert combination, and Naz Reid and Karl Anthony Towns has taken the step up, and you destroyed them. And then Boston destroyed you. So I think it's really tough for me. If somebody was texting in and saying they got lucky, I would ask, wow, how did they get lucky? I don't see how they luckily won 3 series.
Yeah.
As the underdog, or at least the lower seed.
Yes.
They were the underdog 2 out of the 3.
Yeah, they were a slight favorite in the Clippers series, but to your point, they didn't have home court.
That's the only one you can say that they got the benefit of the doubt on an injury.
The biggest thing that I kept hearing was the Denver addition to things. But Denver lost. So, and they
said they didn't want to play basketball anymore. It was amazing. After Game 7, literally the whole team was like, we were tired of playing basketball.
Yeah, they lost. So that doesn't, you beat a better team on the way to it. So that's why I don't understand the Denver part of it. I do agree with the Kawhi Leonard, but that's where that's the state of Kawhi at this point too, right? Like he's physically can't be there for most of the season, yet let alone most of a playoff season.
And then when he was there for most of the season, he's not available for you in the playoffs.
Was there any part of you then that I'm just curious about this when Luck gets brought up about it, because I know that's what some folks thought in 11. Did you think this was a more well-rounded team in 2011? Because one of here's the only reason I say that.
This team was more well-rounded than 11 is what you're saying?
And the reason why I bring that up is I thought you could discernibly see that Dirk turned it up and he's like, there's no question. At this point in time, I am the best basketball player on the face of planet Earth throughout the playoffs.
I think I like your question, but I would say they're so different because that Maverick team was so veteran-laden. They didn't have a young player contribute on a nightly basis. You had a 20-year-old playing center. You had a 25-year-old as your best player. You had a couple other guys in their mid-20s and P.J. Washington and Daniel Gafford and a young mid-20 guy in Josh Green, all playing major minutes. Jaden Hardy all of a sudden got into your playoff rotation for a little bit at 21 years old. That Maverick team knew how to play playoff basketball because they had been through so many battles, either individually or a little bit as a group. So it's tough. I would say the 11 group was more well-rounded / ready for the playoffs because they understood what it ultimately takes to win. And I think, like it or not, I just don't think Luka, Josh Green, Derek Lively, they made it as far as you can make it without winning it. But they had no clue what the NBA Finals were going to be about. Jason Kidd did. Dirk Nowitzki did. Rick Carlisle, I guess he didn't, he wasn't head coach in NBA Finals until then, but he had coached for such a long time. He knew what it was like to coach a lot of playoff battles. So I guess they were more battle-tested and I guess well-rounded. I'm maybe not answering great.
No, I get what you're saying.
But I guess that team, to me, was more ready for the moment.
Can I want to ask this other question because I know it can go either way. Like, there's lots of youth, to your point, and hopefully you'll be back time and time again. And then the flip side is nothing in sports is guaranteed. Jason Kidd talked about after Game 5, he goes, yeah, we lost 4-1. But there are a lot of positives in this run. We have a young core. This is an exciting time to be a Mavs fan and also the coach of the Mavs. If I told you, this might sound weird, but I'm going to try one more throwback question for y'all. Is this the most exciting time to be a Mavs fan since 2007? Now, I know that's going to sound insane because obviously you won the title in 2011, but I feel like going into that next season, a lot of people were really mad because you'd not torn the team down, but you had made alterations and are like, we're not even really defending our title. Whereas in 2006, you had some of those younger players. Dirk was still a not young, but young-ish player, and you're like, we're going to take over this league.
Is Jaden Hardy going to take over this league?
No, without a doubt, no.
Okay. AJ Lawson?
No. You're not going to name a person besides Luka.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe Derek Lively has the ability to become an all-star.
We'll talk with about Derek Lively a little later in the show today too. But I'm just kind of curious. The young core, but people are already like, man, I'm not sure I love PJ Washington. Derek Jones Jr. Probably not going to be here.
I can see that.
So I'm still kind of curious. I am excited because it looks like you've reestablished the culture of winning and where you want to be. Like that's what it looks like. And again, we thought that with the Rangers, and here we are. So I am excited about Luka, and I think he will get back to this stage again, probably multiple times. I think he'll get back to this stage, but there's still so much missing that this team has to accomplish. That's where I'm like. And look back at that team that did it 2 years ago. They got to the Western Conference Finals and wasn't even able to get close back to this. Were they lucky to get to where they got to in the Western Conference Finals with
that was
what
carried
they had?
By one player.
One player,
maybe two, because obviously Brunson took his game to another level come playoff time.
Key
but it was a
3-point shooting.
team.
Like Bullock and Dorian Finney-Smith were key contributing defensive players and 3-point shooters through that series. And when they went cold, it all fell apart when they were able to stop Luka, right? So yeah,
you had no center.
So you feel way better about I feel way better about this team as opposed to 2 years ago, I would assume.
Yeah, but as far as 07, Kevin, if I can take myself back to it, I mean, I felt that was as exciting. So that maybe it is as exciting as it's been since then.
I would say after losing in 06 and then winning 67 games.
Yeah, that was
now
awesome.
take me. Do not let me think of the Golden State series because then after that I'm like, we're
what
effed.
A stupid season.
And we were mentally effed. Those guys knew they were losers together. They would get on the court come playoff time and they'd look at each other and go, "We blew an NBA Finals. We are considered a joke." Around fandom and stuff from losing the 1-8 matchup after winning 67 games. So that was really tough, and Rick Carlisle had to come in and they had to make some changes to the personnel to get the guys together who didn't believe in each other anymore and change that up. But yeah, I would say that. I will say this, I'm old enough to also feel like in 1988 that the Mavericks were about to take over the Lakers. Kareem was coming to a close. You had Blackman, Aguirre, a 2020 guy in the playoffs in Roy Tarpley in his third year in the NBA, maybe second year in the NBA.
Yeah.
So you had a 2020 center. You had Sam Perkins, who was entering his prime. You had Derek Harper in his prime. You had Detlef Schrempf, who had really started to take a step forward in his career. And you just thought, wow, we took the Lakers to 7. We're the next team. We're the next team in the West to take over. And everybody thought that. They're like, can you believe this expansion team 8 years into this is about to take over?
Who the hell's Roy Tarpley? Yeah.
So that was probably another time here in Dallas in 88 after losing to the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals in 7 games where it was like, hey, they're going to win a championship. But, I mean, it just exploded immediately.
Now, there's been a lot of traction on the other question that you brought up, Corey, and I want to define the limits just a little bit more. The song that maybe you wouldn't expect to be sad, because somebody said the song The Orphans is sad. I probably would think going in that could be a tough one, but from the 469, Mr. Brightside sounds super upbeat, but is a sad song. Take Me to Church is a sad song. And then another one said I Hate You B is a sad song. That makes sense.
Okay.
Like, I wouldn't think this is going to be super positive.
Yeah, songs can be sad, man. Songs definitely get sad sometimes.
But I have to also admit, some of the upbeat songs, Mike, I don't know if you ever like this. I don't like totally concentrate on the meaning of the lyrics. I just really like the beat and I'm going along. And then somebody's like, that's why I brought up Pumped Up Kicks. I have to admit,
it sounds great.
I didn't lock in on like what was really happening in that song. And somebody's like, yeah, but you know what the song's about? I was like, I don't know, not really. And then we went through it and I was like, oh my gosh.
Well, I know that song, Everybody's Dancing in the Moonlight. That song, which sounds awesome, he wrote that song while he was in the hospital because he got beat up by some guys and those guys raped his girlfriend on the beach.
Oh my God.
Holy moly.
And so in his head, he's trying to kind of write like how he can kind of rid that's in his head, what actually happened dancing. And so he's like trying to, so some of those songs where you're like, gosh, that sounds like a great song. And I do like that song, but
and it
now,
can still be great, but crushingly
but you're like,
sad.
now you're like, hey, why did he write that song? What are the lyrics behind this? And he's like, well, he's trying to forget the night that actually really happened in his life.
Wow.
Oh man, this one I did know from the 214 Send in the Clowns by Frank Sinatra, because you'd think like that's going to be upbeat. It's definitely not. From the 325, Semi-Charmed Life is a really happy, nice sounding song about meth addiction. And then multiple people that still remember Roy Tarpley, and they're like, I thought he was going to be the man. I could see that.
I thought you were going to say a song about Roy Tarpley, and I was like, I did not know this existed.
If there is a song about Roy Tarpley, I am not familiar with it. But when when I first started watching basketball, and I was like 8 years old, and I was like, who the hell is this guy? He's amazing. And then obviously it was problematic.
He matched Hakeem Olajuwon. He was better than Kareem was at the end of his career. And then Magic was like, I'll guard him. Obviously, you guys can't. And it didn't really matter too much, but it was just, he was the next. He was going to be the next big man star. He was going to be there with David Robertson and Robinson.
Yes.
And guys like that. But drugs and a knee injury ended it.
And that's why I know they made a lot of other mistakes along the way. But when people talk about how awful the Mavericks got to be,
it's all based on Roy Tarpley.
Yeah, part of that reason is like this was the dude who would take the next generation of your franchise.
I know that we just lost to the Celtics to bring it back to NBA Finals. In 1986, Larry Bird leads them to their third title in 5 or 6 years. And they're like, here's the great news. We made another unbelievable trade and got the next great player in NBA history.
Remember?
And then he died the next day.
Was it Sam Perkins? Remember when we just had him on? He was like, yeah, you look at Len Bias playing with Michael Jordan. He was like, I'm not saying he was going to be better, but like,
that was the Magic Larry.
With Michael. We could hang with Michael.
Yeah, if you're like, hey, Michael didn't have that other guy with him during his. Yeah. Like you could look at Duncan and Shaq did have a person, Duncan, and sometimes Shaq couldn't overcome Duncan. Sometimes Duncan couldn't overcome Shaq. Well, who was Michael's guy? And Sam Perkins and a lot of other people said it was gonna be Len Bias, but he he wasn't around.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. What a wild opening segment that went in directions I did not completely anticipate, but I love you guys for participating. And from the 214, In the Air Tonight by Phil Collins. Do you think that's taken on like a whole nother life because of Eminem talking about it in a song?
I just remember it being Mike Tyson's song, Walking Out to the Ring.
That is true. And then in The Hangover. We're the KNC masterpiece. Coming up next, if we can trade Davis Bertans for value, is there anything Nico and this Mavs front office can't do? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made us.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm.org. It's brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and it is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jumper is Washington, partially blocked. Ricochets back and he slams it. PJ Washington in the right spot.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where during the break you guys have also taught me the horrifying lyrics to the Macarena. So thank you for also changing my perception of that song. Now, we said today that we're going to be happy and cheery about the Mavs season and try to look at some ways to change some stuff. Here's one thing that I am super duper excited about. If you can take Davis Bertans and figure out a way to unload that deal, I don't really think there's just about anything Nico and the Mavs front office can't do.
That was one of the most amazing things last year. And I go back to us four being together when the Mavericks traded Kristaps Porzingis to Washington.
Do we have that drop of you going, no, they didn't trade KP?
Reggie announces the trade. And I'm like, no, they didn't. Because he goes, Spencer Dinwiddie and Davis Bertans. And I'm like, there's no way the Mavs traded for those two guys. Like, that doesn't make any sense. And Davis Bertans, because literally like 4 days before that, they're like, worst contracts in the NBA. And they're like, number one, the worst, Davis Bertans.
Yeah.
And like, traded for him. And then the Mavericks, I don't know how they were able to do it, but last year they ended up getting the 24th pick for Davis Bertans. And I guess people don't remember this. Remember that we did have Rashawn Holmes this year for a second? And
I do.
It was like, maybe he could help. Maybe he's better than Dwight Powell. I think he is, but the Mavericks decided we're not going to try that. And then they were able to move Rashawn Holmes, Grant Williams, and do different things to get in PJ Washington and to get Daniel Gafford. So the Mavericks have shown the ability over the last 12 months, let's say, since last year's draft, to really make some moves that you didn't think were going to be available or able to make. So I don't know in the next couple weeks, because here we are. The draft is coming up next week.
Yeah.
And then free agency happens right after the draft is over.
And you can start talking with your own free agents now. And
so all these teams have had a month or two to discuss what they're going to do next year. The Mavericks, obviously they've had discussions, but for us fans, it's like, oh, we lost. Guess what? Next week the draft happens. You only have the last pick in the second round, so you don't have to worry about that too much. But then the next day or two is free agency and then possible trades.
You know, one of the things that I really like that the Mavericks were able to do in these trades, they identified a team that didn't care about draft picks in Oklahoma City, because Oklahoma City still has 60 kajillion draft picks. And they're like, hey, they're not going to use all these draft picks, and they're probably going to be looking for an opportunity at a salary dump at some point. So I just really thought it was a savvy move to identify like that team in particular. And I'm not saying that's the only team, but that's like the number one team I think of as these draft picks are our playthings to do whatever we want.
Yeah, I called it the Bank of Presti because Sam Presti and Oklahoma, like they've basically funded some of the moves. In fact, the Daniel Gafford move does not get done if you do not get that additional first round pick. from the Thunder. I think that actually highlights one of the things that I've been interested, and I want to give Nico Harrison a lot of credit for, because when a new general manager comes into the league, it always feels like when somebody is weak on a defense, where it's like, hey, we're going to pick on that guy and see what we can get away with. And Nico Harrison hasn't gotten picked on when it comes to these dealings. And I wonder if some of that is because he, and maybe intentionally, maybe unintentional, I don't know, has only worked with kind of general managers that we would not point as like really hawks or really great general managers. They made trades with Sacramento and Charlotte and Washington. Those are not necessarily the most well-run organizations. Right. Sacramento maybe being the best of those. And then worked with Sam Presti, but they gave value in order to get those trades, right? And so I wonder, like, if you have to go into a world where you have to deal with more people, is he capable? Is he willing? And I think that he probably is, but I could look at that as maybe like, I wonder what still exists for him as a general manager, and also give him a lot of credit for knowing the places where you can go and you can really exploit the situation. And they did that incredibly this year.
Now, last year he used the draft to really make his moves, right? He went from pick 10 to 12 to get rid of Bertans, knowing that Derek Lively was going to fall to 12 for him.
And that's who they were going to take in.
Oklahoma City wanted Cason Wallace at 10. So that was a great trade. And then he used the trade exception, the trade exception, the money, because he had to take on Richaun Holmes. Sacramento was like, we want to get rid of this salary. We don't want this salary on our books anymore. And to take this salary, we will give you the 24th overall pick. And they liked Omax Prosper. So far, he hasn't worked out at all, but we'll see what happens. Here is the issue that I want to go with.
Just real quick, Mike, I don't mean to stop your train of thought. I appreciated that they did use the trade exception, because a
lot of times Mark Cuban didn't.
Exactly. And we're like, oh, we have it. But every year you'd be like, oh, who are we going to get? They're probably just going to let it go.
And 99% of the time it felt like the Mavs let it go. Yes. Now, he used the draft last year. This year, the Mavs have, obviously, they're traded their first-round pick to New York. That's part of the Porzingis trade. That trade will be completed in a week from now, that you are done with the Porzingis trade finally. Your second-round pick goes to Boston, but you have their second-round pick. So literally you have the last pick in the second round. Your 2025 second-round pick is traded. Your 2026 second-round pick is traded. Your 2027 second-round pick is traded. Your 2028 first and second round is traded. By the way, that's Oklahoma City who gets that first round pick in 28. Your 2029 first round pick is traded with no protection. Your 2029 second round pick is traded. Your 2030 first round pick is traded. Your 2030 second round pick is traded. So
what's left?
You have 2 first round picks until 2031. You have your 2025, your 2026 first round picks available. You can't trade both of them. You could trade one of them. And your next first round pick is in 2031. Just to know what they did to get Kyrie Irving, to get Daniel Gafford, to get PJ Washington, they literally have 2 first round picks available. If I said it right, I'm working off of a website there. You literally have until 2031. You have your 25 and 26 first round picks.
And like, you're happy with getting to the finals along the way while accomplishing that?
For sure.
Okay.
The point is, that wasn't my point. The point is he used the draft last year. He used the draft to get Kyrie Irving. He doesn't really have that ability this offseason. Next week, when the draft happens, he doesn't have the ability to really use future assets and draft picks. He can use one.
Right.
And that's it, to maybe change the team. So if you want to get rid of Tim Hardaway Jr., you're going to have to attach a first-round pick to it, most likely. Just like the way of like, hey, we'll give you a first-round pick if you take Richaun Holmes. The Mavericks were willing to do that. So if you want to give away Tim Hardaway Jr., you probably have to give away your 2026 first-round pick, which means you have 1 first-round pick until 2031. So it's going to be interesting. I trust Nico. He's done a great job. I'll throw in Michael Finley and the staff. They're going to have to figure out maybe a different way to do it. But if you can trade Davis Bertans, this is what I told you guys yesterday morning, and we're coming with it today. If you can trade the worst contract in the NBA who's not contributing and get a first-round pick out of it, you can probably figure out another way how to, and I'm going to throw out names here, how to trade Tim Hardaway Jr. He should.
Is that the number one?
Because he's an expiring contract at 16 point something million dollars. I think that you should look to trade Maxi Kleba. He's never healthy. And then he is, I hate saying this, I do like him, and I do think he's a 15 to 20-minute player, but he is scared of the moment a lot of times in the playoffs offensively. And that's a tough person to play in the playoffs if you're scared of the basketball in the playoffs.
And he has 2 for 22 left.
Right, so a little bit more difficult, but he can still play in the league, where I don't think Tim Hardaway Jr. can really play much more in the league. I think he's going to play about 2, maybe 3 more years in the league, and then his career will be over. Great career for him. I'm not taking a shot there at Tim Hardaway Jr. He's just at the age where it's getting close to the end. I do think that he's going to look at Omax Prosper, Jaden Hardy, Josh Green, and he's not going to trade all 3. I don't think he's going to trade all 3 of them. If the right package came about, maybe he will. But I do think he's going to use 1, if not 2 of those guys to improve your either 6th man role or your 3rd best player on the team.
And so that's who you have to include to make it worthwhile to also take like this potential salary dump that comes in some of these things,
right.
Do you think?
Right. I'm just throwing out a team.
Yeah.
Detroit was the worst team in basketball last year. If Detroit was going to trade you a good player off of their team that won 14 games, they're going to be like, you don't have any draft picks.
Yeah.
And then you're going to say, well, we don't have any future picks to trade you, but we do have Omax Prosper, Josh Green on a favorable contract. His contract extension kicks in next year at like about $14 million a year. And we have Jaden Hardy, who still has 2 years left on his rookie deal. So that would be the way that you would use Tim Hardaway Jr., possibly a guy like Maxi Kleba to try to get better. I want to make sure I get this clear too, with Sean Sharif kind of picking on PJ Washington the last week or two. I understand PJ Washington is limited. If he was a good offensive player, he'd be making close to $40 million a year.
Yeah.
He is a very good defensive player. He's an inconsistent offensive player. And you know what? Next year, I think he makes less than $15 million. We signed for a long time. It felt like a 74-year deal. We were paying Dwight Powell $11 million to be the worst center in the NBA. He was getting paid last year $4 or $5 million more than what we paid for it. It felt like a 5-year period to Dwight Powell.
Yeah.
Now, Dwight Powell's on a $4 million deal now. That makes more sense to waive a towel at $4 million. But I just look at it and go, PJ Washington, I love him. I think he's a valuable piece to the future of the Dallas Mavericks. If he was a consistent offensive player or becomes a consistent offensive player, I don't know if he'll become consistent. He was consistently 16 points a night, somewhere between that 12 and 20 on a nightly basis. He would get paid $30 million a year.
I am also not in the, you could have a disappointing run at the end of the NBA Finals. I am also not in the, we're stuck with PJ Washington crew. I'm
not at all.
I'm glad he upgrades our defense, and clearly there's some things he needs to work on.
If he's getting paid $30 million a year, Corey, it would worry me.
Yeah, and then the next year it goes down again.
Right, he has a descending contract.
Yeah, that's nice. It's 9% of your cap at that point. So
delightful.
And that's one of the places where I think you circle back and you can connect it to that first segment where this is the young core that you're talking about. He's 25 years old. Like, there's still a possibility of development within his game, and he does have the ability and touch in the middle of the floor. You have seen that three-point shot maybe become a little bit more consistent, although that faded at the very end of this playoff run, right? Like, you might see, Mike, the opportunity for him to be more consistent with a role and an opportunity like he's had in Dallas.
I'm with you, and here's what Nico has to build off of, that he's like, we're not getting rid of these guys. This is our core to win a championship. Luka, Kyrie, Gafford, Lively, PJ Washington are the core. Now, I'm not saying that that's your starting 5 next year or anything, but I'm saying he has those 5 guys that he's like, these are the 5 guys we're not even listening to for trade situation. We love this, but you need to add, because you're probably losing Derek Jones Jr., you probably need to add a starter, or somebody has to step up into a starting role. And you need somebody off the bench who can score the basketball. Maybe that's Jaden Hardy takes his game to another level at 22 years old. But I do think the Mavs realize a few tweaks need to be made. And if those tweaks end up being right, you could win the championship next year. You are now a championship contender with a group of guys going back to 2011. After they decided to get rid of Tyson Chandler for the drug addict, it went bad. and it went bad for about 7 years.
Yeah.
And so now you have guys that are in their mid-20s, even a few guys that are in their young 20s, and Lively and Hardy, if Hardy's back. I'm not saying get rid of Hardy. I'm just saying you might have to use him to get the piece you need. That you have a group that looks like for the next 3 to 5 years, and they're all under multi-year contracts. They all have 2 or more years left on their contract, that you don't have to worry about one of these guys leaving after next year.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
One of the greatest of all time passes away. We talk about the Say Hey Kid next.
KNC.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Say hey, fellas, what's your name? Say who?
Say Willie. Say hey. Say who? Swinging at the plate. Say hey. Say who? Say Willie. That giant kid is great.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now it feels like it's time for a special edition of Baseball Nuggets.
Yeah, I want to concentrate here. We're going to talk to Bruce Bochy at 12:20. We're going to talk more Willie Mays with
For
him,
sure.
and we can get into the Ranger situation in a little bit possibly, but I really wanted to talk about Willie Mays. This is one of the greatest, not only baseball players, but greatest athletes of all time. And he is one of the last few, I believe I saw he was, I got to say was now, he was, I think, one of 3, if not 4 players that were alive that were still Negro League baseball players, because the Major League Baseball is having the game in Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, the Rickwood game.
Tomorrow, I believe. I think
Yes,
it's
sir.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I believe I saw an article on this last week, and I think Willie Mays and only 2 or 3 other people are alive that played in the Negro Leagues. If I have that right. If I have it wrong, I apologize tremendously. But I'm going off of what I read last week, and I was like, wow, there's only 3 or 4 guys left who played in the Negro Leagues.
I don't know if this article will do anything for you, but if you want to check it out, there is a fascinating article on ESPN right now talking about how Willie Mays is even better than his stats already appeared if you take it by modern metrics. And it goes through and re-ranks where he should have finished in the MVP. Like,
okay. He's
for example,
a 2-time MVP in his career.
And for example, 1955, Roy Campanella won it and Willie Mays finished 4th. And this article is like, actually, if you look at it, he should have finished 2nd. Next year, he finished 17th. Actually, behind Don Newcomb, should have finished 2nd. And so it uses like a more modern spin on his numbers to show he probably should have been top 5 for MVP like damn near every year.
So Willie Mays, Rookie of the Year. I'm going to pull it up here. Rookie of the Year.
51 NL?
Yes, in 1951. Now, 24-time All-Star, 12-time Gold Glover.
That's insane.
2-time All-Star Game MVP, a batting title. In 54, won the World Series, so he does have a World Series to his credit. And like you said, a 2-time MVP Hall of Famer.
Also led the league in stolen bases 4 times and home runs 4 times.
So
if you needed more.
So here is watching. If you haven't watched the documentary, I strongly recommend it. I believe it's on HBO.
Yep.
And then I strongly recommend the book that came out a few years ago on Willie Mays. And Willie, it's really his biography. And there's been a lot of books written by Willie, but this one I loved. I listened to it. I'm not much of a reader, but I can listen to books pretty good.
Okay.
It was a great one to listen to. And if you look at this too, he went into military service. So he missed as he's hitting his prime. He's Rookie of the Year in 51. And then he plays a little in 52, 34 games, and then military service. Misses all of 1953, comes back in 54 and wins the MVP and World Series.
Yeah.
So he comes back after, going into military service and hits 345 with 41 home runs, 13 triples, 33 doubles. In fact, how about this year, which I don't know if anybody else has accomplished this?
13 triples? That's like a whole team's amount of triples.
How about this?
Yeah.
In 1957, he finishes 4th in MVP. He had 35 homers, 26 doubles, and 20 triples. Now, he stopped stealing bases as much as he used to early on in his career because hitting behind him became Willie McCovey. McCovey's Cove, obviously, now what they call it. So he's like, well, I'm not going to steal as much because I want to keep that hole open for Willie. Almost like Corey Seager when he comes up. Marcus Simeon's like, I'm not stealing if Corey Seager's up. It doesn't make any sense to steal when Corey Seager is up. And a little bit different time back then where, you would try to steal bases more. But if you give him 53 and kind of a lot of 52 and add those stats, here's the other deal. When I read his book, when they moved to San Francisco, I'm sorry, I forget all of the parks, but the wind was so extreme there. And then when they moved to Candlestick, it was extreme too. At one point, Frank Robinson argued that he hit a home run and the ball ended up being like 50 to 70 feet short of being a home run, because they would tell guys, Frank Robinson playing, I believe, for the Cincinnati Reds at the time, they're like, look, I'm just telling you, you can't hit the ball to left field. It is literally impossible on certain days in San Francisco to hit a home run out to left field. Impossible. No human being can do it because of the wind. And Frank hit one, and he's like, he thought it was going to be out by 50 to 100 feet, and it didn't even come close. But he wasn't watching because he knew when he hit it, he knew that's way gone, and it wasn't. So in the book, they talk about, hey, this is always tough to be like, this is factually true or not factually true. So he ends up with 660 home runs. Most of the people that played in the National League of that time would say Willie would have easily hit 750 home runs, if not 800 home runs, if he would have played in a more friendly ballpark.
So I want you to think about this from a couple of different perspectives. Consider that, and consider in that ESPN analytic-based article, I know you can't go back and change it, they say that Willie Mays' hypothetical MVP count probably should have been 8. He probably should have won 8 MVPs.
Yeah, and I was looking at his numbers compared to Mickey Mantle, because Mike was bringing it up earlier, and just looking at him generally, I was like, he was better. Aside from the MVPs, I felt like the numbers were just a little higher across the board for him.
What was tough is there wasn't much television back then. You have the Saturday game of the week. And as my dad would describe it, it was always the Yankees. He said it felt like it was Yankees-Tigers almost every Saturday as a kid.
Yeah.
Well, San Francisco's not getting a lot of airtime. And then his teams weren't very good. They weren't playing in World Series. Mickey Mantle was playing in every World Series.
Right,
So when it came to October baseball, you saw Mickey Mantle every year playing in the World Series, the biggest game. So you saw him almost every Saturday, and then you saw him in the World Series almost every year. You didn't really, as a kid for my dad growing up in Texas, you didn't get to see a lot of Willie Mays. You saw him in the All-Star game, and you saw him a random Saturday here and there, but you didn't get to have, like today, obviously everything is broadcast, but even if you go back to like when we grew up in the 80s or early 90s, we saw all of George Brett's highlights. We saw all of Mike Schmidt. We saw all of Ken Griffey Jr. We saw all of Frank Thomas. We saw it all. There wasn't anything that wasn't captured on video. But when you go back and read Willie Mays' book, they will say that catch he made in the World Series in center field, which is a great play. A lot of his teammates will tell you that's not one of his 10 best plays they saw defensively make. Like it's highlighted as his best defensive play, but they're like, he made so many more great plays, but that one was in the World Series and it was captured on video.
Can I play you the audio from that catch? Let's go to cut number 3. This is Willie Mays making the catch that everybody knows. Okay. Well, I guess we will not be doing that right now. We will have to get back to that at another point. We will play it at some point, I'm sure.
But it's really sad. Now, everybody kind of had a good idea it was coming. He is 93 years old. He wasn't in the best of health anymore. And we can all somewhat, if you want to, like hope and pray that you make it to an older age like that, because most of us don't get to make it into our 90s. But it's just really sad because he loved baseball. He always wanted to talk baseball. Dave Raymond, he got to know Willie Mays because Dave Raymond's first job in baseball was filling in for John Miller in San Francisco. So he got to be around the San Francisco Giants, and Willie Mays was around the team a lot. He was, sometimes in spring training as kind of a special, advisor and obviously there, but he loved the game. He loved being around the game. He loved being in San Francisco around the Giants. And so Dave Raymond got to know him and said, just such a great guy. And he loved talking baseball. He loved sharing stories about baseball. he could talk about Mickey Mantle. Him and Mickey were I won't say best of friends, but very good friends. They were great friends who were about the same age, who came into New York at the same time, one for the Giants and one for the Yankees.
I really like hearing that because just naturally now you would think like they're contemporaries. They're not on the same team. They would end up being somewhat rivals, but I really like hearing
they
that.
loved each other. They hung out with each other. Now, Willie didn't drink. Mickey drank a lot.
Yeah.
Mickey thought he was going to die. I can't remember what age Mickey's father died at and grandfather, but Mickey became an alcoholic because he's like, I'm not going to live long. My family doesn't live long. We all die in our 40s or 50s or whatever it is. So I'm going to party it up because I know that my life is only going to be about 40-something years long. It was longer than that, but he was a partier. Willie, I think at one point, Willie in his life drank, and it didn't go well, and he's like, I'm not drinking. I'm just not doing it.
I do have a question, Mike. Are you going to ask Bochy about the story you shared about the manager and the home run later? Because I would love to hear if a player shows up.
Oh, in spring training. So in his book, Willie was tired.
Amazing.
You played like 7 to 9 innings back then,
Yeah.
Willie did in spring training every game. And he's like, man, I don't want to play in this spring training game. I don't want to travel with the team and play in this game. It's spring training, this and that. And so his manager says, I'll tell you what, Willie, go out there, you hit a home run in the first inning, and I'll let you have the rest of the day off. He's like, oh, okay. And so he went and hit a home run. He's like, I'm good, all right? I hit the home run. He told me to hit a home run. And they're like, Willie,
I didn't think you were going to hit a home run.
And all of these people, can you give me can you just give me 5 innings today? Because the fans are here to see you. But he could put on a show, man. And he was flashy and he was great. And arguably, if you ask Eric Nadel, he will tell you in his lifetime, there's been nobody better that he's ever seen play the game of baseball than Willie Mays.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NBA Finals just ended. So the next step, of course, take a ridiculously early look at the 2024-25 season. Where do the Mavs rank? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that maybe don't matter, but I just kind of want to know if you've seen it. Is The Acolyte as terrible as the responses have led me to believe on Disney Plus? Because I love Star Wars, I've heard.
So they're saying it's bad?
Yeah. On IMDb, the episodes are rated out of 10, 5.5, 5.3, 3.4.
Wow.
For that last episode. And on Rotten Tomatoes, the audience scores at 14%.
Is it because Luke Skywalker was supposed to be the last Jedi, but yet there were 7,000?
I don't know. I have not seen the show, so I'm curious about that. But otherwise, we're going to talk about basketball. But if you can help me out there on the Twitch, on the YouTube, or Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line, I definitely want to know.
Haven't seen it.
Okay. So you cannot text.
I'm not really interested in it either.
See, and that's what I need to decide. If, like, I love all things Star Wars, so I have to watch it, or people are like, meh.
Just like Marvel, every time I hear a new Marvel show, I'm like, okay, there's some sort of cameo that's going to connect to something, and I just don't know where the Acolyte connects. My apologies.
That is a good point. Now, we're going to go ahead and look ahead to next season, because that's what you do when the NBA Finals just end. You go ahead, or any season just ends.
The Brad Stevens did the next day. No sleep. He's up there watching workouts. So
exactly.
No days off.
And quitting.
By the way, did you see, is it crap? I need to double check. Is it Sar or Reisaker that doesn't want to go work out, or quote, can't work out to be the number one pick with the Hawks? He's like, oh yeah, I got some stuff going on. And so, like, they're having, like, now people think Donovan Clingan might be the number one pick because he's like, yeah, I'm busy, I got stuff. I took a look at this from a couple of different aspects. Do you want betting odds? Do you want ESPN power rankings? What are we thinking here? Where do we want to start?
Power rankings.
Power rankings with ESPN. You made a wise decision, because I think ESPN has the exact same power rankings as I do.
I also vote for power rankings.
Okay, good. Did they take these power rankings for me? Don't know. Who should be number one going into next season? Boston, right?
Denver.
I don't know. I mean, they did lose 20 games last year.
Including
21. 21,
yeah.
In fact, at that point.
You know what? 7th.
They only won 80.
They didn't sweep the finals. So.
Yep.
That's a good point.
Yep, and they didn't sweep Miami, and they didn't sweep Cleveland.
And they're in the East.
Somebody earlier who I just assumed didn't watch the game tried to make the bold proclamation that Tim Hardaway Jr. is the reason why the Mavericks didn't get swept in the NBA Finals. I'm just assuming they didn't actually
because he hit those 5 threes.
Just assuming he didn't actually see the
If you don't watch the game and you see his box score, you're like, he was a plus something and went 5 of 7 from 3.
Don't worry about what the halftime score was. All right, but seriously, Boston, no-brainer, number 1. Here's where I'm really curious. I might argue 2 through 5 could be very different depending on how you feel. Who would, Reggie, I'm going to start with you. Let's go around the horn, but in a popular fashion. Who would you put second on your NBA power rankings for next year?
I feel like people are still going to default to Denver here.
Okay.
And so I'd probably say Denver.
I'd lean to Denver, too. I was worried about them in the playoffs. I'm glad that they decided the playoffs weren't for them in the second round.
Yes.
But you look at that team, that is a very close to complete team and can win the championship.
I heard you, but I want you to ask it exactly the way you asked it to Reggie.
Did I say who would you have?
The Dallas Mavericks, Kevin.
Okay. I knew you were going to be mad at me because I also put the Denver Nuggets. And so
on your list?
I kind of didn't want to tell you that.
The Mavericks made it to the finals.
I know.
They would have whooped Denver the entire way, too.
Kevin, the Denver Nuggets did not make it to the finals.
That is a fact.
I don't know if you realize that.
That's why I didn't want to tell Corey because I knew he was going to be disappointed.
Doesn't make any sense.
It's a big Michael Porter Jr. supporter.
But I've always heard.
That's true.
Man, what a weird pivot that would be if I started to take credit for Michael Porter Jr. somehow. My guy's RJ Barrett till the end. All right. So you've got Dallas second. Then who would you go third?
Then Denver.
Okay, then Denver. All right. Me.
That being said, they didn't make it to the Western Conference Finals, so maybe I should put Minnesota there.
That's a good point.
I will say this. As of today, right now, I will go Dallas. But Oklahoma City scares me with all the assets they have, how good they are. Chet Holmgren's going to get a little bit better. I do think Derek Lively's going to get a little bit better too, but they have the ability to add a very good player to their team in the offseason.
Let me ask you a question about this. You can break it down however the hell you want. And I know Shea finished second for MVP. Who do you think is a better player, Shea or Anthony Edwards?
Right now, today, I will lean towards Shea.
Okay.
But Anthony Edwards is only 22, and look, he's only 25, I believe, Shea. So they both have room to grow. But Anthony Edwards at the end of next year might be better. But right now, Shea today is better.
I agree, and I think just Anthony Edwards' name is more well-known.
I definitely agree.
Movie and stuff like that.
Okay, I could see that. Reggie,
you don't like that commercial that Shea does with
It's
Chet?
the worst commercial. It makes me sad.
It is horrible.
It's terrible.
It's Shea.
They
Shea's better right now. Yeah. But yeah, I'm pronouncing all that. He got too many letters in his name, so people are going to know Anthony Edwards.
Because of Gilgeous Alexander?
That's right.
You don't even know how to spell Gilgeous.
Pick a last name.
Gileous.
You're just guessed.
Yeah,
you don't even know.
It's not Noah Drummond Hageland.
Should be.
If you guys get divorced, will it?
No. All right. Dallas is third on my list as well. Stop trying to cause problems.
On your face, Jess.
Alex, on your face. You're on your facing that he doesn't. Hold on.
Hey, you haven't got a divorce on your face.
On your face,
Like,
your
what a
husband
weird-
loves you. How dare you?
I don't know if your answer to the question was
weird
no,
take.
if we get divorced, it won't, or we're not getting divorced.
Yes, the answer was the same, but also my real answer is I have Dallas at third.
Okay.
That's the real answer I was trying to get out there.
All right.
Mike, you go Dallas 3. You said yes.
Yes, but it's very close with Oklahoma City. And if Oklahoma City makes a bold move, let's say 2 weeks from now with their draft picks and turns that into like a premium NBA player at like 26, 27 years old, that could scare me into flipping Oklahoma City to 3 and Dallas to 4.
Reggie?
Yeah, despite the criticism that he received, Luka Dončić this was in some ways a coronation of his like caliber being up in that top talent. I think that that's going to carry Dallas in that way and put them amongst the elite in that. So, yeah, they're third.
I put Minnesota fourth and then OKC fifth. I certainly understand. How you would go.
I think it's very close.
Okay.
Here's our issue. As we just named the 5 teams, and I think that those are easily the 5 teams.
Yes. Four in the West.
4 of them are in the West. We named Boston one, and that's easy to do right now. And then the next 4, I think you can jumble up in any way you want, but the 4 teams are all Western Conference teams.
And that is the only other team that's really in the mix when I look at this from a couple of different directions is the Milwaukee Bucks. So, like, for example, and I know we're not done with power rankings just yet, I saw betting odds that had the Celtics as the favorite, then the Nuggets, then the Timberwolves, and then OKC, Milwaukee, and Dallas were all tied for fourth. There's some areas, it depends on what book you go to, especially this early. You should always check out BetQL. The Mavericks are as high as second, but you see a pretty firm top 6, and a lot of it is the top 5 with 4 teams from the West.
And there's another team that I would kind of want to put in there, but it's because I'm projecting forward. And I understand we're trying to stay in this moment and project it here, but the Sixers have a max slot available. Yeah. And if you add a max caliber player onto that team, I think you're putting them into that area.
Can I ask you a question as long as we are projecting? Is it wrong of me to think that, like, the Sixers just fit the something will go wrong? I don't know what exciting and new thing it will be, but whatever they do, something will happen to stop them cold in the second round.
I think that's a fair assumption to make, to be completely honest.
Okay. Do you guys, I know you were just saying it's close. Y'all 3, do you go Minnesota, OKC? Does Milwaukee make it in the mix, or Philly perhaps?
I think I'll go Minnesota next and then Oklahoma City after that. But Mike's right.
Ooh.
A large part of it depends on, decision on who you can trade for or what you can add in draft. But the other part, I guess, is nobody wants to go to Oklahoma City, right? Like, nobody wants to be a free agent and sign there.
Maybe so.
They would probably pick Dallas right now. They would probably look at Dallas and say that's more enticing, the city itself and playing with Luka.
I don't think Oklahoma City, because they've maxed out Shea and Lou Dort makes a good amount of money. I don't think they're ever really going to have cap space to add. The way Philadelphia is lucky that Maxey hasn't hit the max contract yet, and so it works out for them that they have this money, but I don't think it's ever going to work out for Oklahoma City. But I don't think it'll be a choice. I guess it can be. Like, you could say, I'm not going to Oklahoma City, and then it doesn't matter if they trade 4 first-round draft picks out of their next, I think like in the next 7 years, they have 12 first-round picks or something.
Something like that.
So they can use, obviously, like 4 of them to go get a guy a guy who I'd love for the Mavs, who I don't know if Oklahoma City needs them as bad, but like a Mikal Bridges from Brooklyn. Like, if you're like, here's 4 first-round picks for this kind of premium wing player, like, that could really help them out. They're probably looking more for, hey, who's the 6'10" to 7'1" guy that can really take us to another level to play with Chet? Not saying down low, but to add size. That's probably what they're looking to use their assets to get.
And this kind of goes back to what we talked about at the very beginning. No one in the ranking or betting community thinks this was a fluky run by the Dallas Mavericks. Like I told you, ESPN's got them ranked 3rd going into next year. Betting odds in one site, like I told you, have the Mavericks 2nd, another one 3rd at 8-1, and another one tied for 4th at 9.5
so
to
1. So not fluky as much as just like it's going to be a competition amongst that group.
And you're in it.
Yeah.
And so that's the biggest thing. Like, I know there's still a lot that can happen in the offseason, but just now, nobody's walked away from the NBA Finals. I mean, I know we're all like, hey, the Celtics were the best team. But at the same time, everyone's walking away and being like, the Mavs are in it. What happens over the next month or so could shake this up a bit, or maybe a lot, but they're in it.
It's easy to pick Boston going back to the NBA Finals right now, because it's tough to say, I think the Knicks are, or Milwaukee is, or Philadelphia is. It's tough today to say that. But if you said Denver, and then somebody said Dallas, and then somebody said Minnesota, and somebody said Oklahoma City, you all have a legitimate argument that you could be in the NBA Finals next year. Now, if you're Phoenix, if you're the Lakers, if you're kind of maybe Memphis when they get Ja back, you'd say, hey, wait a second. You're really going to beat these 4 teams in the playoffs? Because you're going to have to at least play 2 of them, most likely. You really think you're good enough to do that? And that's where I think you get pushback on those outside teams now in the Western Conference. But there's 4 that have a legitimate claim that we're going to win the West next year.
There's another exciting race to watch about who will be the worst team. So Bleacher Report has Washington as the worst and Detroit as the next worst. And ESPN says, not so fast, my friend. I think Detroit is the worst and Washington is the next worst.
Okay,
So,
all right.
One of those teams just fired a coach.
Yeah, man, and they still owe him 5 years, $65 million on that deal.
What did he do so wrong? What did he do so wrong?
He didn't want the job. That's what he did so like honestly.
But he wanted to get paid.
Remember, he turned down that job multiple times and they had to money whip him to take that huge contract. But like Monty Williams, the relationship business, oddly enough, we're starting to see might not be his strength, even though that was one of the things that we kind of applauded him for.
Yeah.
And look, building up a young team, a team with a whole bunch of youth that needs a lot of guidance is not the easiest thing to do, and you have to have the right guy for that situation.
And I have not come through with a consensus on the fan text, but I'm going to read you some of the thoughts about the Acolyte. From the 682, I'm actually loving the Acolyte. And then from the 972, Acolyte is good, but not great. From the 214, Kevin, it's just a bunch of nerds mad that there's another series featuring a female lead. And then from the 214, the Acolyte, it's meh. It's worth watching, but it's kind of random. And from the 940,
helps with stomach pains, right?
The Acolyte is literally garbage. This is the one thing I heard from the last episode. I haven't seen it. This is just what I know people were trying to say. If you want to see lesbian witches get pregnant by the string and not the force, then you'll love it.
From the
That sounds kinda
469,
wild.
go ahead.
No, you got it.
The Acolyte's not as disappointing as Luka's defense. That was rude. That was really rude.
You read it.
I did read it, but we read text. That's why.
That's a good point.
We're out of time, but it's for maybe tomorrow. Is Luka going to enter the 2007 Dirk Nowitzki situation?
No.
Where everybody's going to just kick him in the nads?
Not going to happen.
And say he's not good enough?
Because
that's what happened.
He's going to be tougher this time.
07 to 11, Dirk lived in the world of he's really not that good.
I don't think so.
Not from us. Not from Dallas, per se. There were people in Dallas, but it was the national media was he's not good enough.
I don't know, man. I feel like the league has this respect for.
Okay.
Well, we can discuss that tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we're out of time, Kevin.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, in honor of the Magic 8 Ball, what's the most ridiculous metric you've ever used to make a decision? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Window Nation. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krld-fm.org. And it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm curious if anybody is following along with the College World Series, because we talk about it here and there. Obviously, a huge day at the College World Series with 3 games scheduled in Florida, whipping up on Kentucky right now. But I have another question for this segment. I was reading an article on Yardbarker, and it predicted the 2024 Kansas City Chiefs schedule using the Magic 8 Ball. And then I got to thinking, surely people have used the Magic 8 Ball to make important life decisions, or maybe just a regular decision. So,
will I find love?
Yes. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
What is the most ridiculous metric that you've ever used to make a decision? Is that little paper thing that you do with your hand? You remember that hand?
Oh,
and it would
my
be like,
gosh.
whoop, whoop,
I had
whoop.
to date a girl in 4th grade because of that thing.
Because the paper told you to?
She was the magic one that was underneath the piece of paper.
Like the number 5 or the color green or whatever when you got to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's your favorite color? You know, all those things. Basically, isn't that like one of those little quizzes you take in order? Essentially, it's the same thing. It's just more fun.
Yes. By the way, there's an amazing South Park episode where the boys think they've actually found a piece of advanced technology that can predict the future, and they build like a lab and everything to steal the little paper thing and examine it.
Wow.
And then the girls just make another one. So, what is okay, from the 469, this is what I'm talking about. And no, from the 940, Magic 8 Balls, Kevin back on the stuff? No. Although if I do miss some time in the future because of a, quote, procedure, it's because of my throat, not anything else. For the 956,
Throat's connected to the nose, I'm just saying.
It's not because of cocaine.
Okay.
I used the Magic 8 Ball to decide if I should pop the question to a woman. All right. Because I'm going to...
Literally, did you buy the Magic 8 Ball, or did you grab it at the store and just pick it up? And
what's worse?
Oh, heady play.
That you owned it? That you just used it at the store?
I think use it at the store.
You bought it?
Yeah, because at the store, that essentially doesn't work yet. You know, it's not yours yet. You haven't.
Is that how that works?
Christened it or whatever.
Wait, you have to wait. Whoa, that sounds crazy. Do you have to bond with the 8 Ball for it to be okay?
Yeah, it has to get to know you a little bit before it can really help you make decisions.
How many dates? How many dates until the Magic 8 Ball can help you?
By the way, that person followed up. I'm cheap. I just used one at Spencer's.
There you go.
Exactly.
All right.
That's exactly how I thought that went down.
At least I get this more from the 469. Not totally, but I've ended relationships with an S based on coin flips. But this other person decided if they wanted to get married. Please follow up. Are you married now? How did that all go? If you...
It's unclear, Kevin.
Okay. Answer unclear at this time. I feel like that was always the answer. And also, if you had something that really went your way, would you continue to do that? Let's say for some reason you flipped a coin, like Two-Face or something, and it went really well for you. Would you flip the coin again and be like, I don't know, that worked out really well, I'm going to keep doing that?
Real hazy. Try again.
Oh, yes, that's what it always says.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely flip coins. Although, I'm at the point now, who has coins readily available all the time? We don't use physical currency.
That's true.
Much. So like I'll use Google and tell it to flip a coin, and I realize like now I'm just letting the algorithm decide.
Oh my gosh, that is terrifying.
I'm glad that
At least you're letting gravity help in the other
Right,
situation.
exactly.
To go
Pure
along
chance.
with that, the only time you should be flipping that coin is at the My Possibilities ball. And that's how you decide when heads or
that's
tails.
a blast.
And
That's
is
an
the
absolute
most
blast.
fun game in the world.
Yes.
But whenever you go to a place, I feel old too when I have to tell somebody my email ends in Hotmail and they
Same.
judge me for that.
Yeah,
they judge me
they
for that.
smirk.
My wife judges me for that. But when you go to a place,
is Hotmail worse than AOL?
See, I wouldn't think so, but I think it's turned back around, and yes, now it is.
Okay.
If you go somewhere and they just already have everything set up, and you're like, "Oh, I was going to pay in cash," and they seem astonished by this, and I'm like, "God,
what are you writing checks, Kevin? What's happening?"
I'm so old."
Do you still write checks?
No.
He looks
Sometimes
so
you have
disgusted.
to, right? I did write a check recently. For
graduation, right?
No, I purchased a car. So I wrote a down payment.
That is
and that was
true.
like, I was like, gosh, I haven't written a check in forever.
It was
or wrote a check.
The last two times I used checks was yes, they do take checks at Platinum Chevrolet.
I like
If
it.
you were curious,
I like it.
But also, we had a bunch of like relatives and friends of the family who were graduating from high school. And so I was like, what do we do? Can you ask them if they want us to send them something on Venmo? And instead, I wrote a check. And of course, I checked the bank account religiously. And it makes me mad that the check hadn't got cashed yet because I've always been the way I am.
That's right. But one of the things I was going to say about flipping a coin is I realized that it helps me learn what I actually want. Because there's times where I'm like, let's flip a coin. And you're like,
yes.
Should I flip it again? It's like, okay, so you wanted the other thing then, right?
Yes.
Like that's what you really wanted.
But then you're not bound by the coin, right? You can go back and say, well,
Flip it again.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, best 2 out of 3 is
That's
always
right.
a good option.
From the 817, I roll and I think I know this, the D20 to help me make decisions. I believe that is I want to say tetrahedron. I know that's not right. Dice.
Dodecahedron.
That's
right.
From Dungeons and Dragons.
Why do you know that?
That's a lot of options. Do you just
I'll
go
explain
odds
later.
and evens? Because
I've never played Dungeons
Never
and
played
Dragons.
Dungeons and Dragons either.
I think you would think it's so stupid.
But honestly, he would think it was stupid. But once he started playing, I feel like he might actually enjoy it.
You think he would
Take
get
longer
into
than Monopoly? Because usually
Oh,
that's
yeah.
You can
that's
play
a-
Dungeons and Dragons for like 4 straight weeks.
But
and
at
be
least
on
it's not
board.
a game for terrible people like Monopoly.
Man, Monopoly will let you know
I definitely
how
love
people view the
Monopoly.
world. And
Well,
if
what do
your
you do with the
relationship is-
Dungeons and Dragons?
You make up elves, and then those elves can turn you into powerful
Okay,
squirrels.
and here's why you'll hate it, Mike.
You put people in dungeons and then you use your dragon to fire them.
But like you have to
might.
pretend. Like if I'm the dungeon master, you'd roll the dice, and I was like, oh, "Look out, Mike! Here comes a mage through the forest." Yeah,
A mage?
I don't know.
What is
Majors.
a mage?
That's what it's.
And
that's
then,
kind of what we
and
are.
then you just be like, "It's you. I'm looking right at you," and I'm like, "Here comes a dragon," and you'd be like, "No."
Yeah.
or
already hates
Kevin,
it plays out in real life, like in Stranger Things.
And he gets like, "Oh, well."
Real life. Yeah, I don't want to ruin that for anybody.
That came out 4 or 5 years ago. Stranger Things.
The most recent
It was
season?
like 8 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
But the most recent season, there was a very
Yes.
big Dungeons and Dragons connection. The most recent house we purchased, I was kind of on.
Oh no!
Like, I didn't.
Then you purchase houses left and right
Yeah.
in Plano. He's purchasing 4 cars a year.
I was.
Look at me, I own property.
Okay, thanks. I
need to get on y'all's
I
paycheck.
didn't know exactly like if I wanted to do that or not. I was kind of like, Adrian and I were in a disagreement about it.
Uh-oh.
And I was at the gym and I said, all right, if I make this half court shot,
No.
What is this? White man can't jump?
and I made a half court shot.
And then your wife got to be on
And then I
Jeopardy.
went, son of a bitch.
On your first and only try, you made a half court shot.
I mean, I've been shooting before that, but yes, I had not shot from half court, and I threw it up and it went in, and I went, son of a bitch, I have to buy a
You
house.
should enter the NBA 3-point competition.
No, I shouldn't, Mike. I'm not going to make them that often. It was fate that guided that ball into the basket, obviously.
I don't know. You might be Peyton Pritchard.
I don't know who
Don't
that
sell
is.
yourself short.
I'm
Really?
not going to travel whenever I make my three from
Next
midcourt.
year at the NBA 3-point competition, it'll be Corey Majors versus the girl.
How? What?
Like,
How?
you
Which
know,
girl?
Caitlin
I don't
Which
know.
girl?
I don't know. Whatever girl played against Steph Curry in that 3-point competition.
Oh,
Is that
Sabrina
Ionescu?
Ionescu. Yeah.
Yeah.
She'll win.
But how invested would you be in watching that? Like, I know you said you don't.
Super invested.
I would be so invested.
I want to go right now to the Mavericks arena, and I'll give you 20 minutes to warm up, and I want to see you drain a
Again,
half-court
Mike,
shot.
it wasn't me. It was fate, obviously, because we bought
Your
the
name's
house.
Corey.
Fate's
Wasn't
sitting
fate.
just past
I didn't
Rockwall.
hire fate to shoot the shot.
From the
It was the Lord that made that for me.
No, it wasn't.
Well, that's tough.
Because there was only one set of footsteps. And never mind.
God was with Peyton Pritchard in the NBA Finals. Then.
Oh my God. Thanks again, y'all, for making this show so popular. From the 956, if the 8 ball said ask again later, I took that as a sign and just bailed on whatever question I was asking. This one is amazing. I hope this is true and not from a movie. I used a magic 8 ball to study for an exam in high school. Will this topic be on the test? If it did not, I didn't study. Work like a charm. I really want to say that that's from a show or movie, but I love the idea that that actually happened to somebody and it worked perfect.
Isn't that what the review is for?
Hey, look.
Okay.
If you're going to the Magic 8 Ball, did you do the review? Were you there for the review?
Fair enough.
Probably not,
You
right?
ever use one of those apps to decide what you want for dinner?
Those things stink.
They do stink,
They're
but if you follow it,
useless.
dude, like sometimes it would send you'd be like Burger King and be like, shut up, spin again. But, you know, not that I don't love Burger King sometimes, but that's not what I was craving that night.
Yeah.
You just hit the button and it starts spinning, and then you're like, all right, I guess we're going to Mesa Maya tonight. Here we go.
Oh, that's a good restaurant.
That is.
That is
I love
good.
it.
That's where
They have
Mike's
good
gonna-
chips and salsa. It's good.
It
You
is
should try
good.
it.
It's my favorite. It's right around the corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, they have multiple locations.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's one over.
What are you trying out for another sponsorship?
That's right. I like
don't
what you're
have
doing
any-
here.
Like, yeah, I have men's tea clinic. Okay, that's
located in
like. Don't worry.
probably
Pale
right there in your
Plug will,
neighborhood. Great margaritas as well.
Hey, if you'd like to be a commercial on our station, we have plenty of room.
And I think technically it's not Plugola yet if you haven't gotten anything out of it. So, which you have
Tasty and delicious food
not. Oh my gosh.
that I
Reggie,
paid for.
Pretty good service, too. I'd go.
Oh, the service is amazing.
Margaritas,
Yeah.
solid. Other mixed drinks, solid.
See, that's what I want your commercial to be. Meso Maya. Are you looking for a solid mixed drink? It's not great, but it'll get you where you need to
like,
be.
I use solid as a positive,
Okay.
not like as an average.
Okay.
I just said, it's average.
Okay.
But I mean, Corey brought up a really nice Tex-Mex restaurant with a variety of drinks. They actually have a variety of salsas, I believe, too. Don't they have three
Yeah,
different
sometimes,
ones?
yeah. They'll throw it on the
Yeah,
bean
I
dip
mean,
stuff.
heck, look, this is, if you would just use us, we would like sponsor things and then get more people at your place.
Oh, yeah.
It's Buffalo Wild Wings.
Now, this is probably how we
That's a
should have
fact. I don't
started
get paid
because
for
this
that.
question comes in. I'm sorry. What is a Magic 8 Ball? That is a fair
I think
question.
it's crack and something else, right?
No. The toy Magic 8 Ball. It's filled with this like weird liquid goo that I always wanted to break open and see what it was, and maybe
Well,
at
do
one
it. It
point
costs
taste it.
$10.
Okay, but don't taste it, right?
He's
I
not
don't think
your
you'll die.
You don't know. You don't know though. I don't.
I
think-
know.
Okay.
If you drink the whole thing, there's a possibility. If you just stick your finger in it and then lick it, I think that I think that you'll be fine.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Mike's Keys to Marriage. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3
This liquid is
The
toxic
Fan.
and it isn't meant to be drunk.
Yeah,
by the
okay.
way.
Yeah, drunk, but just tasting it, you'll be okay.
That's
It's
how the magical powers.
It's isopropyl alcohol
Sounds
and
bad.
aniline colorant dye.
People drink
So-
alcohol all the time.
Yeah,
but not that
that's a good
kind.
point. Not out of a ball. Well, they never mind.
What are you doing?
Never mind. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, grading the Cowboys offseason and
right.
observations
A plus.
heading into training camp.
Just like Mesa Maya.
We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Hi, I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. Let's face it.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Here we go. Aubrey nearing the end of the first quarter from 60 on the left hash. Long kick, plenty of leg. What a great call by Mike McCarthy. Just as everyone said he should do, he sends in Aubrey for a 60-yard field goal, and Dallas leads 10-0.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike is desperately hungry if you want to help him out. But also, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
How would we go about helping him
They
out?
have an ensalada de la casa. I think that
Needs to
means
go to-
home of the salad.
What was it? What mayo?
Meso Maya.
Meso Maya.
The Herradura salmon has this great sauce on it, but it's on top of Brussels sprouts. Oh, God, it's so good.
I used to hate Brussels sprouts, but I'll tell you what, restaurants have figured it out.
And they changed the genetics
did
of them.
not figure it out. Moms just made them mushy and yucky. But man, they kind of char them at restaurants.
Yeah, man.
Salt them up.
Let's talk about, we got a whole lot of stuff to talk about.
Starving.
You want to start with what Mike will get from Tolo's to eat for lunch? The comeback player of the year, a quarterback salary cap, or the Cowboys?
Wait, what's this about a quarterback salary cap?
Would you like to start there?
Yes, please.
All right.
It'll happen. We know that.
Interesting that you say that. Tom Pelissero was on the Rich Eisen show and said that there has been buzz and the league is aware that some owners have been privately discussing the possibility of a separate cap for quarterback salaries. And in that case, it wouldn't necessarily be the amount of money, it would be the percentage of the overall cap. I have no idea if that's 25% or whatever it ends up being, but that is the thought, is that they would want to put a cap on the earnings potential of the quarterbacks.
So then they're not 50% at some day.
Pretty much.
Okay.
Or honestly, I mean, look, we talked about it. You talked about it yesterday, the amount of check I would write, blah, blah, blah. I always wondered that, if you just had real free agency, no one could block it. There was no cap or anything. What would Patrick Mahomes get?
Billion. I think 100.
Yeah,
100 million a
so
year.
maybe 8 to 10 years, 800 million to $1 billion.
Yeah.
Wait, so at this point, we're moving towards the NBA salary cap situation where you have individual max contracts that are capable,
I
right?
could see that.
So, but here's the situation is the number on receivers contracts are getting lucrative as well.
Exactly, and that's where they're going to run into trouble, and I'm sure that the NFL owners are going to cry poverty, and there's no way we can handle it in this marketplace, and blah, 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 because now you've seen, not a parallel, but you've seen a shocking uptick in wide receiver contracts.
Yes.
Along with quarterback contracts.
Yeah, I mean, because they do go hand in hand, the quarterback and the receiver.
Sure. Now, the good news is there are multiple sources that are while individuals are talking about this, it doesn't seem to have any traction yet in the NFL, which I also have to admit is kind of surprising. If you could tell NFL owners, here's another way to cut costs or potentially curb costs a little bit, that they would be in favor of it.
I don't know, would that curb cost? Because ultimately your salary cap is what it is. You're paying the same, but I think that would Would that curb conversation in some ways on quarterbacks?
See, I think it would curb costs in terms of setting that up. I do kind of wonder if you think that, I don't know, I'm intrigued by your idea, but I do kind of think it would curb costs because there might be some tinkering to the salary cap along with it. But on the flip side, don't you think a lot of players in the NFL would be for this? Because then it would theoretically give more of the pie to any other position. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're a quarterback, this is BS. But if you play any other position, now you're like, maybe there's more of potential money available.
What if you don't have, I'm sorry if this is already, what if you don't have a quarterback that is commanding $50 million?
No. And
how do you, can I use that money some other way?
There would be no floor. It would just, I think it would say you can't go past 25% of your total cap space on your quarterback.
Okay.
I don't think it would be like a totally separate thing. And so let's say you have a rookie quarterback or a quarterback
so it wouldn't be 125%.
Yeah.
You would have 100%.
Exactly.
Okay, gotcha.
So it really is like the NBA where it's like you can get up to a max contract. However, you don't have to give everybody a max contract.
And so I just think that's something intriguing to keep an eye on going forward.
Can you imagine if the quarterbacks, especially the premium ones, do have enough money to strike?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, good. You can play without us.
That drives the game.
Let's see how many fans you have if Patrick Mahomes is supposed to play Lamar Jackson and you have, I have no clue, quarterbacking those two games. Because they might be able to do it. I think most of the quarterbacks were like, don't sign this deal. This is a horrible 10-year contract for us. And all the other players like, we don't care. We just are going to sign it. And so, boy, if you didn't have the quarterbacks, you would lose a lot of ratings.
Absolutely.
That being said, if they did do this, if I was the quarterbacks, I'd say, well, then we're also not part of this. The first pick gets this much money and the 10th pick gets this much money. If we are considered this premium, then we need to get paid more premium out of the draft.
I definitely agree with you on that. Now, Corey, I think this is something that will interest you more than anybody else.
I hope so.
The Associated Press.
He loves him, the Associated Press, man.
AP, I trust him.
I think he'll be intrigued by this. The Associated Press has finally put out somewhat of a guideline for Comeback Player of the Year.
Fine.
Remember how we talked about you could win Comeback Player of the Year essentially for sucking?
For being terrible.
Yes. So now, quote.
Scooney. Mozzie.
The spirit.
Overshown.
Of the stop name, that is for injury.
Well, I mean, they all three weren't good.
The spirit of the AP Comeback Player of the Year award is to honor a player who has demonstrated resilience in the face of adversity by overcoming illness, physical injury, or other circumstances that led them to miss playing time. So it's not necessarily like, you got it, Russ, just because you were terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's like, did you miss time? And so they sent that out to their voters today.
All right. Finally.
Although I was still intrigued by your idea a couple years ago that Brian Robinson should have won Comeback Player of the Year, even though he was a rookie, because he was a running back and he got shot in the legs twice.
He got shot in that year. And he came back and was awesome.
I'm intrigued by that notion.
I'm with you. I think Jalen Smith should have been higher up on the board. He played with one leg for so many years.
Does that mean we have to add a most improved player
functioning leg?
Probably. Mike, I hope you'll understand I probably will not start with you on this.
Okay.
Let's go with grading the offseason for all of the Dallas Cowboys.
Heck yeah.
I'll take Mike's sarcastic A+ and put it down.
We went all in.
We are all in.
Are we?
Dude, if we come... Listen, man.
Back, A+.
If we come out of this thing...
Got a new number.
I said we're not starting with you.
If we come out of this thing and McCarthy and Dak are gone at the end of the year because Jerry was like, that's what I meant by all in. I wasn't going to re-sign them if they didn't win a Super Bowl. Then maybe Jerry would have the last laugh if that was the case. See, I told y'all I was all in. I didn't mean all in. I was going to build this thing and win a Super Bowl. I was giving them their last shot. Their offseason grade... C-.
C-. Well, count ESPN in that group. They actually went down just a little bit.
Let's say D.
D+.
Okay, yeah.
So they got a D+.
Because we're in the big D.
For the Dallas Cowboys.
I like it.
Is better than two other teams, the New Orleans Saints and the Las Vegas Raiders, both got a D. So the Cowboys, not the worst in the offseason.
But not the best.
No.
But you can't win. Look, man, you can't win the offseason. You can't just win the championships by winning the offseason. That's a fact.
I'm like Dak's brother. I'm having trouble even seeing a loss on this schedule.
Let's go from that, I guess, to Cowboys did go ahead and sign Gary Conley, the defensive back from the UFL. We talked about this, I think, last week as a possibility that they were bringing him in for a visit. And also, if you wanted to know, the information is now out there for the public. July 24th is when rookies and veterans are supposed to report for the Cowboys to Oxnard.
When are we supposed to report?
The 25th.
I don't know. Are we supposed to say that on it?
I don't know.
Oh,
I was just asking.
26th.
I have no idea.
The 27th.
Maybe you're not reporting there at all.
Well, deal with it. Well, I have
is
Ranger
that breaking news?
I don't know. Actually, never mind.
Let
Maybe
me
you
say
are.
this.
I don't know the answer.
What
to
would happen if you said that, I don't know what day you guys are going, but, we're going to be there July 26th. Like, who are we hiding this from? Like, is it like going to Ohio State football practice? Like, Michigan could see this practice. Like, hey, everybody knows we're going. Like, everybody knows 105.3 The Fan's going to be there. Who cares what day? Like, don't say the date. Don't say the date we're leaving. From who? Like, who are we hiding this from?
I don't know the answer to your question, Mike.
The deep state.
I've just been told not to, and I just figured the deep state would find me if I did.
Hey, can I tell you a crappy story real quick?
Don't tell them what day the Cowboys play a football game.
Shut up, Mike.
Maybe they won't. Maybe we'll sneak up on Cleveland.
Hey, I get your point. It's probably valid, but still shut up. Isaiah Buggs. Hold on, I'm going to wait until Corey's done laughing because this will not play right.
Yeah, no left zone.
Isaiah Buggs. Remember we talked about him yesterday or Monday that he was facing another arrest charge. Again, this is the allegation per the police report. He's the same guy who's accused of malnourishing and mistreating those dogs, and he said that was because people were trying to get him to sell his hookah bar, blah, 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 blah. The allegation is that Isaiah Buggs used a tire iron to break in the apartment of his baby mama and then grabbed her and drug her down the stairs. And he's being charged with second-degree domestic violence and second-degree burglary. Again, I wasn't there, just going off of what the accusations and police reports say right there. But
he should be done.
That is a damning month or so.
Roger Goodell told us.
No tolerance.
No tolerance. He should be done.
Except when there is.
Of course, they lied about that. But
there's some tolerance.
For sure. So there's the latest as we go across the entire NFL. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the assets and options available for the Mavs to upgrade the team. Plus, just curious, who would you want? We'll do next right here on The Fan.
Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, the assets and options available for the Mavs to upgrade the team, and is there a particular player that you would want? Also, we got Bruce Bochy coming up in about 20 minutes.
I like this segment, and I would like to say, in a perfect world, I have no clue how to get them. The Mavs are limited with their resources and draft picks. But man, to me, Mikal Bridges in Brooklyn would be so perfect for this team. Their number 3 guy, like PJ Washington, would be a starter still. But if you had as your wings to go with Luka and Kyrie, if you had Mikal Bridges and PJ Washington along with your 2 centers, I think that would be, I won't say the perfect team, but I think you have constructed a team that everybody's like, oh crap. They got a great kind of two-way player, a little bit more defensive, doesn't need the ball to be successful. He went to Brooklyn and went from like 15 points in Phoenix as kind of the number 4 guy there to 26 points a game as the number 1. So you know it's in him.
And that team was pretty terrible too, right?
But he's like right around 18, 19 points, but he's been on a team where he's played with Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton, Devin Booker, so he knows how to play like kind of on a team that he's not the number 1 and thrive and be successful. So he wouldn't at 27 years old go, I need 20 points a game. He knows how to play great team basketball. He would guard, or at least try to start off guarding the best player on the other team when they're kind of a guard wing situation. I'd love Mikal Bridges, but I have no clue how. I don't even think he's available. That's the thing, is we don't know yet who's really available. The rumors haven't come out yet that we know who's available on the trade market.
And that's another thing. Whenever you say not realistic, is it okay that I immediately think because of your lack of draft assets and salary
you can trade
cap,
one draft pick, one first round.
Is there a player that everybody is going to wait on for all these things? You know, like a
free agent, you mean?
Yeah, that kind of changes everything. You know how we've had years where LeBron or maybe even Kevin Durant has held the NBA hostage, waiting for them to sign before everybody's going to make moves.
Let me look it up. Is the best Paul George? I mean, LeBron is a free agent. LeBron, I mean, maybe.
But we don't think he's going to leave, right?
I don't think so.
Paul George's player option just like LeBron. So I feel like those, and Tyrese Maxey's restricted. So I'm just kind of curious.
He's going to get maxed out.
Harden or DeRozan.
I don't think those guys are.
Stop down. Yeah. Because Siakam just signed his max, and so to your point, I'm thinking about, you know, Klay Thompson, James Harden, DeMar DeRozan, the unrestricted. Those don't feel like market stoppers or league stoppers like the other people that you were bringing up.
Yeah, so I wonder if things will move a lot faster because of it, and if those things start to happen in a more timely manner, which would be great because the NBA had a surge, especially around here, for sure. So, I guess DeRozan. Yeah, give me DeRozan, Kevin.
I think DeRozan would be a great fit on this team.
I am losing the rules now. I'm just confused because they've changed them recently on when you're over the cap, how you can trade for a free agent. I think they've made it really tough to do because DeRozan being a free agent, I think that it becomes very tough, but I'm not 100% sure. I just think they've made more rules to make it tougher when you're like the Mavericks over the cap number, and then even over a threshold where Derrick Jones Jr. becomes kind of impossible to sign unless you make some moves to create a full mid-level exception. I don't know if I'd like DeRozan too, but then I wonder this: do the Mavericks not want him because he doesn't shoot 3-pointers?
I was about to ask that.
Mid-range king.
He's not enough of a 3-point shooter to do that. But does that then lighten the load for Kyrie to be a mid-range driver kind of guy? But I think that when Kyrie's at his best, he's doing all three, and that's where you're like, okay, you don't want to take that away from him.
And the assets really are limited, because I'm going to run through a couple of things for you guys, and this is where the NBA salary cap is, man, if you think the NFL is confusing, the NBA is pretty damn confusing as well. The Mavericks have a $4.0 million and a $4.9 million trade exception. However, you can't use those exceptions if they take you past the first apron, and the Mavericks are $3.6 million below the first apron salary cap. And so
those are useless.
You have to be already past the first apron?
Unless you get rid of some salary.
Exactly.
Got you.
Exactly. And so, like, while you look at that as a potential asset, you're like, not really, unless you move some money. And what's the money you want to move? Because I understand, like, in terms of trades and everything, but I was just focusing on guaranteed and non-guaranteed, because I don't think they want to move off either one of these. Exum's contract becomes guaranteed on June 29th for $3.1 million, and Hardy's becomes guaranteed for $2 million the next day. Do you think I'm safe in assuming, especially at those prices, both of those players will be back?
Yes.
Okay. So, because that's the easiest thing right there. It's like, oh, you don't bring one of them back, you don't bring both of them back, and then you could theoretically use both of your trade exceptions. Well, then that's not what you want to do. And so those trade exceptions, until you move something out, are really not actually there for you, or not there for you at that level. Mike brought up, you realistically can only trade one first-round draft pick. And that's kind of your ammunition. And that's why, Mike, and correct me if I'm wrong, the names of Hardy, Prosper, Green have come up, because if you're like, this is all I have.
And they can be valued kind of like first-round picks because of their use.
Exactly. And so if you're like, hey, I'm looking to unload Tim Hardaway Jr., and you're like, well, why would we do that? Oh, it's expiring contract. What else you got? And then that's where you wonder if, like, what the kickers will be, or if they'll go all out and say you can get a first-round pick and Hardy and Green, however you construct it, because you have a guy that we just really, really want. I know you'd have to even out the money and everything, because the Mavericks are, like, right up against the luxury tax.
Did Malik Monk take himself out of this category because he's going to be too expensive after what looks like a really great year from him?
I would like to have him.
Because he's unrestricted,
Do you have him up right now?
Yeah.
How tall is he?
6'3", 200 pounds.
That's the only thing that I don't feel like works because of the lack of height with Kyrie, like putting both those guys on the court at the same time. You can. I'm not saying you can't.
And Nico specifically went and got length this year, aside from Kyrie.
And Monk, I don't want to say is a good defensive player, but he gives good effort, I feel like, a lot defensively, and he's a great scorer. I feel like I need that score to be like 6'6".
I gotcha. Like a Brandon Ingram.
Well, I was just looking up this person. He's a free agent.
You know, I'd love Brandon Ingram.
If we can make that happen, hell yeah.
And the Pelicans might be open to kind of moving some of what they're doing around, but then you start getting into how do you match the salary?
Yes.
Let me ask you this. Also, with a team like, let's say, a Houston, a New Orleans, they're outside in the Western Conference, kind of looking in at the four teams we mentioned earlier in the show: Denver, Dallas, Minnesota, Oklahoma City. That seems to be the cream of the crop in the Western Conference. And then the other teams are kind of looking, how do we compete with those teams? Do you think, like in New Orleans, or if you're trying to work a deal with Houston or something, go, how much better do we want to make the team we're trying to catch?
Yeah, that's absolutely in that area. But when it comes to their own economics and what they are having to deal with, it makes they're trying to figure their situation out first.
My only question was going to be, are they then close enough to have such considerations? That's what I'm wondering, if they're so far back that they're like, we don't need to worry about them right now. Like, we need to worry about bringing in better assets as much as we possibly can. Just curious about that. I've seen this name pop up multiple times. And obviously, he was just involved in a trade. OG Anunoby. is somebody that has come up time and again.
He's off the market, but in a perfect world, right? I mean, New York went all in on him.
Yes, they did. And so they're not moving off of him, but multiple people brought him up. So I did just want to say, I don't think that will happen.
I mean, the name that we keep seeing, Kevin, and I think Mike shut it down. I think most people agree that it should be shut down as Klay Thompson. Go chase him is what I keep seeing.
He wants a 3-year deal too, and I don't even know if he has a year left.
And it's not going to be for easy money.
He is not Klay Thompson anymore either.
Okay, let me ask you something then. Let's just say he wants to say in your face Warriors, I still got it or whatever. Would you do the tax mid-level exception?
For 1 year, yes.
But what if he was like, I want it over 3 years?
It's not the end of the world if you're saying, are you saying like the tax mid-level at like 11 million?
No. The tax mid-level exception here is 5.2 for the Mavericks. So
3 for 15 approximately.
Yeah. If he was willing to be that cheap, why would he leave Golden State?
I'd be mad at them.
Sometimes I think it's an ego thing, right? Like I'm with you for sure. Wouldn't you rather just stay?
Wouldn't he go to the Lakers because of his father and where he grew up?
That is probably a good point. My point is it would have to be pretty low. He doesn't bring it like that defensively. Obviously, you saw his numbers start to fall from a shooting perspective. He's had a hell of a career.
Yeah, Hall of Famer.
And it's all contextualized, right? Because if you are somehow magically getting him for 3 for 15, what he does is well above that level.
I would agree with
that. But the problem is the full expectation is the reason why he would not continue with the Warriors is because he still values himself at a place the Warriors aren't willing to pay, and that honestly his game probably does not necessarily justify for a lot of other places.
You said perfect fit, and I don't think this is the perfect fit, but he would definitely take over Tim Hardaway Jr.'s spot I think he's better, would be Buddy Hield.
There it is.
Who lives here. He lives in North Dallas.
Yeah. I was just about to bring him up. That's why I was excited.
He's a free agent. He averaged in his career he's 31, so he's still a good player. He's averaged 15.5 points for his career at 40% 3-point shooting.
Oh.
But he's 6'4" and not a great defensive player.
Not a great anything else.
So he'd be your sixth man coming off the bench for points. The other thing too is when I watch him, and Reggie, maybe you have more of a scouting report than I do on him. I feel like he's not much of his own shot creator. He's more of a catch and shoot guy.
Is that terrible for this team though?
Which is fine if Luka can find you and you can make them.
In a perfect world, I want this guy to be able to dribble.
Okay.
All right. But it's not perfect. So do you want? The ability to knock down threes more? Like where's that balance?
Right. And I think this is where Nico has to look and go, I probably can't get the perfect play. I probably can't get, to me, Mikal Bridges would be like a perfect player that can do a lot. Do you want more of a defensive guy? Like, I'll give you another person who I don't know how available he is. Would you rather have Buddy Hield, who's a much better shooter, than Dorian Finney-Smith? But Dorian Finney-Smith is the 6'8", 6'7", more defensive guy who can knock down an open three, but he can't dribble and pass at all.
Yeah. I feel like there were times where just making shots just went empty.
And Dorian Finney-Smith is not a good 3-point shooter.
Yeah,
He's an open 3-point shooter, but not one. Like Buddy Hield can get hot and make 6 or 7 3-pointers in a game and be an on your face guy.
He's 22nd in history with 3-pointers made, I believe, right now, and he could be top 15 by the end of this year.
Wow!
So like that's one of the I think there's kind of that close. So again, you're lacking a little length, you're lacking some defense, but you have a guy that is a knockdown 3-point.
We got to go to break here, but you didn't name your guy Caruso, but he's not available.
He's not gettable. Look, if you because supposedly there was rumblings that in this draft, Chicago got offered a top 10 pick for Caruso, and they were like, no dice. But all right, Alex Caruso would be an amazing fit here. He would fit the exact defensive mentality that you want. I just don't think that's doable. We talked about off air Gary Trent Jr.
I like him a lot.
He's about to get paid, so I don't think that's going to be a viable option either. And that's the trouble. We'll learn more in the next few weeks. Who is and is not more likely to be available. And the one good thing, going back to one of our segments from a couple hours ago, I think the Mavericks have shown creativity to be able to pull a lot of this stuff off. So as we hear more and more about, hey, looks like this person's available, which you probably will starting next week, right?
Yeah, and we'll find out how great of a run this was that maybe agents are telling their clients, hey, did you see what Derek Jones Jr. just did to his career?
And he's about to get paid.
Go to Dallas.
If Derek Jones Jr. is not coming back, which he's probably not, you want to root for him to get a hell of a contract, right? You want to root for him to get his 4 for $60 or whatever the case might be, so you can be like, see, 1 year Luka, look what happened. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is the Expressway, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
There's a long drive, way back in center field, way back, it is Willie Mays just brought this crowd to its feet with a catch, which must have been an optical illusion to a lot of people.
That's my favorite part of that whole clip. Like, obviously you can hear the fans going crazy, but the description of that looks like it must have been an optical illusion to some people here. I love it, love it, love it. I'm just more fascinated by, obviously everyone understands, knows the greatness of Willie Mays. I'm fascinated by modern statistics being used to make the argument that he might be the best of all time. Right now on the line, by the way, I got to tell you, if you're looking to spice up your game day grub, reach out for the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers, the original Louisiana brand hot sauce. Flavor favors the bold. We bring to you Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. How's it going?
We're doing okay. We're doing okay. I know you said something about it last night, but in case anybody missed it, we've been obviously talking a whole lot about Willie Mays. I was hoping you could give our listeners some insight into just how great he was and what he meant specifically to you.
Yeah, well, as I said last night, you know, being in this game allows you to meet some really special people. And then this guy, I mean, Ted Williams, he had a great line. He said the All-Star game was made up for Willie Mays. I mean, this guy could be the greatest player of all time. But, you know, for me to have 13 years with him, pretty much every day, too. I'm talking about spring training. During the season, he had a little office by my office. And just loved talking to the man. I still remember the first day I went up to San Francisco to manage. He brought me a dozen baseballs, and he said, look, take these. I'm sure you have some friends that may want some of these, and I know you're not going to want to bother me, and I'll bring you more. But, you know, this will start you out. So this, I mean, it's I was just stunned by that move. And but to have him around just talking baseball, we had a Hall of Fame spring training meeting every year with he and Orlando Cepeda, Gaylord Perry, and Willie McCovey. But he would dominate the conversation, and he was so good, you know, as far as helping the players. You know, just about playing the game, and even spring training. He'd get on the guys that would come out after 3 or 4 innings. He'd go, man, these people came out to see you play. You stay out there and play for them. That's just who he was. And so sad day yesterday, but what a great life he had. And, you know, he's going down as one of the greatest players of all time.
Well, Boch, in the offseason, I read his book that recently came out, 24, and he had a great relationship with Leo DeRocher, his manager for a long time. And at one point, he didn't want to play in a spring training game, but Leo knew that, like, all these people came out to see you, Willie, and so he made a deal with Willie. He's like, look, if you hit a home run, I'll take you out of the game. He's like, okay, deal. And then went out and hit a home run in the first inning. He's like, am I good? Can I have the rest of the day off? He's like, hey, can you just give me like 3 or 4 more innings? Because I'm going to get it. I'm going to just deal with it if you don't play at least, you know, 4 or 5 innings today. And so have you ever made a deal with a player in spring training? I know spring training is very different now of like, can you just give me this today? You know, or maybe during a regular season game, like the way Leo had to do with Willie one day.
Oh, yeah, I've done that a few times, you know, trade-offs. You know, we used to, you know, back when we were in Yuma, we'd have to go to Tucson and Phoenix to play. So we had guys, you know, they would come up with a tight hamstring or whatever. So before I'd hear that, I'd say, listen, I got to split this up. Just give me this day here, and you know, we'll take this day, whatever. And you know, you can't really give them a choice because you're really supposed to have 4 regulars out there, and and I try to honor that. And I'll tell you why, because I went to high school in Florida, and I would go to spring training games, hoping, you know, my guys were playing. Well, back then, chances are they were playing, and they played more, than what they do today as far as the length of the game. So it meant a lot to me, when they played, and I would tell the players about, my time as a kid and what it means to these fans. And so, I think if you explain it, they don't come up with these little nagging injuries. Now, I will tell you a quick story about Tony Gwynn. And Tony, he had a bad knee that he would have to, ice it all the time. But Tony would never skip a trip to Tucson. I said, Tony, I need you staying back. We'll get you covered with some other regulars. He goes, no. I know there's some kids. We only go there twice. They're just hoping that, I come and play, and I'm going. He would go every trip. Now, when Tony would go, I wouldn't have to have 4 regulars. That's all they cared about. Tony made that trip. So, it kept the other guys back. But, and I would tell him, trust me, I'd stay back, but he would insist on going, and he did every trip.
Boach, when I was a kid, when I was in elementary school, every time we got a chance to go to the library, I would always get Willie Mays, Mickey Mantle's books. Those were the ones that I wanted to read, I wanted to be attached to, I wanted to know more about them. I was always kind of curious from your perspective when you were growing up and watching the game. Who were the players that you were fascinated by and wanted to know more about?
Well, Ted Williams was really my guy, I guess. Later on, Johnny Bench, because I was a catcher, but I was just fascinated by this man, and I had a chance to spend quite a bit of time with him back when I was in San Diego, because he was born there, and our owner, John Moores, brought him back to San Diego to have him part of the club, and so he came back quite a few times, and we had similar passions. Fishing, for example. I mean, he just drilled me on fishing too. Fly fishing, about tying flies. I mean, he was so far ahead of me on that fishing. I was just using a conventional rod, but he loved to talk about it. Managing, he managed. When I lived outside of D.C., he was managing the Senators before they came here to Texas. So, but just his life, this guy was, he was in 2 wars. Just incredible career. As a fighter pilot, and what he did on the field. So his bats, his books is My Turn at Bat and The Science of Hitting. I can't tell you how many times I've read him as a kid. And so he was the guy I really tried to find out more and more about.
How much better have you gotten at fishing since then to try to catch up to that?
Well, I will say I did get into fly fishing, so for a while there. So I did take that up, and my deal was I had to catch a tarpon on the fly and a snook, and that's what he would talk about. If you ever catch a snook on a fly, then you'll have the greatest experience you've ever had. And so I did do that.
So, Boach, obviously, my dad played in the major leagues. I care a lot about baseball history and got to know a lot of his teammates and his friends. And I remember Mike Hargrove being one of the first managers I got to meet in Cleveland, and he talked about how important it was for us players to know about the history of the game. Do you feel like today that it's important to the players today? I know everybody's an individual to know about the history of the game.
Yeah, it does really shock me sometimes that some players that, the younger players don't know. That some are really into it. Yeah, Josh Young, oh my goodness, he's between the cards he collects and, his knowledge of, the history of the game. And a lot of these guys, Marcus, trust me, they know so much about the history of the game, but there's some guys that, that's just not their deal. And, but I'm stunned when, for example, I had to coach Alan Trammell, and we had a couple of young guys that didn't know who Alan Trammell was. I said, "Are you kidding me?" So I'd make them, go home and study up on them and tell me more about them. And so yeah, it's some guys have a huge interest in it. Some just play the game and they're good with that.
Now, okay, might I make a suggestion? Team bonding experience, baseball trivia night. Me, Mike, and Kevin will put it together for you. And we'll take care of it, and we'll find out who the guy is that knows the most about baseball history.
Yeah. Just put that together.
All right, deal.
All right. I'm in on this. Now, in terms of the team, and this could be about last night, this could be about the season as a whole, it definitely feels like there has been a defensive dip from last year. Do you think that is a fair assessment? And if so, what's led to this?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part. It broke up on me.
Do you think that there has been a defensive dip in this Rangers team compared to last year? And if that's the case, why do you suppose that is?
A defensive what?
Dip, like a drop.
Oh, defensive? No, you know what? I mean, last night, you can look at that game, but I think overall, I think our defense has been pretty good. I do. You look at, what Jonah's doing behind the plate. I know he's not having the offensive year that he had last year, but defensively, those numbers are pretty good. But I think you look at what Smitty's done defensively. Marcus has just played incredible second base. I just think he's moving better than ever. Some of the plays he's making. I think Nate won the Gold Glove. He's not quite having the year he had last year defensively, but I think overall we haven't been too sloppy. Yeah, we've had our games, but for the most part, it's been pretty good. Our biggest issue is just getting the runs that we got last year.
Well, and one of the runs that came last night was Wyatt Langford's first over the fence home run. Was that like feeling like that was coming along pretty soon? And when it did it feel like it kind of cracked something open for him?
Yeah, you could see with the swings he's been taking in the games, he's really getting off some good aggressive swings. So no, it's just a matter of time, and I'm sure it's still. That had to be huge for him to get that, to get that off his mind, because it's been talking about it a little bit. But he's going to hit his home runs, and so it's just case of him just swinging the way he is. I don't want him to try to hit home runs, but just get good swings off, and they're going to come. It's hard enough to hit major league pitching, but to try to hit home runs, that's such a tough deal. And I think it's even more difficult in today's game than ever.
Well, Boch, I know you get a lot of questions about the injuries. I'm just going to ask about these two guys because, honestly, when you do the thing in the dugout, I can't hear you because of the music. So then I have to ask other people what you said. But when it comes to Josh Young, I know he's close. And then what I haven't heard in the last few days is an update possibly on Evan Carter's back. Yeah, Evan is still, not doing a whole lot as far as baseball activities. We have to slow play him, so he's a little ways away. Josh Young played last night. Be honest, he's a little rusty. He's not, it's going to take some at bats for him. I can't tell you how many. We'll see how he does this week. He's in Sacramento right now, so and he missed a lot of time. And it's going to take a few at bats to get his timing. And I think last night, showed that. But it's just going to get better and better, with more at bats here.
Well, we appreciate your thoughts on the team, and thank you very much for reminiscing with us as well about Willie Mays. We really appreciate it, sir.
Of course. And, sad day. Man, I'm just grateful, for the time I had with him. I know how lucky I am, trust me, to be with a guy, like Willie Mays, who could go down, he's going to be right at the top as far as greatest players to ever play this game.
Absolutely.
A quick story
Yeah.
I got to tell you, though. I did have Willie with Mays. I did have him chase me, and I told him the story.
What?
When I was young, I skipped school occasionally, and I went down to Vero Beach where the Dodgers spring train. I usually went to Cocoa to watch Astros, but I go down to Vero Beach, and they had a state-of-the-art spring training back then. And they had it was a grass hill knoll with palm trees coming up. They didn't have a fence. And so we would go down there and we'd hang down the left field line, and when they would pull the ball foul, we'd run down the hill and grab the ball and leave. Willie was out in left field. He was with the Mets at the time. And he said, "Hey, guys," and he started chasing us a little bit. He didn't go far, but, just to scare us off. And then they wouldn't have caught us because there's a golf course and some woods there we can run up to. But that's how we got our baseballs to hit with. So, I said, "Well, I got to tell you a story." He didn't remember it, of course. But I said, "You actually chased me one time down in Vero Beach when we were, sneaking down, stealing some baseballs." He laughed. He said, "Oh, I would have been right there with you." So it's pretty cool that, Willie chased us.
That's awesome. That is amazing. Thank you very much for sharing that story, and we will catch up with you again next week, good sir.
All right, guys. All right, good talking with you. I'll talk to you.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. I do have some news for you. It transpired during the break, during that interview. The Dallas Stars are trading Ty Dellandrea to the San Jose Sharks. So say goodbye to him.
For a fourth
we got
round
nothing.
pick?
Future fourth.
A future fourth round
2025.
pick.
Sorry, I had to reread it because at first I thought it said an exchange of fourth round picks, and I was like, hold on.
Yeah.
What? But yes, we got a 2025 fourth round pick for him.
Is that good?
Heck yeah.
Okay, hold on.
There you go.
No, I don't know the value of fourth round picks in hockey.
We got Tony Pollard in the fourth round.
What have we ever gotten for anything other than have we ever picked up any good players
Dak
for a fifth round?
Dak Prescott.
That's the Cowboys, not the Stars.
I will have to get back to you.
I think Jamie Benn wasn't Jamie Benn a later round pick or something.
Okay, well there you go.
Yeah, Mike Madonna was in the draft.
He was the number one pick.
Overall? Yes. 1-1? And he's American? Do Americans get picked 1-1 much?
I mean, clearly. Well,
wait, do you draft Russians and people over there, or is it like baseball?
We will have to, I guess, investigate that. Maybe not.
I don't know. It's a good question, right? Like you don't draft. Leody Taveras isn't in the draft.
Well, we could be in a lot of trouble right now, Corey, because it's time for Mike Likes It. So if he continues this conversation, there's pretty much nothing we can do.
It's just him asking questions, and we were like, we don't know the answers to your questions, Mike.
Okay, so we avoided a lot of specific questions to Bruce Bochy about last night's game. We decided to go down a little bit of a different path, right?
I appreciate that he's optimistic about the defense. I guess perhaps I've been less optimistic about the defense. Maybe Corey Seager comes to mind as somebody that I've been less optimistic about. Nate Lowe. I know he won the Gold Glove last year. I just don't feel like this has been a good defensive season for him.
Well, and look, there's a couple pitches that weren't made in key situations. So you could, if you wanted to just look at the pitching, you could. But last night it was the defense. And I'm going to break it down here. Michael Lorenzen is a great defensive pitcher. In fact, I think he should be considered for the Gold Glove in the American League for pitching. But here's the deal. I was talking to Eric Nadel about this, and it's really tough now with pitchers and defense because back in the day, pitchers had to get off the mound and defend bunts. There was a lot of different plays that a pitcher would have to make. In today's game, there's no bunting for the most part. So a pitcher never really shows his athleticism off the mound, or at least it's rare that they do. And so pitchers were involved more defensively, let's just say back in the day. Now they're not involved as much. But Michael Lorenzen is a premium athlete on the mound. And he gets a ground ball, a one-hopper to Nate Lowe, and it pops out of his glove.
Yeah.
And so he picks the ball up, and you're able to get a runner out at first base. Run scores on the play. It would have been a double play, and it would have been inning over, no runs scored. So one of the runs was given up on a non-error because when you get an out on a double play, there's no error. You can't give an error, which that'll never change, but I kind of it was an error. Nate Lowe made an error. There was going to be an easy double. I think it would have been an easy double play because we found out later in the game maybe the throw would have been a little bit more challenging than I think it would have been. But then Jose Leclerc comes in later in the game. It is 6-3 at this point. Should have been 6-2 if you're playing good defense, but it's 6-3. And David Robertson comes in and gets a one-hop ground ball right to second base. It goes over his head right to Corey Seager. and the bases are loaded with one out, and it's Francisco Lindor. Francisco Lindor is out by 10 steps. I'm not exaggerating. Literally out by 10 steps at first base if Corey Seager just throws the ball to first. And I deal with this with my son, but I deal with this a lot with kids. And when I see high school kids or younger, it's so tough to lob the ball where you want it to go. It's so much easier to throw the ball. Lobbing the ball, one, is tough to throw accurately. Two, it is so tough to catch a lobbed ball when you're used to people throwing the ball. I don't know if you saw this at Bryan Adams, Corey, but when somebody lobbed the ball to you and it was a little bit low or a little bit offline, you're like, dude, just throw it. I can catch. It's not the easiest thing in the world to catch the lob ball that is offline. Or when it bounces, it's a little bit harder to read the hop when it's lobbed over than when it's thrown.
Because you're practicing, most of the time you're practicing on going full speed.
So Corey Seager lobs the ball to first. Nate Lowe then is stretched too soon, so when the throw is lobbed and offline, Nate Lowe kind of falls trying to get to it. He can't replace his step to try to get to it, and another run scores.
Yeah.
So now it's 6-4. So instead of 6-2, it's 6-4. And then, hey, the Mets get a couple ground balls. They were base hits. There's nothing you can do about, you can't guide the ground ball to your infield. Sometimes a team gets lucky. Sometimes the Rangers get lucky and you hit a ground ball. Marcus Semien in the game hit a line drive, and Lindor made a really nice play on the line drive. The next play was Corey Seager hits I'm going to guess, an 85-mile-an-hour ground ball. It might have been a little bit harder than that, but it's just a ground ball to shortstop. But the ground ball was where they weren't, and it's an RBI base hit. Nobody cares how hard it was hit when it's our team. When it's the other team, you're like, dude, how unlucky are we going to get? Well, like the Rangers fall into bad luck with Marcus Semien hitting a line drive right to the shortstop, but then the next hitter hits a ground ball, and it ends up being an RBI hit. Well, the Mets could look at it and go, how unlucky are we that we make that pitch on Corey Seager? He hits a ground ball to shortstop, but we don't have anybody there, and it ends up being an RBI. But the Rangers make it 6-4. And then Kirby Yates has to come in and close out the game. But unfortunately, there's another error on a catcher's interference.
Yeah.
So Pete Alonso, it's a tie game at this point because David Robertson did after the double play wasn't made. And then there's a couple ground balls. Francisco Alvarez, their young catcher, hits a double in the gap on a 3-2 situation. So Starling Marte scores really easily from first base on it because he's off with the pitch on a 3-2 2-out situation. So then you have another situation where, hey, you don't want Pete Alonso getting up if you can avoid it. There's one out runner on first, and then Jonah Heim reaches out to catch a little bit of a high and in fastball. But it was a swingable pitch because JD Martinez swings at the pitch, but E2. And now you have first and second with Pete Alonso, arguably their best hitter, by far their best power hitter, but arguably their best hitter, and he hits a double down the line, and now you lose the game. But if you look at losing the game, you had two double plays that weren't turned, that weren't considered errors, but they were errors. And then you had a mistake by reaching out to catch a ball. It's tough. I've never been a catcher, but I'm sure that's a tough situation. Jonah's just trying to catch the ball, but he reaches out too far and causes a catcher's interference, which then gives Pete Alonso the ability to hit with first and second with one out, and you have to challenge him there. You don't want to load the bases. Not that you're throwing a bad pitch, but the Rangers lost yesterday based off of defense, which is tough. This is the tough thing when you're hitting.
The offense got going.
When you're hitting for 6 weeks has been the worst in baseball, and then it provides 6 runs, and then your defense falters, and a couple pitches in big situations weren't made, but those big situations were caused by the defense not playing well. It's tough right now. That was heartbreaking being at the game, that you feel like when you score 6, you are undefeated. That's the first loss that the Rangers have had. That's how good the pitching has been. If the Rangers just score 6, they were perfect. Last night was the first time they scored 6 runs and didn't win.
But that shows us that we can score 6 runs. And Kevin, when your kid has an A in one class, now you know that he can get A's.
All the classes.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go back to Bruce Bochy. I figured this, but I didn't know what the Rangers were going to do here, because the Rangers have kind of, over the last year or so, been like, he's healthy, just put him in. But Josh Young had no spring training because of calf injury. And I shouldn't say no spring training, very little spring training because of a calf injury. And then he immediately got hurt, so he hasn't played baseball much at all this year. And I think Bochy just gave me a little bit of inside information, and us too, obviously, because I thought, dude, they might just call up on Friday Josh Young and just like, we offensively, we're just struggling so much, just call him up. Let him rehab here. But it sounded like Boch is like, hey, we need to give him a little bit of spring training here, a little bit of time to actually be an effective major league player. Because if he comes here, he's supposed to be the savior of this season. At this point, he's been built up way too much to be the savior of the season, in my opinion.
I agree.
If he comes up and in 10 games gets one hit because he hasn't had any time to practice hitting, then what do we do with the savior? Like, I don't know, last year, Evan Carter was the little savior, and in a way, he kind of did.
Yeah.
But I think Josh Young, too much has been put on his plate at this point, and so Bochy let us know, like, look, I think this is the right decision. My opinion, right decision if the Rangers make this decision, which sounds like they are making this decision. Let's let Josh Young get better. Let's let him get, one, he's healthy enough to play baseball, but let's give him the, I don't know, let's just say 25 to 30 at-bats in AAA that he needs.
I mean, well, seeing what Corey Seager went through early this year, too, after having, his off-season surgery, I wonder if he's a little more comfortable doing that. Bochy, that is. Saying, hey, let's temper our expectation on
I'm sure there's a little bit of panic right now from the Rangers, like front office.
They're 10 games back.
That they're just like, dude, and I think 7.5 of the last wild card spot. So, I mean, even if you're like, okay, but it's kind of, in a way, I don't say this like emphatically yet, but it looks like it might be a little bit of division or bust.
I could see that.
With the way that this division is, the division might be way more gettable than putting together the record to get the last wild card spot when you look at how the East and the Central is playing. We're in, by far, there's no argument here, factually, by far the worst division in the American League. It's not close. But the Rangers are going to have to turn it around because remember last year Chris Young had the big meeting?
Yes.
Dayton Moore let us know on a podcast about this. There was a meeting at the All-Star break, and he got everybody together, the coaching staff and kind of the scouts that definitely mattered in what they were going to do, and said, do you believe we can win it all? And when the answer was yes, I don't know if it was a consensus, but when enough of the answer was yes over no, he said, then I don't want to hear anybody say you can't trade this player because I'm going all in. A real version. A real all in. Yeah. I'm trading for Max Scherzer. I'm trading for Jordan Montgomery. I'm trading for a couple of relievers. I am going all in, and if I go too far all in, I don't want to hear it from you guys because I'm going to trust what this meeting was this is a do or die situation for this team, and I'm going to go all in and see if we can get it done. And it worked out. A lot of times it doesn't work out that perfectly, but it did work out. And who would have ever thought when you traded for Max Scherzer and Jordan Montgomery would be the starter?
No
that
kidding.
Really did the work that you needed to win a championship in the trade situation. So you're getting to the point, you're getting closer and closer to that meeting where if you don't turn it around, then the meeting might be, I'm just throwing it out as the meeting might have to be, guys, do we trade our free agents to be, and do we look at now 2025 or 2026 as more of a gettable year, and we kind of, in a way, give up on 2024? Today's not the day to give up on 2024, and maybe July 1st isn't the day, but you get to the All-Star game, and you have that big meeting with your coaching staff and your scouts, and if you're 14 games back of the division and 10 games back of the wild card, now you have to have real discussions on the other situation, which I'm really hoping we don't get to that.
Oh, and I guess I got to ask the question of, does Ray Davis, express that opinion to Chris Young? Michael Young. Or is it Chris Young that is sitting there
I'll talk to him today.
I'm always curious on Chris Young if he's just like, no, I'm going this way, and you can't even send me another way.
I think he lives in reality.
Okay,
I do think that Chris Young lives in reality, and right now it's too early to go. We need to sell, and they're not good enough, I think, to buy today either, if that makes sense. If something presented itself, he might be like, I don't know if I really want to go that far in on buying right now with how we're playing. So he's kind of probably in a holding pattern. But I do think Chris Young will, at the All-Star break, I think he'll live in the reality of where the team is. We don't know where they'll be, but I think if they're 12 to 14 games out of the division and another 10 or so games out of the last wild card spot, I do think he would live in the reality of, gosh, okay, I don't want to, but maybe I need to take phone calls on the selling aspect of it. Hopefully they are buyers.
For the KNC masterpiece.
The team has to prove it, right?
Yes, agreed. Right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh my gosh, Kevin.
You got stuff?
The best and worst rally chants in the world based on your Texas A&M guys. Next on the Fan.
That ball is history.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. And I'm kind of curious, did you guys see the video of Luka and Jaylen Brown hugging after the game and what they said to each other?
I did not.
Reggie, have you seen this yet?
I didn't either, no.
Jaylen Brown hugs Luka, the handshake hug, obviously, and says, "Luka, you're a killer. You got the best out of me. I love you, bro." And Luka said, "I love you too, bro." And then they went on their ways.
Nice.
So there you go. He said, so he told him, "You got the best out of me." Now Luka needs to take that home and be like, "No, I'm going to get the best out of me now." That's what we need from Luka from here on.
I get you.
Is get the best out of himself.
All right.
By the way, we have taken a turn for the better. In the next segment, I do believe we're going to be doing a very interesting breakdown of current baseball players that are alive that used to play baseball.
But we weren't going to do better stuff before.
Right.
It was still going to be damn good. Now
okay.
you'll probably get it tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so the C Block is this segment where I'm asking you this question.
I did not already start it.
What are the greatest sports rally chants of all time? And I'll tell you why in just a few moments. Before we get to the greatest sports rally chants, and go ahead and text them in, 877-881-1053. It's an interactive show. I said text them in.
Oh,
yeah.
In just a few minutes, I don't know if I ever liked that one, by the way.
Hey, Reggie, I'm going to send you a text that's going to say rally, rally, R-A-L-L-Y, spells rally,
it's a lot of text.
I was just giving you a heads up.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'll look out for it.
NFL.com has released their list of division rankings by quarterback, which everybody is always like, yes, this is how it goes. Kevin?
Oh, man.
Which group has the worst group of quarterbacks? Which division has the worst group of quarterbacks?
I'm going to say...
I feel like we could have just kind of run with this for the last 6 years or so.
NFC South.
Nice.
Is the worst.
NFC South, Kirk Cousins, Bryce Young, Derek Carr, and Baker Mayfield.
Last
place. Which you would think Cousins would take that up just a little bit if he was so great. Or Derek Carr. Or even Baker.
Oh.
Like there been, how many times have you seen people yell at me that Derek Carr and Baker Mayfield are better than I give them credit for?
Yeah, and some people will say better than Dak, and I'm like, okay.
Come on, man. All right, number 7.
I might have a bold pick that I'm going to get crushed for, so I'm trying to debate whether or not I want to move away from that. You know what? The hell with it. I'm going to say the NFC West.
The NFC West is not. And I don't think you'll get crushed for that.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. They're that high. All right. They are number 2 on the list, Kevin.
Nonsense.
Really? Number 2.
Number 2. Kyler Murray. I love Kyler Murray, but can't win or stay healthy. Matthew Stafford, I pretty much think he's done. It seems like
Brock Purdy.
It still seems like people aren't sold that Brock Purdy is good. And what are we doing in Seattle?
You think it's this year again, Reggie?
We already passed that year.
What? Oh, this would be the... No, he's already put it together.
Yeah.
It's already been put together
for 4 games and padded that out to an entire
This
season.
is weird to me that they have it that high. They have the NFC West that high. They're putting a lot on Kyler, right?
No, it's a lot on Purdy there. Come on.
Really?
Let's be honest.
Okay.
Preposterous.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. Would you have another guess for number 7 on this list?
No, I embarrassed myself on that one.
This kind of is throwing me for a loop here. The AFC South with C.J. Stroud,
Stroud,
Anthony Richardson, who knows on him, Trevor Lawrence, Mike's about to give up.
And is it Will Levis?
And Will Levis.
Okay.
And I think that's probably wise. You have a lot of maybe, who knows? And I think that not having any proven, and I think the closest thing that you have to proven is the rookie year of C.J. Stroud. I think that's probably what's making this happen.
Okay, so that's interesting to me because I kind of just took the rookie year from C.J. Man, I should probably put a governor on it.
Okay.
With Stroud, I'm so like, oh my gosh, I am too.
I'm with you as well, but I'm saying if somebody wanted to doubt that, that is an avenue for you to go. Yeah, that's 1 year and it's a rookie year, and what happens if the tape is out on him or what have you?
I would completely flip 6-2 right now with this.
Hell yeah.
Who do you think number 6 is?
They said the NFC East.
The NFC North is number 6. With unproven Caleb Williams, I get that.
Yeah.
But Jared Goff and Jordan Love proved to me enough last year.
Jared Goff is a good quarterback that nobody seems to think is very good.
It doesn't make
I guess
any.
the Lions do. They gave him money.
I think because Sean McVay gave up on him, and then he wins a Super Bowl with Matt Stafford, like that changes a lot. Everybody's like, oh, okay, obviously the problem was Jared Goff.
I think we're also bad at acknowledging good, not great. Like it feels like everything is binary where you're either great or you're terrible, especially when we're talking about quarterback play.
I don't know anybody like that.
The Jordan Love conversation though, when you said CJ Stroud, and we're really high on him, Jordan Love's first season, did we look at it and go, man, that was a wild success? He beat the Cowboys in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think he's really good.
Wild success for him.
Right. Now I say East.
Number
NFC
5,
East.
Number 5, NFC East. That is true. The likes of Dak Prescott, not enough to carry Daniel Jones and Drew Lock and Jaden Daniels and Marcus Mariota and Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts is...
But Jalen Hurts fell back this year, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Had a great year 2 years ago. This past season reverted a little bit to kind of what we really thought he was. And I'm curious with Saquon Barkley in the mix if he becomes an even better quarterback because of what he can do in the short passing game.
So does that mean the rest of the top 4 outside of their fraudulent number 2 pick are all AFC East, AFC divisions?
AFC divisions from there. Number 4, Kevin.
But isn't that what we've kind of talked about, is that the AFC has all the quarterbacks?
Yes, they do. They do
I'm
have
more
all
offended
the quarterbacks.
that who they put at second than the rest of it.
And they have all the quarterbacks, but they only have the one that matters. You know, they have a stack of quarterbacks in that in that conference.
Yeah.
But the one that matters is Patrick Mahomes, and he keeps beating all of the ones in that one, which is why Tom Brady left the AFC to go to the NFC because he knew he couldn't win enough games against him.
And then it happened.
AFC, Josh Allen, Tua, Jacoby Brissett, and Drake May, and Aaron Rodgers, which Aaron Rodgers has a great Aaron Rodgers year. That changes things, but I'm more likely to say that he's on the outs than he is on the ups. Number 3 would be the AFC West with
that makes sense.
The one quarterback that matters.
Yeah.
But Justin Herbert,
Aiden O'Connell, you mean?
Is number 1.
Huh? What'd you say?
Aiden O'Connell, the one quarterback that matters, right?
Yeah, yes, Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. That combination there in Vegas is going to be the one. But hold on. Are you making the bold prediction now about Aiden O'Connell's season?
Don't do it.
Is this
no, absolutely not.
Okay, all right. Bo Nix and Jarrett Stidham. Then yes, Kevin. At number 1, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Russell Wilson / Justin Fields, and Deshaun Watson.
And I have a sweet autograph rookie card of Bo Nix. If he could take off in the world, I'd be okay with that.
You'd be all right with that? All right, so Kevin, I'm looking at the way the College World Series is rocking right now.
Let's go.
I might have to take it back on this one, but currently Florida is up 15-4 on Kentucky.
Is that good?
That for Florida, yes, it's really good.
I just want this game to be really long, and it's already been really long, so I support this.
It's okay. So explain what happens if Florida wins. They play A&M at 6 tonight.
A&M theoretically at 6 o'clock. Though if the game goes too much further, it's going to push off track the Tennessee and Florida State game. This will then push off track the Texas A&M and Florida game. So Florida has to play twice today, assuming they win and they're ahead by 11 runs. So it's a double elimination. Florida has to play Texas A&M again tonight. If Florida wins, then they have to play Texas A&M again tomorrow.
Okay.
All A&M has to do is win tonight, and then they're in the College World Series finals. Same deal, afternoon game, Tennessee and Florida State. If Tennessee wins, in the final. If they don't, they play again tomorrow.
All right, I feel like a lot of people are hot on Tennessee, but here's what I'm going to do, Kevin.
Tennessee's been awesome all year.
I am predicting a College World Series championship between A&M and Florida State this year.
Oh.
And I think the rallying cry is going to be for Jimbo. And I think it's going to be do it for Jimbo is going to be the rallying cry from the Florida State side because they're upset at how Jimbo Fisher was treated by the A&M family and just dismissed the way that he was. And they still love him. They still love him.
Does upset mean something different than I think it means?
No. I'm pretty sure that this potentially factual statement is what's going to happen, as they're going to rally for Jimbo. So Kevin and Reggie, the greatest rallying cries in the history of sports. Give me all of your thoughts.
Remember the Alamo.
And I understand that there's a lot of controversy behind how things went down there.
Because we forgot the Alamo?
Never forget. I think
there's
it's
parts of it what we forgot that we don't understand what Remember the Alamo stands for.
I believe.
Oh, that one stinks.
I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win.
How do you not? You don't love that?
That arrhythmic ass. Get out of here.
Wow, so we're not judging content, just the beat.
Well, I mean, even the
lyrical content.
Even the content. Like, it feels like you're having to gas yourself up to believe in your team. Which, honestly, is that the place that you want to be?
What are the best countries? What are theirs? Do they have an I believe we'll win, or do they go out there and play? What's the difference?
I mean, some of them say really nasty things to other teams, so I don't know how.
That's a good point.
From
that down here.
From the 214, no days off. No, and you how many times do you tell yourself no days off in your brain whenever you want to quit at something? Because I use it now. I actually do. I'll be like, no days off, Corey.
I actually take the standards of one of my favorite local teams, and I'm like, hey, some days we work.
Some days on. From the 469, oh day, oh day, oh day, oh day, oh day, oh day. That was great when Darren O'Day was here. It was a great time.
Mean-spirited question. Did Mike check out on this segment too? No. He left for the Rangers broadcast.
From the 817, El Bombi. That's El Bombi. El Bombi. El Bombi is always a fun one. From the...
Oh, if we're going to go with that rhythm... Mine was, and you see this more at the high school level, was start the bus. Start the bus, start the bus. When you're just whipping that ass as the home team.
That's what they're saying?
And
Warm up
the
the bus.
Yeah.
Warm up. Yeah, that one's fun.
What about overrated?
Classic.
Stupid.
Very
we've
classic.
We've gotten to a point where we don't use it. Like, you have to utilize it in the right times, but it's classic.
It never does. Makes no sense to me. You just beat the number one team in the country, and they're chanting overrated. Unless you're second, be quiet. Don't say that, because then it diminishes the value of the win that you just picked up. That's a nonsense chant.
Along the lines of the warm up the bus is the na 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 na
na na na na.
Hey, goodbye.
And then we would play the song and band, and the drums would hit. It was awesome.
Do you think anyone's ever broken up with somebody by being like, "Hey," and then they start singing that song?
No.
I don't.
You don't think no one in the history of the world?
You can ask the texters if you want to.
I mean, they're all going to say, I did it.
Tell Kevin he's wrong.
I predict at least one time in the history of the world, somebody's been like, hey, you know that song?
Or just started playing it.
Singing
just
it.
Put it on the record player.
Yes.
Why are you playing this song right now?
Because we're done.
We're done. Kevin, I need your help on this one. I saw this on a website.
Uh-huh.
You let the whole team down? Is that a Duke chant?
Oh, man. I thought we just slapped the floor and sometimes tripped people. I don't know that you let the whole team
We got to
down.
look into that one just a little bit. We got to look at what about push it? Whenever everybody yells, push it, push it.
But what are they really saying, Reggie?
They would like the team to push the pace.
No.
You know?
No. Incorrect.
Get up and down the floor,
And I think
ladies
it's
and gentlemen.
nice that you said push it, because nobody says that either. They use the elongated version of BS, and they move their arms back and forth as if they're saying push it, but they are most certainly saying BS.
Dude, somebody texted in best rally chant of all time, ball 5, Texas A&M.
Yes, and
that
then
gets
it
in
just
your
keeps
head,
going.
man.
And then if you throw another ball, they'll be like ball 6, and that's got to get in your brain.
It's overwhelming. And that being said, at A&M's field, is it Bluebell Stadium or something?
Yes.
At that park, they have a lot of different things that the cult of it all, like the idea of that is they are, when a foul ball's hit, if it's rolling off the net, you whoop, pick it up. There's all sorts of things going on throughout the entire game.
All right, this person didn't sing the song, but they said, I broke up with a girl once and then did this.
Slow clap to break up? They slow clapped a breakup?
That is amazing.
Is it?
Have you
Please text back what happened next.
He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Roy Kent. I know there's another line in there.
There's a lot of European soccer where they get into like their songs. Those ones are elite. Or someone pointed to like just like the Icelandic Viking clap.
Yes,
like,
that is
in
terrifying.
unison.
Last month, I think it was, WWE had a pay-per-view in France, and they have a Phenomenal, and in the main event, it was Cody Rhodes against Phenomenal, AJ Styles. And like every time he took control of the match, they all started like singing the Phenomenal song. It was so loud for like 25 minutes.
Have you ever successfully started a slow clap?
Ooh,
I'm not the type of person that starts a slow clap.
Oh, really? I don't know that I've ever had that or known the right opportunity to start it.
It takes quite a boldness to be like, I'm gonna get all these, like I'm gonna get this 10 to 20,000 people to come follow behind me, right? Like I'm just gonna y'all
see, and that's why I
get
can't
in behind
do it.
what I do.
That's why I can't do it, because I would want it to be in a sarcastic situation.
Yes, me
I would
too.
not want it to be inspirational. Somebody brought this up. I'm really glad they did. So sometimes at my house, if we're watching or if I'm watching with Brandon or whatever, we'll be like, wrestling, because I would take him, I would take him
That's
to
a
wrestling
two-syllable word. I
events.
don't know what you're doing.
And people would say, holy S. And I didn't want Brandon at those young ages to be chanting that. So we would be like, wrestling. But somebody brought up the holy S chant on there.
I'm pretty impressed with you, man.
Thanks.
Dude,
I'm surprised you didn't bring up the wrestling chant, you suck.
Man, I could tell you I'll tell you off air some ECW chants that are definitely not suited
If you
for
would
all
like to hear that off-air conversation.
Sorry.
Come see us at a remote. I'll definitely tell you. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we talked about it earlier. We talked with Bochy about it. Willie Mays passes away, so now we ask the question. He's held the title for a really long time. Who is the greatest living baseball player? Not necessarily active, but greatest living baseball player. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You've made
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at krld-fm. It's also brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. That's Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Right to deep left center field. This one's got a chance. It's gone. It's a home run. Number 599 of May's career.
We would have gotten a little bit more enthusiasm from the broadcaster right there. But for the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, I've already seen multiple texts for people saying this is the only acceptable answer. Willie Mays died at the age of 93. Who does that leave as the greatest living baseball player? Not necessarily active, of course, but the greatest living baseball player.
This is a fascinating question because it kind of depends on how you stand on Barry Bonds.
Yeah.
Because, Kevin, I think I heard the other day you take all of his MVP seasons out, and he still has numbers that just surpass people and so many other things from Barry Bonds' MVP seasons when he was the best.
Yeah.
But you know, and then you take the half of his career where you're like, okay, this is where we assume he started doing steroids.
Sure.
Allegedly. And all the things that he did before that, he was still spectacular. And so, and Mike consistently says that about him prior. He was gonna be an all-time Hall of Famer before. He just wanted to be the best of all time. So it kind of depends on where you leave that there.
I'm just going to throw out a whole bunch of the votes thus far and just see if we key in on a theme. From the 817, it was and still is Pete Rose. Wow. I think you can make a really strong argument Willie Mays is the best or second, or was the best or second best player in baseball history. From the 817, Pudge. From the 214, Bonds. From another 214, Sandy Koufax. From the 214 and 469, Nolan Ryan. From the 214, Ricky Henderson. Multiple votes for Ken Griffey Jr. from the 469. And no, Ted Williams' frozen head doesn't count because we had this conversation.
Yes.
And I didn't ask Bruce Bochy.
I still have lots of questions about the payment of, like, why is it still?
I don't know.
Did he pay up front? And they
That's
were
a
just
great
like,
question.
we didn't know cryo was going to explode like this. All right, so here's, Kevin, a list that was made last year.
That's a great question.
A list that was made last year by Chris Klemmer. He made this top 10 list. So, but, again, Willie Mays was number one on the list. And I'm very fascinated at your conversation that Willie Mays the number 2 all time. I want to maybe even dive in on more on that. But here's what the list looked like. So just slide everybody one spot up. Mike Trout at number 10.
Okay.
Which I thought was kind of fascinating.
I think that's low.
He's currently playing, and then last year they put him there. I don't know how much more he can do if he's not going to be healthy again, though.
I think he could be top 5 now.
Number 9, Sandy Koufax.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Number 8, and you may have left him off your list, Roger Clemens.
Look, I just, that's a personal bias for me. I didn't like Roger Clemens because he always used the Texas Rangers to get money from some other team, but also he was a cheater.
And I don't know exactly when he started cheating compared to, when he wasn't. I don't know when that was. His numbers are insane.
And you're right. That's the tough part for me when you brought up Sandy Koufax. Sandy Koufax is a great example, and that's why it's so difficult to me. Sandy Koufax pitched for, I think it was 11 or 12 years. Well, if he could have cheated like Roger Clemens, what would he have done after that? He was a World Series MVP twice, won the Triple Crown in pitching 3 of his last 4 seasons in baseball. So if he could have cheated like Clemens, then who knows what he would have done.
But that being said, when do you presume? Was it in New York? Was it in Houston?
No, it was in Toronto.
It was in Toronto? Okay, so he's 34 years old. He had 1 Cy Young and an MVP. He had 3 Cy Youngs before he got to Toronto, and an MVP to go along with it. And he's top 3 in MVP voting twice, top 3 in, And then he's in there for Cy Young voting every single year. He was dominant even before he did that.
No, I get that. But then that's where I look at Koufax, who had his own 3 Cy Youngs, won 4 World Series, won an NL MVP. He won an MVP as well. So very comparable right there.
Again, going through this list here, Willie Mays on this list is number 1.
Yep.
So Ricky Henderson is number 7.
Okay.
Number 6, which I thought this was interesting because another list I found had this guy at like 20, and I thought this was insane.
Just for the record, I have Trout above Clemens
and Ricky
Henderson, and I'm gonna have to think about Sandy Koufax.
Ken Griffey Jr. at number 6.
Yeah, that feels low too. I would have thought he'd be really high. I'm really curious, like if Pedro is in the top of this list and Maddox and all. Okay,
Randy Johnson at number 5. You hate Randy Johnson.
No. He just shook that off like he would called a curveball when he wanted to throw a fastball.
His eyes winced up and everything and gave you the
You can make a really strong argument. It's for partially the same reasons as Roger Clemens for using the Texas Rangers all these years. I just think I would put Griffey ahead of Randy Johnson.
So I almost feel bad for Randy Johnson because like there's a lot of accolades and I don't remember not a single one because he killed that one bird that one time.
Yes.
Like that's really
yeah.
And so I presume that's part of your hatred too, is because you're a huge animal activist.
It's not as much down the avian route.
Okay, gotcha.
wow.
I
Gotcha.
just look.
He
I
doesn't
didn't do it
birds
on
aren't
purpose.
real.
Kind of mammals.
He didn't
birds aren't
do it
real,
on
Reggie.
purpose. He didn't know that bird was going to fly by at literally the exact perfect time.
What if you found out though that he was like
He's
always
that coordinated?
Always hated
Well, you know what?
birds?
I already have him below Trout and Ken Griffey, so Ken Griffey Jr. So there you go.
I cannot believe that. All right, number 4 is Greg Maddux.
I hate it. Look, personal bias. Pedro Martinez was great. I think Greg Maddux was better, but this list disagrees.
Number 3 is Barry Bonds.
Fascinating.
And they have number 2 as Pedro Martinez. So if you took this list and just slid everybody up, they would say Pedro is the greatest active or greatest living for a baseball player.
Here's a couple of names that I wanted to throw out there then. I wanted to ask you, if we were talking about cheating and everything like that, do you automatically mark A-Rod off the list?
No.
No, you do not automatically mark him off the list?
If we're talking about cheating as in...
No, like, do you take him off the list because of the cheating?
Oh, probably sometimes I do. But if I'm looking at this list, I have to include A-Rod.
Okay.
So now that's what I'm saying is he would go in as my 10th or maybe even a little higher. I'm kind of interested that he's not on this list.
And then what about Mike Schmidt and Pete Rose? Those are the other 2 people that I thought of that I feel like would at least be in the conversation. I'm not saying they're number 1. I think if you want to argue Barry Bonds, of course, or Pedro or Maddox or Griffey or hell, probably even Trout, I would be open to listening to all of those arguments.
Another list I have, Kevin, has Bonds 1, Mays 2, Clemens 3, Randy Johnson 4, and then A-Rod 5, and Mike Schmidt 6. And so, like that's in Maddox 7. They have Trout pretty low. Actually, no, they have Trout at 10 as well.
Okay.
And I think it's like, making the top 10 and still being an active player, I think a lot of people are just like, let's just keep him here and then we'll renegotiate that conversation. And somebody did text in a moment ago and they were like, hey, like it's Shohei, right? At some point, it's going to be Shohei. And right now Shohei's at the top of the list for everybody, but I don't know if Shohei's done enough yet. But even still, what he's done so far is pretty spectacular.
And then obviously Nolan Ryan is another one. Like, Lord knows I get dinged for having some fun about all of that. But I think Nolan Ryan should be on this list. Look, Clemens is not on my list for, my own probably biased reasons, but I think there's some other ones that could be in the mix. Ricky Henderson makes a lot of sense, but I'd have a couple of people above him.
Do you think you could, if you were in charge of voting for the Hall of Fame and you're the one, like you're the only vote, would you have left Randy Johnson out of the Hall of Fame because of your personal bias, Kevin?
No. Well, first of all, I would just give them
a lot of power.
I would just give them the ballots. I would be like, I'm in charge of voting. I don't actually get a vote. No, Randy Johnson is definitely a Hall of Famer. And then somebody just brought this up. I apologize if I don't know the answer to this. Why didn't you say anything about Ricky Henderson cheating? Was there I am unfamiliar if there was some semblance of steroid or otherwise scandal for Ricky Henderson? I'm not familiar.
Yeah, I don't know. I will look to see if I can find something, but I don't know that one as much as I do know about things. I don't know this one.
Yeah, I don't think that Ricky Henderson had a very particular, like, I guess, reputation for being self-centered in some ways, and some of that came from, like, you know, not even ego, but like kind of like self-doubt or things like that. But I don't think anybody ever looked at him as a cheater.
Yeah, like I said, I was unfamiliar with that accusation for sure.
I don't see anything in particular that's popped in here. But if you find out, let me know.
Somebody asked a question too. If Ohtani never pitches again, will he make the list? He's already a 2-time MVP, and he has a lot of prowess potential with his bat. So I think he could add to that for sure. If he
you think
never
he's gonna have another hitter,
again,
another MVP as a hitter?
Yes, absolutely, I do. Especially considering the team he's on. Absolutely,
Are they good?
They're, yeah, they're.
I mean, is it just him, or are there more guys?
No,
on that team?
like.
So
look,
that team's
David
the MVP.
Robertson became a legend on back-to-back nights for striking out 3 Hall of Famers back-to-back-to-back.
And if no other thing, Shohei Ohtani is indeed a legend at the bank. So
yeah, he is.
Point.
From the 214, Bugs Bunny, he would strike out batters with 1 pitch alone.
Yeah, the whole lineup just struck out with 1 pitch.
And he caught that one on the top of the building.
Did that ever just feel like poor umpiring?
Well, he was the umpire.
That's not fair.
Yeah, but you got to take that up with the governing body. That's not Bugs' fault. You do what you got to do.
He was just playing within the rules.
All right. Well, I guess I'll look into that. I don't know. I feel like we end so many of these segments with some weird thing that I'm supposed to go read more about than I probably
Hey, don't give away the secret sauce, all right? Calm down.
Look, this is a learning show.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the G-Bag Nation and ask the question, have you been celebrating this anniversary today? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, where they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Ball dropped it behind the net. Jidnick in on McDaniel. McDaniel can't move on it. Now he does. The shot, passing down. Rebound, score! Mike McDaniel with Dennis Hunt, with Brett Hall, and the Stanley Cup has been won on a quick shot. McDaniel first, not in, and Brett Hall rammed it home.
25 years ago today, Brett Hull made the very legal goal against the Buffalo Sabres to win the Stanley Cup, the only Stanley Cup for the Dallas Stars.
Why did you say very legal?
So I wanted everybody to know.
Most aren't goals.
Hey, if Tom Brady gets to keep his 2001 season Super Bowl, then we damn sure get to keep our Stanley Cup.
Why don't you say very illegal 2001 Super Bowl all the time for him then? What, do you need to say very illegal every time you refer to somebody's?
Slow down our show.
Okay, all right.
That's a fair point though. Did you guys realize it was 25 years since the Stars won the Stanley Cup? Have you been celebrating?
I didn't realize until I started show prep this morning. And then I saw the article in the morning news and I was like, damn, 25 years. And we've been knocking on the door, back-to-back conference finals appearances, the Bubble Cup finals appearance. Hopefully we're able to snap that 25-year drought, get another Stanley Cup here, maybe as soon as this coming season. But I haven't been celebrating yet. Maybe I'll have to pop some bottles when I get home tonight.
It's been as long as that game took.
Yeah, that was a long game.
Triple overtime?
Yes.
Triple overtime. Let me ask you guys something. You can help me out with my show prep. What percentage of the people you've ever kissed do you remember their names?
What percentage?
Yeah.
100%.
100%?
100%.
100%.
I'm going to quiz you on that later.
How? You won't know the answer?
I know, but
you don't know all the people
because I'll
kissed?
be able to see the look in your face, and you'll be like, what was that girl's name?
I've only kissed one woman my entire life.
That is
so
such a lie.
100%.
Now, to answer your first question, I didn't get to celebrate the 25 years because I started getting depressed as soon as I realized 1999 was 25 years ago, which explains why I can also probably remember 40 or 45% of the names. Yeah.
Can I make it worse then? The distance between now and 1999 is the same as the distance between 1999 and 1974.
Yeah.
So just like...
Yeah, it does suck. Yeah.
All right, Eric, what percentage?
Probably, well above 50%. Okay. Dawson's sitting at 40, 45. I'd probably be sitting at about 75 to 80.
Wolchuk, what about you?
Probably 65%.
See, you can't do 100. You're counting them right now. Not you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm trying to be honest here. There was a lot of drunken nights in college.
Okay. Good. Now, as Corey
Just one spring break.
on this, you've got a couple of days.
I thought it was fall break for a second.
You've got a couple of days to figure this out. And one of the things we talked about going into the offseason for the Mavericks, if you could pull off a trade for Davis Bertans, do you just look at this front office and be like, they can figure out anything? Whether it's if you want to get rid of Kleba or Hardaway or whatever, find out a way to get it below the luxury tax and mid-level it. It feels like they can do a lot of things.
Yes, yeah. Even signing a guy in free agency and then just months later flipping him and getting great value.
I need to include Grant Williams in that. That is pretty impressive.
Like, that's super impressive. So, yes, I'm with you on that. I think that it's difficult. Now, everything about the sport is more difficult and how you can try to pull off transactions. Like, this is the first off season where the new CBA agreement really comes into effect. So how does that alter things? It certainly makes everything more challenging. So, but I'm not going to put anything past these guys because it's not like you need to swing for the fences. You don't need a Luka. You already have all that. You're just trying to iron out and fine tune the details to become instead of just a Western Conference champion, an NBA champion.
Just a Jeremy Grant away from going ahead and being NBA champs.
Okay, so
that's
that
my
your guy?
dream right
we
now.
started throwing out all kinds of names.
Jeremy Grant's probably my dream target. If they were able to make anything crazy happen, I'd love to. We talked about him going out at the trade deadline. I think he's a perfect fit. But yeah, yesterday we were kicking the tires on if you lose Derek Jones Jr., how crushing is that? And it is. I mean, he is your best on-ball defender. He's absolutely fantastic, but I can't put it past Nico to not find the next Derrick Jones Jr., even what he did in the draft last year. You get the 10th pick, you turn that into 2 picks. You move back, you get Derek Lively, who ends up being maybe the second best player in the draft last year when it's all said and done behind Wemby. Maybe he ends up being better than Wemby. You never know. Sky's the limit, right?
That's
for
right.
Derek Lively.
Maybe even beyond the sky.
And then what's Omax going to give you going into year 2? Does he end up being a guy that plays more of an impressive role?
Yeah.
I do have a lot of faith in this front office. Might take him some time. I don't think you can force these things, but
Okay.
yeah. And I teams that are wanting to rebuild, those are the kind of teams that agents make things happen with, because agents and players still control the league. And if a player really wants to go somewhere and contend, the agent's like, hey, you got to do this for me, and I'm going to take care of you in the future. I've already taken care of you. But things like that happen to get players to contenders. So for a variety of reasons, I think, Kleba, Tim Hardaway Jr., pick 58 or whatever they have, these are interesting assets, and I wouldn't put anything past Nico.
I think one of the things that I trust the most about Nico right now is his ability to identify the type of player they want, that he thinks, like Christian Wood was the perfect build. That was what you wanted, right? A guy that had that kind of length that could be a really good, talented player along with him. You knew the problems did pop up. But they identified guys that we didn't even have on our radar at all. That goes with your scouting and making sure you have those people to know who these guys are. But getting PJ Washington when he wasn't on anybody's radar, getting Gafford when he wasn't on anybody's radar, Derrick Jones Jr., nobody was thinking he was going to be anything different than he's a guy on this team.
Yeah.
And even Exum, and how many times he gave those. So his ability to identify players and see how they fit into their system and see how they fit with Kidd is very interesting to me.
Since you brought up Exum, I'm assuming the answer is yes, but if it's not, I definitely want to have that conversation. Exum's $3.1 million gets guaranteed in about 10 days. The next day, Hardy's $2 million gets guaranteed. We want to guarantee both of those and keep them, yes?
Yes, those contracts are so small, and I think those guys have, especially in Hardy, have the potential to bring much bigger value. So I would say yes to both of those.
And then, Broadus, if you're so interested, you do get College Day baseball today, as Florida State and Tennessee should be kicking off in maybe the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, and Tennessee's been a good team all year. Of course, number one in the nation. I'm interested to see what Texas A&M is able to do. Once again, this College World Series seems to be dominated over the years by teams from the SEC.
Yeah.
So the brand of baseball that they play in the Southeastern Conference is very good. But man, you gotta think that Tennessee, they're just on such a run right now. The way they went through the SEC tournament, but hey, we'll see how things play out. Florida State's kind of a surprising team right now as well.
Yeah.
So
and they barely lost to Tennessee. In that first
exactly.
game.
So we'll see how that all plays out.
Tennessee still dominating the Rocco's Jello Shot Challenge, though. The Aggies are number 2.
Yeah, because we have those 2 drunken morons who said some really terrible stuff.
Yeah, they did.
Florida. What do you guys got coming up on the program? Hopefully more of that. What else do you have coming up on the program?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Tim Cato talking Mavs with him at 4 o'clock.
There you go. Will you also ask him about Jason Kidd rebuking him for his, quote, long-ass question?
Yeah, we'll probably have to replay that for him.
Good. All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
The North Texas Baseball. station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. A disaster for the Rangers. Are we seeing a sports crisis with our defending champs? Let's discuss it. General at your service. At ease. There's Brian Broaddus. You have Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup at Master Control, Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm just going to call it like it is. I feel like this is a pepperoni pizza Wednesday. Just going to put that out there. I've had a hankering for a while. It's calling my name. And I also got to say, I'm officially worried about the Rangers not even making the playoffs. I don't even know how this happens. It's devastating because a lot of the time in the offseason, I'm talking dynasty, putting together the chance to win maybe 3 over the course of 5 years, maybe going back-to-back for the first time in 20-plus years in baseball. And now I'm like trying to figure out where this all went wrong. How could you be that awesome and then this crappy? Because there's no doubt it's a bad baseball team. The offense we know about. The pitching's been, better than average. Give them credit for that. But last night, the damn defense. Yeah. So I don't want to rant. I don't want to hold the floor. I'm not here. I'm not happy about this, but I am questioning all my, beliefs about this baseball team, guys.
I think the San Francisco Giants probably felt the same way. They won a World Series and wouldn't make the playoffs, and won a World Series and wouldn't make the playoffs, and won a World Series. So your dream of a dynasty, it's not dead. Maybe the Rangers don't make the playoffs this year, but you're back in a World Series champ the next year.
That's how
that could still happen. But yeah, that's Bochy's track record right there. But it was so upsetting because you got a Josh Smith homer. Wyatt Langford, I know you got a great story about that, Eric. Goes ahead and hits his first over-the-fence home run. You're
Fantastic.
up 6-2.
Bang,
You're like,
bang.
hello, offense. This is what we wanted.
Looking great with the red caps.
Yes, and then our guy D-Rob, just unfortunately, the bullpen. And yes, it was mainly the defense. And this is kind of 2 nights in a row because I stayed after our show and I watched the game 1 against the Mets. And Seager also had a throw that I was like, what are you doing here? Kind of hops in there. You miss a double play ball opportunity. So that was something that I think we underrated how good the Rangers were last year was defensively. Then we talked about that in the postseason in the World Series. This year, I know KNC asked that to Boch, but there have been some defensive miscues that could have gotten you out of jams when you look back at Jack Leiter's starts, right? Leody Taveras. I mean, some ugly, wonky stat lines for him that could have been preserved if you just had better defensive play, whether it's the infield, whether it's the outfield. And these players are better than that. So, I mean, we're holding hope. Like, we're probably putting way too much pressure on Josh Young to come back and hit the ground running when he returns. But it was frustrating because last night it finally seemed like, okay, you got some offensive production, then your defense and the bullpen weren't able to preserve that victory for you.
We talk about complimentary football all the time. We playing complimentary baseball right now. Doesn't feel like it. Every time you turn around, it's a great outing from a pitching standpoint. You got no offense. Yesterday, you get the kaboom offensively. You get, Ezekiel Duran and Leody Taveras had been 2 for 46 in June. They go back-to-back singles. Seager snaps his 1 for 16 skid, and then the defense craps down its leg a little bit. You're like, my gosh, you can't get everything to click on any given night, and it's super frustrating.
Yeah, my headline would have been from skid to skid marks. Because that's what it looked like last night. Wow, that one hurts a little bit.
It does, dude. Watching low labor down to the ground and try and reach for that ball is just like, oh my gosh.
New first baseman, new center fielder. Yeah. I don't. I don't know if it's as easy as making that happen. I know CY is going to be as resourceful as it gets, and he's not going to accept something 80 games into a season. I guess it's just not our year. He's going to do whatever it takes, and they certainly do have ammunition. But giving up runs in each of the final 5 innings and losing 7-6 was definitely not on my bingo card. Maybe it should have been, though, Brian. Maybe we should have seen that coming.
Yeah, this has kind of been something that you didn't really want to believe in. You didn't want to believe this has happened. But if you go back all the way to May 10th in the Colorado series when they got swept, I think that's where I could pinpoint where things really started going south for this team. And they haven't found a way to the hitting has been a problem, as we all know. The defense was something that wasn't a problem, but you're right. There have been some games this year where the Jack Leiter, center field, there was been some, the double plays that they don't turn, the catcher's interference last night. This team right now, I'm optimistic, and I'll tell you why I'm optimistic.
For the first time in months.
Lay it on.
Yeah.
Let's go. Positive Brian's back, baby. We're in the saddle.
I think you play in one of the worst divisions in baseball.
That's a good reason to be optimistic.
And I think you're going to have to go win this division.
And it's barely even double digits that you're down now.
I know, but the Seattle Mariners were in the same spot you are. And you're now tied. You're tied with the Houston Astros, who have found their way out of the cellar, but their injury problems are far worse than your injury problems. You're going to get some pitching back. And I feel like, though, that when we talked about maybe trading some of that surplus, maybe to go get a bat, maybe determine. If you keep losing games, you're going to be sellers. There's just no. I just think that, to me, the hope is that you can still win this division. That would be my hope. I'm not looking at the wild card. I'm looking at the division. I'm looking at the same thing that Seattle did to you last year with really good pitching down the stretch and some timely hitting.
Yeah.
I think things have the possibility, but you can't give away games where you were up big. Like last night, they were talking about, the show guys before us, they were talking about that that's the first time that the Rangers have lost when they've scored 6 runs this season. I think they're going to find a way. I'm not putting it all on Josh Young, but I think they are going to find their way. And I'm betting on this division.
Giving you a chance.
Now, Seattle might not give you a chance with their pitching. They might not. Maybe they're going to win a lot of 2-1 games, 3-2 games, and all that.
Well, this wild card race is a tight one too.
Yeah. Well, you're 7 games back in that right now.
Right.
So that's a little bit of a problem. I'm just saying that if you're going to do this, you're going to have to figure some things out, and I think that they will on the hitting side of things, because I think the pitching is going to be good enough.
682's frustrated here, says, we all knew this was happening. Stats came out last year about their offense versus lefties. It was too late for teams to adjust, and they had a lucky playoff run.
I wouldn't say it's lucky. They won 12 straight games on the road.
Yeah, I don't think you lucked your way into a World Series like that. I mean, and we talked about the age. The lineup is not old. I mean, all of your guys are in their prime right now. Simeon, Seager. You've got youth with Young and Langford and Evan Carter being hurt. Evan Carter is your center fielder that you wanted, Gavin. I mean, the problem is with his back. I don't know. Like, backs scare me. I mean, Eric and I have talked about this on our show for 6+ years now. Like, backs don't get better, right? And now he's super young. But anytime you're dealing with that, like, I wonder if that's a guy that you're not going to see much the rest of the season.
Well, we put too much pressure on Wyatt Langford, though, too.
We did.
We acted like that he was Joe DiMaggio or something like that.
Certainly looked like it. Surprise.
He did. He there were some things. I just feel like, to me, as long as this pitching can hold together and as long as you can get these games into. Now, last night it was a problem. They lost the game, the 8th, 9th inning. They didn't get the great finishes they had against the Dodgers the other day.
Yeah.
And it's happened. I mean, Robinson's lost a couple of games along the way, but I have a feeling that with the guys that they get back, that you will see some really good pitching performances, and that'll get the offense going back too.
I'd love to see it. The 214 says, why are Rangers fans all of a sudden so stuck up like you, Dawson, as if we didn't have 60 years of losing and finally after we win, we're just supposed to be some winning franchise? I just wanted them to, be competitive. I don't expect them to go out and be dominant, but how often do you win the World Series and then not even make the playoffs the next year? I thought some sort of consistency from this team, the lineup, the talent there, but a lot of bad things have happened. You mentioned Evan Carter, and, I think last year the playoff run was a magic carpet ride for him. He snaps back to reality, and he is not a factor against lefties. And if your entire lineup is struggling against lefties, I can't consider him part of the solution necessarily. Even if he does get healthy, he's a part-time player. Until you can figure out how to hit lefties on a team that's really struggling against lefties, we got to bring guys in. And I think the biggest thing to be confident about right now is Chris Young. just because he's a winner.
That's kind of my hope that with him, guys like him, Nico, they see the flaws in their team. And last year he went out and he got relief pitching. Remember my guys in the league, my baseball buddies were telling me like, damn, he went at this one early. Everybody else was kind of like thinking, okay, we're going to go out and get this guy. Well, no, Chris Young got very early, went after, got the pitcher, got the relief pitcher. And so I would determine he's not going to give up on this season.
And you could tell his tone has been more urgent.
I don't think he was too happy on Monday talking to us. You could sense his, I believe this team is better than we're playing.
Mm-hmm.
And when you walk downstairs and that 6'10" guy comes rolling into your office or rolls into the clubhouse and he's like, guys, we're better than this, and now you're starting to make some demands about, hey, we need to pick it up. And, he could also rattle some cages too.
Oh, yeah.
He could send some guys off that, if you're not going to find a way to play at the level that we hung a banner with last year, we'll move on, and I think he's got the full support of ownership there and to do whatever he needs to do to make this thing work. But he deserves our respect too, and I think we give it to him.
Overall, big picture, are we still trending positive as a show here? Are we keeping hopes alive, or are we feeling...
I'm just because of the division.
I'm with you on this, brothers. I feel like there's enough time. I still have enough belief in everything that could happen here. And so I'm not leaning more positive, but...
I'm drawing a line in the sand. If Chris Young does not remake this team, they're done.
Okay.
Big moves?
Are we talking 2? Is this a more than one? Anything more than one move at the deadline?
He is going to find a way to
get a star.
He's going to find a way to get a bat or two.
Star plus Young.
Maybe a first baseman for
that could
you
help.
too.
I mean, it does feel like one of those things where it could just be a snake bitten type of year. One thing starts going right. Here's another issue that now you've got to repair, all the injuries. But yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of baseball left we've seen in recent years. I think the Diamondbacks last year, this time, they weren't looking like a playoff team. They have a sexy second half. Next thing you know, they win the National League. They're in the World Series.
I love a sexy second half.
Seattle's coming back to you. Seattle's going to come back to you.
That probably is your best saving grace. This division isn't very good, and the Astros are really wounded when it comes to their pitching.
Yeah, the division is not good enough, and you have a lot of games left against your division. Yeah, I think schedule has kind of hurt them in a way. It doesn't. It's not good losing games to Colorado when they've only won 9 games for the year that time. That wasn't a good sign, But they're. He's right though. They're a better team than what they're playing.
They've
right
underperformed,
now.
especially offensively.
Yeah.
Now, are you in on this pizza, Wolchuk?
I think I'm going to be out on the pizza.
I'm going
to be out on the pizza today. I'm going to kind of pick and choose my moments. I know Brian's talking about a big feast that he's going to be cooking up with these pretzel burger dogs, whatever the hell they are.
I'm making. Yeah, we're making. Yeah, pretzel burgers.
Brat dogs.
Brat dogs.
But thank you.
You got it, buddy. I
appreciate that.
I also owe these brisket sandwiches from our finals bet. Brian was, absolutely right on that.
That could be another. Yeah, if guys are hungry, but we could do that another day too.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that another day.
Update on Bronny's draft status. Rich Paul, the agent for both the James players, says he's only working out for the Suns and Lakers. He also said LeBron's off the idea of having to play with Bronny, but there was some Mav stuff in there as well, wasn't there?
Heck yeah, there was, dude. This is interesting stuff. We saw last week the rumors of the idea that the Mavericks would be interested in drafting Bronny at pick number 58. Well, Rich Paul is pretty. I mean, he's pretty just open with some of the conversations he's having, and so the Draft Express, I guess he's talking with them, and he says in addition to the Lakers and Suns, there are 3 other teams showing interest in Bronny. The first of which is Minnesota. They would be picking at number 37. So that would be second round, and the quote is, but I don't know who their owner will be. So that's Rich Paul saying at 37, T-Wolves, but I don't know their owner. Then he says Dallas at 58 with their second round pick. Nico Harrison is like an uncle to Bronny.
Okay.
That's what he says in regards to the Mavs, and then Toronto's the other team. But Nico Harrison like an uncle to Bronny? I mean, my goodness, that feels like a, what does that mean? What is the relationship? Does that mean you're brothers with LeBron? Pretty much. If Bronny's the nephew.
Sounds like the Jameses are coming to Dallas, if you ask me.
It feels like
we got Bron and Bronny that are going to be Mavericks, and we got some Larry O'Brien trophies in our future.
You guys are basketball guys, and I wish Reggie would jump on here too because he's a basketball guy as well. But the thing about it, where do you feel like where LeBron's game is? Where does that's a great fit? Is that a great fit for what the Mavs, what you need? As you evaluated what you saw through this championship run, where does an addition of Bronny and LeBron, where does that help you guys the most?
I don't know that Bronny's necessarily helping you at all from the start, but LeBron James 100% would be a great fit. He's still going to be a guy that will play good defense and good offense. Like he can do. I mean, it would be
so
pretty.
You don't see it as any downside to it at all.
Oh, I definitely see there could be some downside with just the personalities and fit and trying to like make everything coexist, and the super team's not really working. This would be considered the super team. We saw firsthand when he got to Miami, like it can be a little bit tough at first to try and coexist, even when it's LeBron and Wade that were like best friends. It takes a season to be like, okay, we kind of know. Luka and Kyrie, they're playing hot potato at the end of possessions while the buzzer's going off because they don't know which great player should take the shot. But I would think it would ultimately end up working for sure.
Yeah, this version of LeBron, and I don't know if you agree with this, I think he would have to be like the Chris Bosh version in Miami, where he's now saying like, okay, Luka, you're me in Miami, the one, and then Kyrie is Wade, and then LeBron falls back into I'm just kind of doing and picking my spots. If I need to turn it on offensively, I will, but overall I'm going to be a defensive stud.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of different ways that can work, but LeBron still in his own right is close to a top 10 player, when he goes for it. So I'd bet on them to win multiple championships. Dak Prescott's contract is a topic for the summer. There's an article today from Bill Barnwell. I believe Broadus is going to talk a bit about that coming up in Krusty's Corner at 2:40. Stars made a trade tied to Landria to San Jose for a 4th-round pick in the 2025 draft. Okay, when we come back, 3 off-season questions for the Mavs. Then the G-Bag of the day is coming up next here on The Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back, Nation. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in about 6 minutes. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, KarsForKids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Well, Chuck, you got these three off-season questions for the Mavs for us?
Yes, so this is courtesy of the Morning News, and I also saw, I think The Ringer pumped out an article today as well, like 10 players who could complete a contender. They had one perfect fit for your Dallas Mavericks. But we kicked around some of these topics yesterday, but I think the biggest off-season question that they'll start off with, your number one, is certainly, will Luka Dončić get enough rest? And I think that question will be answered, does he end up competing in the Olympics, right? Is he going to end up playing in the Olympic qualifying tournament in Greece? We know he has a desire to play for Slovenia, and I understand that. I mean, that's something that's very, very important to him. As you mentioned, they've got a chance to make a run, as they've been doing in a lot of these tournaments with him playing. But it is the Olympics, but with his, he had the ankle, he had the knee, he had the thoracic contusion. I wonder how hurt he is and how much time that's going to take to heal. Is that enough for him to say, you know what, I just can't, and my body is just not going to cooperate and allow me to compete in the qualifying tournament and then again in the actual Olympics?
I know the Mavs put a lot of study into sports science. I hope they have it dialed. I don't know how much downtime do you need as a basketball player? Consecutive days, weeks, months, in order to get back to 100% to be able to go through a 7-month grind to try to win the title? I don't know. Hopefully with the doctors they have, you can monitor that. The trainers they have can keep you fresh 100% and also represent your country at the same time.
Yeah, we need to figure out how significant those injuries were.
Yeah.
That's the next thing. I mean, I need to find that out. I need to say, okay, well, was this guy playing with something more than, was it, we have, in the playoff time, we always get kind of hockey talk where, it's lower body, upper body, that kind of stuff. We might not find out, but I think if I had an idea of what all he was dealing with, then you'd be able to say, well, man, he's going to have to sit. Because then I could ask medical people like, okay, you're dealing with this. How long does he need? I mean, so selfishly, I don't want to see him play in the Olympics or anything like that. I want to see him rested up, heal up, get in shape, and get ready for what's about to happen in 3.5 months. They're going to be back at it again. I don't need him playing international ball. This was a long grind for those guys. There were some games where, he had to play a lot of minutes, and, I don't need him coming out of the gate in 3.5 months, not ready to go. And that's what I would worry about.
Right. Like, it's one thing last offseason, you don't make the playoffs. So now your season is done in April. And now you've got several months to kind of rest. And now you can go ahead and play for Slovenia. And we talked about maybe that's how he gets in shape, right? He plays basketball to keep himself in shape. Now, when your season ends, June 17th? All of a sudden, it's a very shortened offseason. We talked all offseason about what impact would that have on the Texas Rangers after you win a championship. Does that impact your team the following season? Now you don't really have a ton of time to go ahead and rest and heal that body. So we'll probably get a sense of how serious those injuries were. If he doesn't play in qualifying, I think that tells you all you need to know.
Yeah.
I think the cool thing is the Mavs will send staff over there, to monitor him. And maybe let him come to training camp late, maybe load manage during the regular season. Once you get to the point where you're in the finals and you're like, wow, was our guy breaking down because of the extended load? I think you begin to monitor, and hopefully he takes that highly seriously as far as how your diet can help recovery.
How can the Mavericks acquire another scoring threat is the second biggest question. Mavericks don't have the benefit of cap space, so any noteworthy acquisition will come from the trade market. THJ has an expiring contract, which could help facilitate a deal given his decreased role during the playoffs. Mavs also have its $5.2 million mid-level exception available. Nico's completed 11 trades since he joined the Mavs in 2021. I mean, we talked during Crosstalk. We've got faith in Nico to get it done. And the big target for the Mavs in Kevin O'Connor's article, and one that we've kicked around quite a bit, is Jeremy Grant of the Blazers. Now, Jeremy Grant proved that he can be a ball handler, which was not something that he was doing in his previous stop. But in Portland last year, averaged just under 21 points per game. And I mean, he was fantastic. I mean, I think that's a dude, 3-and-D type of fit, can give you a little bit of something off the dribble. And then Trey Murphy, I've seen, is also a name. Certainly, I think he came to a Mavs playoff game during their run as well with the New Orleans Pelicans. Maybe he's a guy that they could look to acquire. You just got to find, maybe it ends up being a 3-team deal. I don't know. But you got to find a team that really just wants that expiring contract to get off the books. Because I don't think a team's really like, oh, THJ, yes, please. We really want him on our roster.
No, you're trading with a team that is now tanking and making business decisions financially. They want the expiring deal. I think Jeremy Grant would be wonderful. I think it would be wonderful. That's the type of player that is two-way enough. Like, you're giving me something defensively, you can switch in a bunch of different ways, and then offensively, you can be a 20 points per game guy, you can be a catch-and-shoot 3 guy, you can create your own shot. All that sounds great, but that contract's pretty dang fat.
It is a fact.
I don't know. I mean, pulling that thing off, he's got like a 4-year, $130+ million deal.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how you're able to make it work, but the last question is the status of the Mavs free agents. Unfortunately, the only ones you got to worry about is Derek Jones Jr. He's probably going to be due a hefty payday. Does he end up saying, hey, I just love it here with the Mavs enough, I'm down to take that mid-level exception of $5.2 million. I'm sure he'll get offered more than that. And then Markieff Morris is also an unrestricted free agent, only appeared in 26 games. That's more of your veteran leader in the locker room type guy if they want to bring him back.
Thank you, Wolchuk. Well done once again. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Man, I see some wild stuff at the gym today.
Really?
It might not be too wild for some, but for me, I was like, oh, okay, fam, that's how we doing it. My man got off of the Stairmaster. Now, he was on there since I walked in. He was in there for a long time. But he got off the Stairmaster, walked outside, and started just smoking him some cigarettes.
Wow.
Right off the Stairmaster. I'm talking about still sweaty. Yeah. Still sweaty. He looked stressed out and everything. I'm like, man, he's smoking right after that. Like, he looked like he didn't want to, but he's like, I get to smoke.
He only did it because he couldn't smoke while he was on the Stairmaster.
He would have did it at the same time, you saying?
Yes.
Yeah, it looked like it was like court-appointed workout he had to go do. Like he was forced to go do it. I'm going to smoke while I'm outside.
Cigarette, though, I do love just being a traditionalist, not doing a vape. You know, he could have tried to sneak a vape in there in the gym. You know, he could have snuck that. I've seen people blowing clouds at the squat rack.
Yeah.
This tells me this is probably a middle-aged man.
Yeah.
There's is this how old do you think
40s,
this guy was?
50s?
Yeah, he's probably a middle-aged guy.
Yeah. Respect to the.
Did they have filters? Was it a filter
No,
deal?
it was an old school cigarette. It looked like a Marlboro or something like that.
Red.
Yeah.
All right.
His T-shirt was white and just stressed out.
Yeah.
You know, the collar was all just hanging on the top of it.
Hey, bacon.
My man was. All right. Anyways, vacated title here in G-Bag of the Day. So I got some clips for you. We're going to judge and see which one's the best and all the other good stuff. Marlins sideline reporter. Her name is Jessica Blaylock. You seen this?
She got punished.
The Gatorade bath.
Oh goodness,
no.
that's always dangerous.
The Gatorade bath.
This felt intentional.
Man, like you didn't even get the guy to hit the walk-off. This is during the post-game interview after the Marlins had a little walk-off situation. It was nice.
Eres bueno bateando, ¿me entiendes? Sigue haciendo lo que está haciendo en la caja de bateo, que eso te va a dar resultados. Y vine eso.
Oh my goodness. I feel like I just maybe delivered the walk-off hit. All right, let's keep going.
And she had like that little nylon-looking stuff, or maybe silk. You know what I mean? It was just like real flowy type of.
So it turned into clingy.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a full blindside. Like she's doing the interview looking one way, and the Gatorade bath is coming from the backside, and it doesn't seem like he's even attempting to get his teammate. It's just 100% on the reporter.
Let's get her. And my man didn't even let her know that something was getting ready to happen.
He didn't back up or anything like that. Didn't take a step back.
This guy doesn't even realize it's happening either.
Oh no!
Like the player that's being interviewed didn't.
That's cold.
Probably a little cold.
Yeah. Keep your head on a swivel, man, like Emily Jones.
Yeah. All right, let's see what else we got right here. What do I have for you? Slovenian commentator. Oh, yeah. A little soccer situation. Slovenian commentator reacts to Slovenia's first goal at the Euros. You guys watching the Euros?
Yes, sir. We are. Now. Yeah, we got it on now.
Oh, it sure is right there.
Yeah.
I'll be damned. We got to get in this TV space.
You're watching fishing shows. I notice I every once in a while look over and watch you watching cars or fishing shows.
Yep. All right.
Dion was catching fish yesterday.
Dion is a fool. You got to see how he threw that fish back in the water.
Oh,
it's so disrespectful.
Did he backflip it? Did he backflip it?
Yo, it looked so crazy. Yeah, he gave it a little flip.
Yeah,
and his hand stayed in the air, and the fish. It was so bad.
He held the follow through.
Yeah,
you can't do that to the fish.
Fish did like semi flips and twirls in the air and hit the water.
Did he go 3 fingers to the dome after?
Yeah, got him. Yeah, let's listen to this call.
Michael.
Just destroyed those mics.
That is awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
And they're probably sitting in a row with other commentators from other countries.
Yes, they are.
So everybody's just going off at the same time on that. That's great.
So when I played that yesterday, Carter said, "Man, you got to play this if you're going to play that clip." Listen, it's another soccer clip, by the way.
Met het balbezit voor Frank de Boer. Frank de Boer speelt de bal heel goed naar Dennis Bergkamp. Dennis Bergkamp neemt de bal aan. Dennis Bergkamp! Dennis Bergkamp! Dennis Bergkamp! Dennis Bergkamp! Dennis Bergkamp! Oh! Frank de Boer speelt de bal naar Dennis Bergkamp. Die neemt de bal feilloos aan. En ik schiet de bal erin. We spelen nog officieel 20 seconden. Dennis Bergkamp!
Yes. That's like our minor league hockey guy. Remember the minor league hockey guy?
Yeah, Joey Zanaboni.
Oh, that guy? Yeah.
There is what, bro?
Dennis Bergkamp!
Crazy.
Quite a player.
That's wild.
Dennis Bergkamp!
All right.
There is what?
There's what? Super excited about
is he
it,
saying
too.
Dennis Bergkamp? Yeah. Well, I was thinking
Is that what he's saying?
something else.
He's got to be saying this dude's name.
I'm trying to figure out if his name's Beer Cum or Bear Cum. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Back up!
Oh wow! only you.
We'd all be freaking out.
Only
That's what it sounds like he's saying, brothers.
Only you.
Back up!
All right, anyway, let's go to Steven Jackson.
There's a cough in there.
He was talking to Matt Barnes about the time he won a championship in the DR, Dominican Republic. Steven Jackson did, talking to Matt Barnes right here.
Once you win the championship overseas, you're a god to them. I won a championship in Dominican Republic, 98, 99, and I still get texts and DMs from them asking me to come back. They carried me, Matt, from the arena to our little neighborhood, which is called Pueblo Nuevo, which is like 5 blocks from the arena. They carried me in my uniform from out the arena, 5 blocks down to my house, dog.
Dope.
I'm just saying it to say overseas, they really appreciate the game and they fans are loyal. You win a championship for them, they love you forever.
I think they did that, Jack, texting you and still because they want you to come back and check on your kids you left over there.
But I've never been in denial. You know what I'm saying? I was 18, 19. I've never seen that many beautiful women. So I might have one. I might have one or two over there.
I'm trying to tell you, that's why they still DMing you and texting bad numbers. Like, man, this motherfucker got a kid here in '98. Ain't seen him since.
Might have a full Cromartie family over there.
Yeah, there's Cromartie Jr., Cromartie Trey.
I saw the video of him rattling
resurfaced
off.
on Father's Day, dude.
God, that is hilarious.
I think we need to keep an eye on the Dominican Republic's basketball team
Could
this
be
year.
pretty good.
Yeah, they go down to the DR. Remember that volleyball girl that went crazy?
Yeah.
During the last Olympics, everybody was like, yo.
Yeah.
Sports overseas are different, man. I was talking to my guys at Diamonds Direct over the weekend. I went over there for that sale they had going on, and they're like, dude, in our hometown, when you go to the basketball game, if you sit down, the fans will throw coins at you. Like everybody's got a pocket full of coins. They want everybody up and cheering. I was like, wow, that's pretty serious.
That's different.
That's intense.
Sounds like a hustle.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah,
Watch
bring
me
your
go
catchers,
sit and
man.
watch these games.
I leave with $20.
Let's vote. Is it the Marlins sideline reporter Jessica Blaylock getting a Gatorade bath? Is it the Euro soccer calls, or is it Steven Jackson on winning a championship in the Dominican Republic and celebrating? I'm going to vote for Stack Jack there, Chief. How about you?
Yes. And a nod to tip of the cap to Matt Barnes.
Yes, sir. Lucius?
Yeah, Captain Jack and Matt.
3-0.
You see the Matt Barnes on the clip show?
Oh, my God.
Every one of the characters is
The
hilarious.
young Doc Rivers, too.
It's
Chris
hilarious.
Paul, bro.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that's a little murder.
Well, Chuck.
Good. I think I would go with the Euro calls.
And Brian?
Is it 3-1 right now?
It is.
Yeah, let's go with I'll go with Jessica. How about that, too?
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Steven Jackson there on the podcast with Matt Barnes. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Well, thank you, Lucius. Time now for the corner. Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's Brian.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. And thank you to Reliant as well for being on board. Can I ask you guys a real quick question?
Fire away, sir.
Yes.
Do you guys ever buy products that have like fruit smell to them and use them like healthcare products, like shampoo, soap, stuff like that?
Yes. Oh, yeah, I got to bow out of this one.
I do.
Really?
I have before, yeah. Honestly, I'm just kind of buying cheap soap and shampoo, and if it ends up having a floral scent, I'll use it. I have no shame.
Lucius?
Yeah, I used to buy Bath and Body Works all the time.
That stuff's fantastic.
So it's got like a coconut to it or something like that.
All different flavors. Mine was strawberry melon.
It smells good.
It's a good one.
Okay.
For washing my clothes, I would use Victoria's Secret laundry detergent.
Oh.
Yeah, it smelled real good, bro.
Okay, that's a game changer, actually.
I don't really pay attention.
Expensive.
I imagine.
I think I just get regular soap and like Head and Shoulder shampoo, conditioner.
See, I use I have no hair, of course.
Of course.
But I use like this tea tree, kind of the mint.
In hopes that you could reignite some life.
It does it. It's the scalp part of it though for my skin. It's been really, really good. So
yeah, do you wash your scalp with the same stuff you wash just the rest of your body with?
No, actually,
like dry skin, I different kind of skin.
I use real shampoo. I mean,
okay.
But this is why I'm asking, because I grabbed a product, but it's got coconut smell to it.
Yeah.
It's a shampoo, but it's got coconut.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I smell like cocoa butter all the time, buddy.
Okay, so see, I kind of feel like that I'm at spring break.
There you go.
Yeah.
I
feel like that I'm like
you need a Mai Tai in your hand or something.
I feel like I've got suntan lotion on my in my hair and stuff now.
Summer
because
vibes.
it smell. So I just wondered
That's a win.
if you think it's a win?
I think so.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt.
All right. Because I was like, man, I bought it and I put it in the bag and I walked out, and then when I got home to put it up, I'm like, I bought the wrong stuff. But I tried it,
coconut,
and literally I smelled like I was on a Hawaiian tropic.
I think that's what.
Have you ever used coconut oil to moisturize your whole body?
Never.
The kind that you get at the grocery store in the grocery aisle?
Yeah.
That's good stuff right there, bro.
Great for your skin, great for your hair as well.
Yeah.
Coconut oil.
Yep. Yeah.
So this mistake I made might actually help. It's not going to help me grow hair or anything, but I mean, for the skin part of it though, it's going to be fine.
Oh yeah. I think it'll be fine. Yeah.
I literally can smell myself right now. I smell like I'm at spring break. That's what I mean. Like, when you you walk around.
Fireball.
No, hey, I'm all about that too.
I feel like we should have done a restroom revelation.
The other thing I like is the smell of a good sunscreen lotion. That smells like vacation too.
Yeah, that's what I kind of feel like right now, because I could smell the coconut in my hair. That's so. I was curious if you guys are like, oh no, Braun, you're here.
Get you some peppermint Dr. Bronner soap.
Peppermint?
Yeah, you said you like that. Yeah, get that.
Okay.
It'll wake you up in the morning. I'll tell you what.
I'll look into that.
And a Mai Tai, sir.
And a Mai Tai?
Yeah. You're on vacation now, buddy.
Tell you what, man. Yeah, mojito, any of those things.
Feels like you wash your body with icy hot. Feeling it's amazing.
I do.
It wakes you up.
It wakes you up, buddy.
The Irish Spring. Irish Spring?
Absolutely.
That leaves a nice
Why is
little.
That's like 1978 soap.
Is it? Well, their body wash.
I know, and
Their
it's
body
great.
wash.
I'm not making fun of it, but 1978, that and Coast was another one.
Well, staying power.
Coast was a good one. Okay. All right, guys. This is from our buddy Bill Barnwell at ESPN.
Billy.
By the way, another thing. Have you guys ever
Fantech said Brian smells like he has a black girlfriend. Happy Juneteenth, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Happy Juneteenth out there if you're celebrating.
There's nothing wrong with that at all. Nothing wrong with that at all. The thing about it is this. Another thing. I've got this from Bill Barnwell from ESPN. Forgot to shut off the renewal thing on the ESPN thing.
Oh, I shut it off.
And they
want too much money now.
I even set a reminder to shut it off.
Damn it!
Yeah, wait, I probably should.
$119.
Yeah.
What?
It's a year, right? It's a year though, right?
Right for the year.
Yeah, man. It's all right, bro. Get that plus. It's worth it. Keep with the plus.
I was thinking, like, I don't need this anymore. You know, here I'm in sports, but I don't need this anymore. But I thought I turned it off, and I got hit with the $119 bill the other day.
Yeah, mine was like over 200.
And I set myself a reminder to do it, to shut it off, and I thought I did it the right way, but I didn't. All right. Speaking of money, can the Cowboys afford to keep their big three? This is from Barnwell. He's saying Prescott, Lamb, Parsons were making just over $47 million per year combined on their most recent deals, with most of that coming from Prescott, who's taking home $40 million. Lamb has already picked up a significant raise by virtue of reaching his fifth-year option, which will pay him nearly $18 million a season. But there's more to come. There are round numbers each of these players should aim for in their new deals. Prescott could become the NFL's first $60 million player. Lamb should try and match Jefferson's $35 million average. And Parsons, arguably the most dynamic pass rusher in football, should top Nick Bosa's $34 million average. Challenge to become the league's most expensive non-quarterback. He's saying if we plug in the $35 million per season for both Lamb and Parsons, the Cowboys would need to pay three of them a combined $130 million per season on their next deals to keep them around. A decade ago, the salary cap for an entire team was $133 million. So we're talking about a staggering sum of money. They're also saying here that the Cowboys he's asking the question, can the Cowboys build a Super Bowl caliber team around those three cornerstone players? And he's saying, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you'd probably have to lean no.
I think the answer is no. I mean, he gave some good examples that, I mean, maybe you'll get to, but
yeah,
the recent history says no.
Yeah, he's just saying, even if we assume the salary cap rises another 10% to 281 in 2025, they'd be looking at three players whose individual average salaries amount to more than 12% of the cap apiece. While the Cowboys will structure deals to keep the cap respectable, the average salaries of these three combined players will be more than 46% of the cap in 2025. Is that even feasible roster construction?
No, it's not. You can't. It's just not something that is possible. Raiders tried it with Carr, Adams, Crosby. That lasted a year. They didn't make the playoffs. Rams did it with Stafford, Donald, Cup. They didn't make the playoffs, right? And you have injury impacts with those guys as well. So it's very tough to expect to be able to build a roster that can compete with three players taking up nearly half of your salary cap.
Yeah, I'd love to see them time it where they load up a lot of the cap hits to happen very early, in the contracts, and then have the years afterward their numbers coming down in a significant way. You got to do it one way or the other, where you're picking, hey, let's try to blow out as much of this hit as possible, because with them playing on the average of the years and the total, it becomes difficult. But you can, it just takes a good salary cap guy to work around that.
Let me ask you this. Barnwell says that the fact that the Cowboys draft well, they should try it. The fact that they draft well, and if you're able to sign all three, that drafting these players as supplementary players would give you the opportunity. Do you feel like the Cowboys, are you a little bit questionable about the Cowboys drafting well now?
I'm not.
No, there's just nobody's good enough to draft. I mean, even the Cowboys, they've been this good at drafting this whole time. Okay, for the last decade, if we want to say they've been the best drafting team, what has it netted them? So now you're going to make it even more difficult with basically two quarterback salaries on your roster for three dudes.
But that's how you get in this problem, right? They've drafted so well, you're about to have to pay Tyler Smith. Maybe it's the highest paid guard in football. You're about to have to pay Deron Bland, one of the top cornerback salaries. Eventually, though, Jake Ferguson, is he going to be wanting to be paid like the top tight end in football? So you can draft well. Eventually, you're going to have to pay those guys that you draft. So maybe there is a way that you can get smart and stagger some of these contracts. Unfortunately, it seems like for the Cowboys, they're all coming up at the same time.
Yeah, they haven't been able to stack them like they needed to. But that's an interesting way of looking at it, though. I personally agree. I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
What they've been doing is adding voidable years at the end of contracts on, Tank and Zach and Dak and Zeke, and it, makes it long-term a difficult salary cap proposition. But this is the reality facing every team. And, we're still waiting on the Cowboys to figure out how to manage this thing to optimize their chances of winning the Super Bowl, because they had a lot of good players on this team that have created this cap mess. And to have never gotten past the divisional round, it's one of the biggest disappointments I've ever seen in my entire sports life. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
The corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. We have more Cowboys coming up at 3:20, a C-note. We're about an hour away from a proper round tripper. And Tim Cato's going to talk Mavs with you coming up at 4 o'clock. NFL News Today is next, though. Wolchuk, what you got?
Yeah, maybe this could help. A salary cap for quarterbacks, comeback player of the year, and who are some of this year's Ring of Honor and Hall of Fame inductees for these teams? That's next.
Fellowship.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Sports Station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It is hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Some fun Cowboy stories coming up here in about 20 minutes. Time now for Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. Here's Zach.
All right, let's talk about the NFL and how owners are discussing a potential quarterback salary. And this could be something that we've kind of discussed and kicked around. There's got to be a way to figure this out with the escalating quarterback market, because you're getting players that are being paid just crazy high numbers, and maybe they're not even on that elite tier, but this is just the price if you want to retain a quarterback these days. So you've got Joe Burrow, whose NFL average of $55 million per year on his contract extension he signed in 2023, which means his deal alone is projected to account for an average of nearly 25% of the Bengals' entire salary cap, meaning for the rest of your 52 guys, you got 75% for your roster. So Tom Pelissero went on the Rich Eisen show, and he said the NFL could look at adopting an NBA model. Might be one way to better regulate those percentages. The NBA currently has max and supermax restrictions for free agent long-term contracts, which limit the number of players teams can sign to a certain dollar amount. So the idea really hadn't gained traction, in part because so many teams have paid their quarterback, which is contributing to this position's escalating market, which raises the point. And if an NFL team feels forced into cost-prohibitive deals for a quarterback, that is yet to warrant the club's total commitment. But now you've got some of these other teams. When you look at the Cowboys, for instance, the Packers are going to have to pay Jordan Love if they want to keep him. The list will go on with these guys eventually wanting to end up getting more. I mean, Patrick Mahomes is going to look up and say, I'm making $50 million. These guys are making $60 million. I'm the best quarterback in football. Where's my piece of this? Maybe I want to get some extra money. So this could be something down the line that as these things keep escalating, maybe they do look to put a max or something to try and eliminate where the quarterback is taking up so much of the pie, as Stephen Jones likes to say. It's an interesting.
It would be great if it could operate independently of it, so guys could just negotiate based on the dollar value that they're providing these NFL teams, and you could build the team separately from that. It makes another layer of complexity to, a storyline that I think a lot of fans are starting to lose, an appetite for.
Yeah, I mean, it's not fun talking about, okay, when are you paying your quarterback, the quarterback's out. I mean, look, all these guys have a small window to cash in, and I'm for them getting their money. So if there's a way that we can do this where those guys can get paid, but it's also not hurting the ability to put a good team around them, that'd be fantastic. I think everybody is winning in that way. The players are getting paid, and the owners are also now feeling like, okay, well, now we're not handcuffed by being able to build a winning football team around this quarterback that I'm having to pay an X amount of dollars to just to keep him around.
Yeah, I think it'd be. I think doing something about it would be extremely smart, because even for teams that decide maybe, okay, we're not going to be the team that continues to give money to guys that, we're paying great money to good players, which you see at this position time and time again. Most of the guys being paid, they're being paid great money, and they're just good players. And some teams may decide that they don't want to do that, but there will always be a team that is willing to. If the Cowboys decide, hey, we're not doing that with Dak, well, here come the Raiders, and they will do it. Or
Miami with Tua.
Whatever team it is, there will be a team that says, we will spend all the money and get that guy, so we won't be able to really change the market.
Now, we joked last week about the Chiefs, right? And the error, speaking of the Dolphins, that they put on their seeds with the Super Bowl ring.
Yes.
So Jason was poking a little bit of fun, asking the question to Travis on the New Heights podcast. Like, yeah, there was a big error on the Super Bowl ring. Travis did not seem to care much about this. In fact, as I was thinking, this could end up being great for the value of the ring. Here was their back and forth on their show.
One major little goof on the ring. Miami is listed as the 7 seed because it has all of the games you guys had to win to get there. Miami was actually the 6th seed. I guess that's just the way the ring is. Like, nobody's going to are you going to get it fixed?
I don't give a shit.
Does anybody care?
I like it that we didn't give a about what seed Miami was in. Yeah, they were the 7th. Who cares? They could have done no seeds on the side of them. I would have been fine.
That's my thing. Yeah,
I think it makes it more unique. Like, oh yeah, and we made it really detailed, and oops, we screwed up. Just makes it more exclusive. Like, it was something we screwed up about something that means nothing.
Ooh, yeah, I like that, man. Shots fired. I think these are dynasty problems, though. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Maybe you lost focus a little bit, but it's cool because it makes this one kind of stick out from all the others that I have.
But that's exactly it. And as I've been watching The King of Collectibles on Netflix, which I encourage anybody to watch, super easy. They're like 30-minute episodes. Stuff like this raises the value of a ring like that because of the error. And then you also have all the counterfeit rings, as we've talked about, that have been confiscated and they're trying to sell and act like they're an actual ring. The counterfeit rings aren't going to have that error on them.
Or will they?
Maybe now they go ahead and try and counterfeit it.
Now they
but
will.
they didn't originally when they went ahead and confiscated all those Chiefs Super Bowl rings. I guarantee you they didn't have that error inside of those rings.
Yeah. Of course, my generation very specifically remembers the Billy Ripken Donruss card from about 1990.
Yep, cards, baseball cards, when that happens, shoes.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen for clothes, though. If there's like a mistake on clothes, they go to Ross.
Man. Well, the other issue with Kansas City is Kansas is making a serious run at becoming the new home for the reigning champs as the legislators approved a plan yesterday to lure both the Chiefs and the Royals away from Missouri. So this is something that we talked about, but now Kansas has approved this, where they would go ahead and build some new stadiums for the Chiefs and the Royals to move them away from Missouri, where they currently are with Arrowhead. So, man, I would hate to see this. I mean, we've talked about it. I think Arrowhead is a bucket list type of stadium. Maybe that would just continue, if they build a new stadium there in Kansas. But this thing's starting to gain traction, and I don't know that they're going to be able to keep this thing in Missouri. They've got a small window now to be able to keep the Chiefs and the Royals put there at home.
I like it. It makes sense to me that the Kansas City Chiefs would be in Kansas as opposed to Missouri.
Yeah,
I think it's more consistent branding.
It is a little strange.
Are you just the Kansas Chiefs at that point? Or
you
don't go Kansas City? I don't know.
We would ruin Mitch Holthus. Kansas City.
Well,
touchdown, Kansas.
Chiefs. How close is Kansas City and Missouri, though?
Good question. We should ask Blake. Okay.
5-time champ, man.
What?
Legend.
Arthur Blank.
Yeah.
Along with Matt Ryan.
Ring of Honor.
Is going to be inducted into the Falcons Ring of Honor. Now, does Arthur Blank, as the team owner, not have the same power on this like Jerry Jones does? Like, would we be kind of poking fun at Jerry if he were to induct himself into the Cowboys Ring of Honor? Is that what Arthur Blank is doing here? He is inducting himself into his own team's Ring of Honor?
I hope that's how it actually goes down. I hope he's at the microphone announcing himself in the Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
You did it.
Congratulations, Arthur Blank. And then he just maybe puts on the jacket. Now he gives his speech. He's congratulating himself.
This is one of the ultimate me guy moves in sports history, dude.
Insane, dude.
Very.
These
When I saw
egomaniacs.
wait a second. What? Who? Is he putting himself into this? This is bizarre.
This is something that happens to you when the organization decides after you've passed away, we want to do some honoring in your name here.
Yeah.
Not you deciding for yourself, getting to the microphone. I, Arthur Blank, am now in the Ring of Honor. Let's unveil my name up there.
Or if you're Al Davis, you just make a big torch in the middle of the stadium, and it's always the flame, the eternal flame. Instead of doing Ring of Honor, he just made a big torch out in the center of the.
Is that because he felt embarrassed putting himself into the Ring of Honor?
They just that when he passed on, they just said that was Al's wishes. If you move on, we're going to make an eternal. They had it at the old in Oakland at the Coliseum.
Oh,
yeah, they had the Al Davis eternal flame.
You think it's still there if we went to an A's game?
Oh, I'm sure it is. Yeah, but I don't know if it's still working.
It is kind of neat. Like if you could have a statue or an eternal torch. I mean, considering how they make statue faces these days, I might go eternal torch.
Yeah. Or the botchery that the Sean Taylor statue was for Washington.
Yeah. Oh, you can't even call it.
That was like a
statue.
mannequin. It was terrible.
I need to do
disgrace
some,
that
I need to
was.
do some torch research on this.
You guys didn't know that Al Davis had an internal
I had no
flame?
idea that was an Al Davis thing.
Oh,
I've
man,
seen the flame there at Allegiant Stadium.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that was Al Davis created.
I think we have a ceremony to light the internal flame.
I think you're right.
And that eternal flame song is always playing on a speaker.
Wait,
just outside.
What kind of flame? What kind of flame is this, Broadus?
Internal.
Okay, the eternal
flame.
Okay,
I think he did say internal.
I was thinking. I'm like internal. I'm
here
like,
we go.
No, I'm just trying to imagine this.
It's a flame. I'm trying to bring.
Reggie caught you in here too, bro.
I'm trying to bring information.
Is it eternal or internal? What did he say?
Maybe me and Blake should do a show together. You know,
he had a burning passion for busting your ass for those 2 weeks that you were working for him for free. I heard.
Yeah, but whatever. Yeah, you guys didn't know that they had the flame for this guy.
I didn't know.
I'm not even going to call it eternal.
Is it in the Vegas stadium?
Yeah, it's out there at
For him.
Yeah,
It's out there at the
Well, I think it's
forgot
there.
the
It's
name
out
of
there
the
at the Allegiant Stadium.
It is. It's out in the.
It is. I'm seeing photo evidence now.
Well,
thanks.
shout out to Blake.
Looks good.
We're actually being filled with texts right now from the Tolos. There's a Kansas City, Missouri, and a Kansas City, Kansas.
There's both.
You don't say.
So damn it, there's both. Thank you guys so much for letting us know that. We appreciate all the geography
Kevin Gray
lessons.
texts in on that one.
I don't know. Maybe he did. He's also trying to claim that they still have the best damn barbecue, which is not correct, okay? They can't make brisket like we do here. Colts are also inducting tight end Dallas Clark in the franchise's Ring of Honor. But that's okay. He's not inducting himself. And
They
shout out
hang
to Dallas
banners
Clark.
for being in second place at that place.
Yeah, they do this type of stuff. Like maybe you don't think
Dallas Clark's a good player.
You gotta
though.
celebrate your wins, bro. Celebrate your wins.
He was a good player.
Jim
but,
Harbaugh's in that thing.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dallas Clark, Colts
11
Ring of
seasons
Honor
with the Colts. Yeah.
He had that good of a run, huh?
I think he did, dude. I think he was pretty nasty.
He won a Super Bowl.
He was in
53 touchdowns for his career.
the same draft as Jason Witten.
Was he really?
Yeah.
How
Him and
How long
LJ
was
Smith.
his run?
It was
2003.
Well, 11. 9 of his 11 seasons in the NFL were with the Colts. So he played 11 total years.
It was about a 3-year run. 600 yards, 800 yards, 1,100 yards.
Like we need a flame for him.
Wait, so he only had one
and it
year
was-
over 1,000?
Yes, and it was 11 touchdowns, 6 touchdowns, and 10 touchdowns. His run from, 2007 to 2009. And then I guess...
Okay,
He
was
did
on
win me a fantasy championship in one of those years.
Well, here's my issue. So the article says that he's going to be the 19th member of the Colts Ring of Honor. He's joining Manning, Harrison, Freeney, Bill Polian, Tony Dungy, and others. Is Reggie Wayne not in there? Because if Dallas Clark's getting in over Reggie Wayne, then I think we have an issue.
I think Reggie Wayne's in there.
Reggie Wayne.
I hope he's one of the
Chris
others.
Hinton's in there.
He's got to be, right?
Harbaugh's in there.
Like, we need to fact check that. Just make sure Reggie Wayne's
I think we
in
got
there.
it. I think one of the Ursays is in there. I think the Ursay.
Did Jim put himself in?
The dad.
Maybe that's where Arthur got this idea.
I think his dad.
He was. Reggie Wayne was inducted into the Colts Ring of Honor.
What about Edgerrin James?
Johnny Unitas. He was a
Tony Edgerrin James is in there. Eric Dickerson, Marvin Harrison, Chris Hinton is in there.
Yeah, Chris Hinton. Yeah,
is that your buddy?
Yeah, that's my buddy.
We don't have Bob Sanders in there though.
Jeff Saturday.
Oh man,
Jeff Saturday's in there, huh?
Reggie's in there. Dwight Freeney, Robert Mathis, Tariq Glenn, and now Dallas Clark.
Do you ever just drive around in your car, Chuck, and start just thinking about badass safeties from your childhood? And Bob Sanders is always right there at the top of the list.
I loved Bob's and Gary Brackett. Talk about undersized linebackers. My
There
dude
you
was a
go.
badass too.
Heck yeah.
He sure was. All right, let's get to Bill O'Butt-Chin. Now, the Butt-Chin
He's
was
coaching
on.
it in Boston College, right?
He is. He's now the head coach there at Boston College. He was on Next Up with Adam Brenneman and his former quarterback at Penn State, Christian Hackenberg, and he opened up about the failures that were him being a GM of the Houston Texans.
I didn't really enjoy being the GM. I didn't enjoy negotiating contracts. In the end, that was a mistake by me, and I wish I really didn't do that. That was a tough time in Houston. We were a good team, and at the end of the day, we went a full year, I think, without a GM. And then there was a year where they were like, well, we're just going to make you the GM. So in the end, that's not who I am. That's another lesson learned. There's very few guys in the history of football that can ever do that, and they're the greatest of the greats. I can evaluate talent. I know how to evaluate talent. I shouldn't be negotiating contracts and things like that. Keep the main thing. Be a coach. That's what I love to do. That's who I am.
Well, the guy that he learned from, Bill Belichick, I think he learned that the hard way, too. That's why nobody wanted to hire him this offseason. Sometimes you don't need to do both. Just stick to the coaching portion. We don't need to dabble in the GM portion. And shout out to David Johnson.
I wonder how many contracts Bill O'Brien was really negotiating there. See, I don't think
DeAndre Hopkins thing was a huge failure, and he trades him for David Johnson. I mean, that was really the end.
I appreciate him saying that it's a tough job. I don't know if he was in there signing contracts with agents. I don't know if he was, plopping down at night and going, okay, hey,
here's the butt sheet, plopping down.
Here, this is the deal I'm going to give you if you don't like it. I'm going to say somebody else was probably negotiating the contract, but I'm going to say he was probably signing off that, okay, is this a good deal or not for us? The only one I've ever heard of was like Vince Lombardi. Vince Lombardi, I think it was Jim Ringo, their center, came and asked for an extension, and you got to pay me more. And Lombardi goes, hey, I'll be right back. And he went and called Philadelphia and traded Ringo and goes, right there.
Wow.
He walked in and said, hey, I'd like a raise, coach. And he says, oh, hang on just 1 second. He made a call and goes, you need to be negotiating with the Philadelphia Eagles because that's what we just traded you to.
That's amazing.
While the guy was sitting there.
That's incredible. But that it is like that could make things just so awkward. I got to coach a guy on the field, but then now I've got to find a way to tell him that he's not worth X amount of money.
I don't think Bill was probably doing the deals. I really don't.
We got a C note coming up next. The Cowboys news of the evening. Cowboys have a deal with a slot machine company. Does that mean gaming is coming to AT&T? It's coming up next here, the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Taco Shop.
Shoot, yeah, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Segments brought to you by Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION, 50% off all new windows. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, it's not your fault. Call the Frankels at 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump online to frankelfirm.com. Yeah, Tim Cato's coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll be talking Mavs with him. We have the C-Note here, Cowboys news of the evening. And a lot of the talk is going to be about Dak's contract. I don't know how ready you are for Dak contract talk. Maybe we'll do some a little bit later on for me. How about this? Cowboys ink deal with slot machine company as NFL teams cozy up to the gambling industry. People are wondering, what exactly does this mean? It's right there in the morning news. Slot machine company, that'd be pretty cool. Get to AT&T feeling a little sippy from your time in the parking lot. Maybe, yank a couple of slot machines on a long television timeout.
You want Ruben with you if you're going to do this.
Yeah, some people have the magic touch, don't they?
Ruby's got the touch.
Do you guys have the magic touch? 877-881-1053. Are you that guy who just, look at this, guys. I hit for 25 hundo, and then a few minutes later I hit for another 15 hundo. I guess I got $4,000 now. And we're like, yep, I lost $200 in blackjack again, dude. You guys know anybody like that besides Ruben?
Well, just Ruben.
Yeah, just Ruben's the only lucky dude I know. It's definitely not me.
No. I don't have that. One of my my buddy Brandon, I think his mother is very lucky when it comes to the slot machines.
I don't know when to
they
stop.
Go to Winstar a lot.
I just don't know when to stop because I could get up $600 and just keep going. I'm thinking I should just
lose it all.
Yeah, lose it all right back. Yeah, I love the Wheel of Fortune. You ever seen that one with
that's a fun one.
Wheel of, and it has the free spin thing, and you can clean up on that thing. And I've done it a couple of times and just kind of gave it all back.
Yeah, I love when you win it and they're like, now it's time for the bonus round where you get 5 free spins, and you're like, oh, dude, I'm about to clean up, and so I feel like I'm oftentimes on the doorstep of having that experience, but I don't think I've ever had that casino experience where it's like, yeah, baby, jackpot, let's go, all drinks on me.
That would be an awesome feeling. I hope that, I don't know what type of control they're going to have here with this. Hopefully this is one of those slot machine places that still keeps it traditional with the lever pull instead of the button smash.
There's something fun about
the lever. The lever pull is so much cooler. That was a huge disappointment going to the Super Bowl in Vegas and seeing all the slot machines, and it's just a button.
Some of those levers don't even work.
They get stuck.
They're like
That's probably what it is.
I thought I don't know. Maybe the grannies were getting some RSI from all that pulling.
And then they were losing biz. They're like, I can't even go do my slot machine fun. They're like, no, don't worry, Grandma. We'll get this figured out for you.
Yeah, it's like when I blew out both my wrists from the online poker. You yank on that thing enough times, and even a small motion, can create damn near carpal tunnel. Brian,
more ways than one.
It's a contact sport.
No, but the Cowboys have signed a multi-year deal with this is Aristocrat Gaming. It'll allow them to show off promotional material all throughout AT&T Stadium. So it's not actual slot machines in the stadium. This is just for advertising because Texans spend approximately $5 billion a year in legal gambling in neighboring states.
Yeah.
So this is Oklahoma, Louisiana, New Mexico, and Nevada getting some of that sweet Texas gambling dough. They're cleaning up from us. I don't know. It seems like maybe you'd want to legalize that here inside the great state and go ahead and keep that $5 billion inside these borders. But it gets complicated.
It does. Yeah. But Mark Cuban and company are leading the charge right now. So I'm feeling pretty confident. I don't know how long it's going to take.
Hey, those slot machines are in the gas stations.
Yeah.
The gas station that have the T-shirts for sale.
Yeah.
Are they is that money?
I think that's kind of a private deal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Look, Dawson didn't want to say it. Let's not talk about it, Lucius. To tell you
I don't
later.
know. I don't know.
Dawson owns like 4 of those companies.
Let's
not talk about it.
I don't know. Maybe the Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line has something they can share. But I've always thought maybe those were operating in the gray area of the laws.
Yeah.
Okay, we have 5 random pre-training camp questions for you here while we wait for that intel to come in. We go to Blogging the Boys. Question number 1, what is the plan for Trey Lance, Brian? Some of the reports I'm hearing about his inaccuracies this many years since being drafted. It seems like a lost cause at this point. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, what's going to happen here is I got to see 3 OTA practices, as did some others, and I felt like there were some days where he wasn't nearly as accurate as he needed to be, and there were some questions about some arm strength stuff. But this is where I think that this training camp for him is going to be, of course, huge, just because I would let him have every single rep. Yeah, I know what Cooper Rush is. I don't need to see Cooper Rush anymore. Every practice rep that Dak Prescott's not throwing the ball needs to be Trey Lance, and it needs to be in the 7-on-7 drills, the team drills, whatever drills he can throw, blitz pickup drills, whatever he has to do, and of course these preseason games. That's going to tell you. But there, for all the things, we didn't get to see him throw at all really last year. At all. This time is the first time that we've got to see him throw. I don't think they can hide him out there at training camp from our eyes. He's going to have to practice, and so that needs to be done. But there's some legitimate questions about arm strength and accuracy with this guy. But there's also some positive stuff to him: the footwork, his mobility. There's some times where he did make some really good throws, but he also will make the guys work for the ball a little bit. So, yeah, really important.
Super talented player, but it's the reps. I mean, you're 100% right. He needs to get the reps, which is why I wouldn't mind seeing him even start a full preseason game like we saw Tony Romo do against Seattle when Parcells was here. Let Trey Lance have 4 full quarters of action. Let's see what this guy can do.
Yeah, I'd love to see it, but I hope they have a plan other than him if they do want to move on from Dak Prescott. I think at this point, if I'm Dak and his agent, I'm just not buying it. If he'd have been something last year, you'd at least made him a backup. But I think what Brian said, like you can't hide him from us anymore, is pretty accurate.
Yeah, I think that to me, you're going to find out. But it also might be that if they move on from Dak and they move on from Trey Lance, then there's your draft. That's where you're going to have to draft a guy.
Okay, where's the beef is question number 2 here, pre-training camp questions, and they're talking about the interior of the defensive line. Fingers crossed that Mozzie has a big year, and are we still hopeful that Osa can have a breakout performance?
I think Osa you don't have to worry about. The thing that we always need to be concerned with Osa is that first 12 weeks of the season, he's really, really good, and then the last 4 or 5 weeks, he kind of wears down. So, the conditioning, he's a guy that's really conscious about his body and being in shape and being ready. He just hasn't had the stamina to play the last couple of years. Mozzie, I watched him work on the cords the other day with Britt Brown when we had that opportunity. It's the first time I'd seen him, the body type, it looks like he's not 292 pounds anymore. It looks like he's put on some weight. Britt and those guys, they'll have him ready to go. And it's going to be important for him to not have any more setbacks, because they're going to need, they really don't have the one techniques that they need. They have, a rookie what they drafted that could potentially be
Rodgers at Auburn.
Rodgers, but other than that, it's a very, very slim position for them.
I'm excited about the beef in the middle of the offensive line, the center battle with my guy Cooper Beebe and Brock Hoffman. Let's see who wins that.
I do not know if Mike Solari, the offensive line coach, is going to allow 2 rookies to play in this offensive line. I think that I would not be surprised to see Brock Hoffman start.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
And Guyton be the starter at left tackle.
But they let the best man win.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Like just because guy's a rookie, if he outplays Hoffman and we're not starting him because he's a rookie, that would annoy me.
If he outplays him, I just feel like I kind of feel like things are stacked against Beebe right now from that standpoint. I think there's more willingness for Guyton to be the left tackle. I don't know about the willingness to let Beebe be that guy.
Brock played well the 2 games we saw him last year.
Sure.
Third and final question we'll get to. Have to hold the other 2 for a while. Will McCarthy's uncertain future impact the present, Chief? How would you answer that one?
I think there's a chance that the lame duck head coach, sort of lame duck quarterback situation can get away from you pretty quickly if the season doesn't start the way you want it to. So I could see a scenario. You hope that it's more of a galvanizer and it's a us against them mentality. And hey, let's go show them that dang right they're gonna regret forever leaving us on 1-year deals here, whatever it may be. So you hope that it sort of fuels them, but you can see it being something that could rip apart a team a little bit once if you're 2-5 or something to start the season.
I would worry more about the coaching staff if they were 3-5 or 3-6 to start out the year than I would the players.
All righty, it's time to go around the bases, brought to you by Uber Eats. Volchuk, what kind of baseball content are we looking at on this fine day?
Who is starting at center field tonight for your Texas Rangers? We remember Willie Mays, facial hair, and pancake rears. That's next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ. Sean is back. The payload at 6:40. We got the Neighborhood Watch and a ticket.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Afternoons.
I have to tell you, though, this doctor, she's from California, great doctor. She prescribed a thing to me called Sunnies.
Whoa, are these Sunnies gummies?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you take something for you? I don't know. Came into the.
Your Turn It On, Leave It On, home of the Dallas Cowboys and the world champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet at Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Tim Cato talking Mavs with us coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk about the ways they could improve in the offseason. Right now, it's time for a proper round tripper brought to you by Uber Eats. Here's our baseball expert, Wolchuk.
24 All-Star games, 660 home runs, 12 Gold Glove awards. Major League Baseball and the sports world losing one of the best to ever do it yesterday as the Say Hey Kid passed away at the age of 93. Rest in peace to Willie Mays. And we'll talk with Dave Raymond tomorrow at 5 o'clock, who got to spend some time with Willie when he was working out there in San Francisco. He's got some great stories about getting to go over to Willie Mays' house, get to see all of his sports collectibles, but certainly arguably the greatest baseball player to ever do it, passing away as Barry Bonds issued statements along with the rest of the Major League Baseball world. Commissioner Rob Manfred said Thursday's game at historic Rickwood Field was designed to be a celebration of Willie Mays and his peers. With sadness in our hearts, it will now also serve as a national remembrance of an American who will forever remain on the short list of the most impactful individuals our great game has ever known. And that game will be tomorrow, in which they definitely will be giving a fitting send-off to Willie Mays at Rickwood Field, where his career took shape. They're going to honor him there, but was really, really sad to hear the news of Willie Mays, who is one of the oldest living remaining great players, certainly one of the remaining Negro League players that was still with us, and a lot of great stories. You know, Mike was talking about the book that he came out with that he read and sharing some stories about that. Boach was talking about it with KMC earlier, then last night as well. Remembered for, of course, the catch in the World Series, among some other tremendous plays that we probably didn't even ever get to see. And his numbers probably should be even better than they are. I mean, he could lead Major League Baseball in statistics if, we didn't have to deal with some of that stuff during that time that he was coming up with. But, I mean, his numbers speak for themselves of how amazing Willie Mays was. I mean, 156.2 wins above replacement, an elite hitter, elite defender, a showman, one of the must-watch players in the history of the sport. So, lost a great one in Willie Mays.
Yeah, he, in fact, that the way he played at the Polo Grounds and stuff, it's just a huge field, but, his speed and his ability. You talked about the most famous, iconic picture of him. Yeah, I believe it was the 54 World Series. Vic Wertz hits the ball, and he turns his back completely to the infield and just on a dead sprint heads for center field, and reaches up and makes that catch. And it was incredible, his ability to I think we became, or when we started talking about 5-tool players in scouting in baseball, I think they had Willie Mays in mind right off the jump. I think that's when you started to talk about, well, this guy's a 5-tool player.
That's what you're looking for.
Run, throw, catch, hit. That was Willie Mays. And the fact that he then moved on to San Francisco, when the Giants moved from New York to out west, and he was such a legendary part of that team out there with him and Willie McCovey and Bobby Bonds, and they had some outstanding players, but he's by far, when they start to talk about, you always say the Mount Rushmore of players, Willie Mays has got to be one of your guys you always talk about that way.
No doubt.
They had the sports science on the catch, and you can see it was 106.8 miles per hour for the launch velocity, and then Mays covers 90 feet of ground while chasing that ball down, and he topped out at like 14 something miles per hour.
He read it off the bat. And he just immediately starts sprinting. Polo Grounds has got just so much space out there, and if he misses that ball, it's likely going to be an inside the park homer. But his ability to catch the ball and then turn and fire it back into the infield to hold the runners, I think, was even more impressive.
Yes, they would have scored 3 runs if he's not able to go and get that. Unbelievable play and an unbelievable man.
But the basket catches too, Willie Mays. Like most people, they'd say, okay, 2 hands up, but all. Willie Mays would catch ball. He'd catch him at his waist and just, turned his glove upside down and just catch. He just was that talented of a guy.
We'll talk more Willie Mays. Top 10 at 420 will be the top 10 baseball players in the history of Major League Baseball. Where will Willie end up being?
Roberto Clemente, I saw him. It's 1971 when he passed away trying to help his countrymen. But you talk about just unbelievable players. My gosh.
Unreal.
Crazy.
We'll get to the Rangers here in just a second, and Wyatt Langford, we got some big news on him. And then I know, Eric, you have a special story about his first over-the-fence home run. But Buck Showalter was talking on MLB Network. And we've talked a lot about rear ends in scouting over the course of this offseason.
Power bottoms.
The power bottom.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Buck was looking in, and he had a couple of different ways with his scouting style. Some that, hey, if they had this, I'm not drafting you. I'm not taking you on my team. Here was Buck.
Buck, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, I get as much. This stuff watching him, I got it. I love how his hands work close to the ground. A lot of tall guys have a little issue with that. But I love talking to them, the conversation. You got as much, Harold, from out there being around them, watching them talk to their teammates, being around, how they're going to play a season that's 162 games, the ebbs and flows of a season. Where are their moms and dads? Can you imagine being a parent sitting up in the stands watching your kid do this? One, how proud you are, but how nervous you are.
Yeah.
But I watch these kids. I'm looking at other things than a lot of people look at. I'm looking at, how high is their butt? How high
is their butt?
Yeah, how they got a full beard? You don't see a bunch of pancake rear guys playing. You don't. There's some exceptions to everything. I'm just telling you.
What just happened?
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I'll tell you another one too. If you look at a full beard, if I see a guy that's got a full beard, there's an X there, because he's not getting any bigger. He's not getting any stronger. You better like what you see. He's fully grown. for the most part.
You better like what you're saying is a fool.
I've got more, but I'm going to start. What color eyes do they have? They brown, they green, they blue? Well, take a look at the batting title guys over the last 40 years. What color eyes they had, Greg? There's some consistency in it. I can keep going. Your wrist, your fingers, I'm looking too much.
And that's why they do all the different data points they do. They test them on everything. How long their wingspans are, how long their strength is, all that stuff that gets measured in. It's pretty cool.
It's more than just the high weight speed.
Wow, man.
He's not wrong.
We need to get more details. We need to go body part by body part, asking follow-up questions. What is it about the fingers that you need to know?
The wrist.
What is it about the wrist? You probably want a thick, sort of bigger boned wrist, I imagine. Perhaps you want the sausage fingers in this situation. Does that help with the grip?
I think I'm not getting drafted.
I think, didn't we talk to Dutch about this pitching, but having long fingers?
Yes.
Able to control the ball a little bit better?
There you go.
Longer leverage.
And the release point as well.
Yeah.
Man,
he's not wrong about the
eye
high
color,
butt.
though. That was interesting.
Yeah, because you want darker colored eyes, right?
The blue
sun?
eyes with Josh Hamilton couldn't play well in the day games.
I've never heard the one about the eye color, though.
Oh, yeah, Josh Hamilton talked about that, I think, quite a bit in, the 2011 or 2012 season?
Yes.
He was struggling.
I did have a scout one time talk about a guy that was a chronic dipper.
Okay.
Yeah, and the reason why he brought it up is because the guy, and it was Shante Carver, who the Cowboys took. This scout on the West Coast told me, he goes, Brian, this kid can't put on any more weight. And I said, why? And he goes, he's a chronic dipper. And I say, what does that have to do with his weight? He goes, his gums are so bad it hurts to eat.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a problem.
So with his gums being bad, he won't eat, he won't put on weight.
Needed to switch to the Skull Bandits.
Man.
Yeah, but Shante Carver was a chronic dipper, and a scout brought that up in a meeting. And he didn't. He never put on more weight because his gums were so bad.
If we were going to play the guessing game on why that was going to affect his weight, I thought it was going to be because of the, you get called the dip S. The dip S's can be intense. It sort of acts as like a laxative of sorts.
I see
so it could just be running through. It'd be hard to keep the weight on.
He's
that.
just constantly eating and pooping.
Right, exactly.
Absolutely. Rangers lineups out. Ender Heaney on the bump. Sean Manaea. I believe that's the guy you think you can hit a pitch off of.
I thought I could. I'll be out there tonight. I'll be out there. I think
you can scout him out there tonight.
Are you going to the ball yard?
Yeah, I'm going to go to the ball yard. I think that I could maybe. I've kind of backed up where I think I could bunt, right? Deb and I talked about being
bunting.
The bunting part.
Versus major league pitching.
Yeah. And we determined that I could maybe get a bunt down with that silver bat we had the other day.
Yeah, if they gave you 100 chances.
100 chances with the little silver bat, you think I could get a bunt down.
If the pitcher is throwing with his offhand and his eyes closed.
I do think that silver bat would break on contact.
We've determined that the silver bat could not protect you, right?
It'll just split.
Not for any period of time.
Yeah,
not for serious threats.
So you could maybe use it one time and then you're done.
One decent hit, I think.
Maybe a one good.
And you better hope you just get it right.
Yeah.
It's definitely worth keeping next to the nightstand.
I think next training camp I'm going to try and do a bunt.
Okay.
I'm going to see if they'll let me go out there.
Spring training.
Yeah, just go in the backfield and see if they'll let me do a bunt.
I bet they will. This could be fun. We get a video.
I bet you somebody tries. I bet you somebody tries to hit me.
I don't know. That seems like horsing
If D-Rob's still on the team, I think he'd be open to do it.
I'll tell you what. I think he'd hit me in the ribs.
Maybe. That'd make the video go viral.
Maybe we get Dutch. Dutch will throw
There
him.
we go.
Dutch
we're talking.
That's a guy that'll play along. Now, it's going to be a historic night at the ballpark tonight.
He's going to throw at me.
Wyatt Langford, who had his first over-the-fence home run last night, he's going to be starting in center field. His first big league start at center field. So Robbie Grossman's going to play left. Doley back in the lineup. He's going to play right field. Wyatt will be at center field tonight for your Rangers.
Let's go.
Now, Jack Leiter, we got good news last night, courtesy of our guy Sean McFarland. A AAA Round Rock, 7 innings of no-run ball, 8 Ks, gave up 5 hits, no walks for Jack Leiter, reached 98.2 miles per hour with the fastball through 71 of his 101 pitches for strikes. One of the best outings we've seen from Jack Leiter at AAA. I love to see that. But what a night it was for you and the family with Wyatt Langford hitting that homer, huh?
Yeah, I couldn't believe it, dude. I'm watching the game, and then I'm seeing after some replays, oh my gosh, the guy who caught the Wyatt Langford dong ball was my Uncle Dave. Let's go. Nice job, Dave. Standing there high-fiving everybody. I'm like, oh my gosh,
did
this
he give
is
it back?
wild. Yeah, so he in the immediate moment he said that he was about to give it to the kid that was next to him until everybody was shouting at him. That was Langford's first
one
over the fence situation. So he was like, all right, let me I'll go ahead and hang on to this. But he didn't put up a fight or anything. My uncle's not that kind of dude. So he said what they ended up doing. He said the security people came over to him and he ended up exchanging the actual Langford dong ball for 2 autograph balls by Langford, and then there's going to be some level of like meeting him at a batting practice situation. That is,
your uncle did the right thing.
That's awesome. So, absolutely.
The thought he was going to give the kid the ball was the first thing, but the fact,
he's a stand-up guy for sure, and he catches it on the rebound. Somebody tips it, and then it lands right into his bare hands. And my uncle's a baseball guy. In fact, if you know, does the name Sid Bream? Ring any bells?
Yeah, the Pittsburgh Pirates.
That's his first cousin.
Yeah.
So he's got baseball in his DNA.
Baseball
there was
blood.
no way he was dropping that thing.
I think he threw out Barry Bonds from left field.
He'd think he did too.
Yeah, he had an absolute hose.
What a hose on Sid Bream. I heard a rumor Wyatt signed those baseballs bang bang as well. Can you get that confirmed for me?
Yes, actually, I will. I'm going to try and get one of those balls up here.
If you automatically catch a ball, you got to give it to a little kid, right?
Unless it's a historical, like this had some history to it.
Okay. If it's a Barry Bonds all home run,
I think most of the time I would give it to the kid, unless I've never caught a ball either. Like it's my first one.
The Judge ball.
Yeah, you're not giving that.
Historic ball, you're not giving up.
Generic dong ball. Yeah, you probably hand it over to the kid.
Okay, real quick.
If I barehand that thing though, I'm keeping that.
Okay, quick around the room, real quick. There's 2 little kids. How do you decide? How do you decide if you catch one ball?
Oh, that's when Ty goes to me, the runner. Sorry, boys.
Do you give the ball to one kid and not the other? If they're sitting there?
Yeah, probably by age.
The
not
younger,
too old, not too young.
Whichever one turned around first.
No, I'm not giving it to a 2-year-old. They'll never remember it.
Yeah.
If he's with a 5-year-old. But if there's like a 14-year-old, I'm not giving it to that punk.
Might have to have a fan off situation where I got like 5 questions about the team. Who's actually going to answer these correctly? Who can prove that they're a real fan?
I worry about giving the ball to one kid and the other one just kind of not being. He's like feels sad about it.
Oh,
I mean, like
that's when you just, you know what? I'm just going to keep it for myself. I'll give it to my kid.
Just cut the ball in half and there you go. Give it to each of them.
Got to give my ring to Bennett. He wanted that thing.
Special night. Bennett's getting your Packers ring?
No, anyway.
Oh, the Rangers ring.
But the Rangers ring. Yeah.
Okay, let's talk some Mavs. Our proper round tripper, by the way, brought to you by Uber Eats. Tim Cato joins us next from The Athletic to talk about a massive Mavericks offseason that is now underway next here on 105.3 The Fan. I have to chat with you about my friends at D&M Leasing. Before we do that, though, because if you want or need a new vehicle, you have to know about the greatness of the Easy Lease available right now from D&M Leasing.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
At her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Tim Cato of The Athletic joins us now to talk about this massive Mavs offseason. And a good afternoon, Tim. How the heck are you? Oh, not Tim, you there? Is that not yet? Oh, he's on Zoom. Okay.
He's on the Zoom.
Going to jump over here on the Zoom and talk with Tim Cato. How the heck are you, Tim?
I think he's still waiting for us. He's kind of looking at us like he's waiting for us to talk.
He said, can't hear anything, by the way, in the chatty chat.
We'll get him dialed in here in just a second. I think the biggest question has to be, what are we doing with Derrick Jones Jr.? Is this realistic? Or, do you have to consider other options? And if you're into considering other options, not able to keep Derrick Jones Jr., then, how likely is it that you could actually come back with a better team? As Tim joins us now here on 105.3 The Fan. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. It's officially the end of the season. Now that I'm doing my final interview with you guys. So
it is.
Wasn't over till this happened.
It is, and what a glorious run! Shouldn't we start there? Just how much plans came together, and how good we can feel about where things are going in general, right?
We're struggling. I think you're struggling to hear us.
You got us, Tim.
I got us. Got you now.
Okay.
All right. Tim Cato here with you on the Fan. We're gonna have to do something about that. Thank you, sir. All right, so let's start with the Derrick Jones Jr. question. The idea of him being able to come back, how realistic is that? How much would the Mavs have to move things around in order to get that done?
Oh, he lost us again. That's weird. We've been doing this on the Zoom how many times now?
Yeah, that's a strange one. I've never experienced that.
We can
myself.
call him. We can give him a call on the phone.
We'll give him a call.
I'll pass along the digits.
I do consider the Derrick Jones Jr. a question, the first big one that you have to get to, and I think his presence was massively important. You got Lively, you got Washington, huge to have those guys, huge to have Gafford as well, but I don't think you get this far without Derrick Jones Jr., and that's my first priority as this offseason starts. Can we have him back, Tim? What do you say?
I think I'm good now. I see the audio coming through the right panel on the Zoom and the one I'm used to. So
yeah, we got you.
Now you sound perfect. No echo or anything.
Let's actually launch into this.
Right on. Yeah, okay, so how tough is it going to be to bring back Derrick Jones Jr.?
Oh man, I mean, I think that's obviously a big question. I can tell you right now that Dallas has certainly looked into contingency plans. That there are names that they have in mind. But I think the goal is to bring him back. I think that if they, I don't know what his valuation is. Obviously, he was not as effective against Boston as he has been throughout these playoffs and regular season. He's still someone important for the regular season. He's still someone who was effective against most teams in the postseason. Boston is a opponent that makes you look bad, and dictating roster decisions based off one series, one opponent that has this unique ability to punish weaknesses is probably not the way to go. I believe Dallas wants him back. It's just a matter of price, and in all likelihood, it will take the team getting rid of Tim Hardaway Jr.'s salary and opening up at least most or a big chunk of what they call the non-taxpayers mid-level exception. And to do that, you've got to move some money off. Even if you were to, there's a lot of options, but I think it really focuses around Tim Hardaway's contract as something that would need to be moved. And so that's step one for Dallas. And then step two is figuring out what price it would take to re-sign Derrick Jones Jr. But I still think it's probably likelier than not that all of that happens and Derrick Jones Jr. is back in Dallas.
Okay, and how difficult is it, to move Tim Hardaway Jr.'s deal? How clear is that part of the equation?
I mean, I was surprised. I've been surprised he didn't have, he basically had no value even last summer. I thought a shooter, even with 2 years left on his deal, but the money was declining. I thought he would have some value. Very clearly, he did not. Dallas did not expect him to be on the roster going into this season. Neither did Tim Hardaway Jr., quite frankly, at Media Day. I remember he said something to the effect of, I wasn't sure I was going to be here. And after the second half of his season, I think whatever non-value he had has diminished. And so it's going to take Dallas packaging him for something or somebody. It's going to take some sort of positive value to move on from, the negative valuation that he has around the league. I think it's doable. It's something I'm going to start thinking about more about, like how they could actually go about, figuring this out. Maybe it's a bad contract for a bad contract, and but that bad contract, whoever you're bringing back, is someone more useful to the team. But that's a big question. There's always the option of waiving him, and you can waive him over multiple years. I don't think Dallas wants to do that by any means, but there are nuclear options. That's not even really a nuclear option, but there are ways Dallas can get his money off the books if they have to, even without a trade partner, to kind of facilitate this Derrick Jones Jr. Signing, if that's what they pursue. It just is much easier if they can find a trade partner for him.
Tim, after watching the way these finals unfolded, and obviously from a Mavs standpoint, you're not just focusing on building your team to beat Boston. It's hard to get to the finals. It's hard to run through the juggernaut that is the West. But how big of a gap is there, and what are some areas that you think they really need to look at addressing to get back to where they were and try and win it a year from now?
Yeah, you could go any different number of ways. I mean, it's there's definitely would be value in having a third scorer, a third creator, someone who does what kind of what Dante Exum did throughout the month of December. I think the offense missed him, but he also might not be good enough for this. The final stage, that level of shot creation. Certainly, even earlier in the postseason, he looked a little bit overwhelmed. And so, are you able to find some sort of point guard, some sort of third ball handler who can create a little bit? Is there more shooting to be put on this roster, either from the bench or in place of the Derrick Jones Jr. starting spot? There's internal development for Derek Lively. That's always obviously going to help. There is, hopefully, if you want to call it internal development, but I think Luka Dončić, and a healthy Luka Dončić who's, preparing for a 100-game season, not just an 82-game one. That's something that obviously is notable to the team, is something that could help them in a postseason run. Maybe the idea is, and I'll probably leave it here, but maybe the idea is that you go get a big man who can score. I had someone float the idea of Vucevic, and we're talking about bad contracts, and maybe there's a Tim Hardaway Vucevic deal with Chicago. It's not that Vucevic is going to be a big part of your rotation in the postseason, but he's somebody who you can bring in, and during the regular season, if he's coming off the bench, your offense becomes a little bit less heliocentric around these two superstar ball handlers, and he wins you some bench minutes. And it's just another place for your offense to go, so that not only are you asking Luka to prep for a 100-game season, but you're also bringing in somebody who, not every single time down the court, the offense has to run through him in the pick and rolls. And so I kind of like that idea, but that was just floated to me by, not sourced or anything, just kind of an idea that, I heard, and I was like, that makes a little bit of sense. So a lot of options, and ultimately, the players who played in the finals, the core is mostly, for the most part, that's who needs to be better. But, there's certainly ways to improve this team a little bit as well.
Tim, man, I want to go a couple different ways here, but I'll ask this question. With Mark Cuban going one way and Nico Harrison this way towards it, where's the changes going to be? I mean, and where do you think that Nico Harrison has grown as a general manager? And is this a good thing with Cuban moving on and then Nico having the basketball control?
I think it's been the case, like even before Mark sold the team, I think he had a lot of faith or he had put a lot of power and had not been kind of meddling in front office stuff. I do think over the past probably, at least since last summer, this has really been Nico's show. I think it's fair to say. And he has a very different vision of how to build a team than anybody who's ever run the front office in Dallas prior to this. And so, I think that we're going to continue seeing him double down on the type of moves that he's made so far. I think that, there's certainly some fortune mixed in there. I mean, the team had targeted Kyle Kuzma at the deadline. That was something that they wanted. There's been a few things that they've been fortunate about, and notwithstanding, just all of last season and the draft pick that would, made it possible to get Derek Lively. But, this is a team that is, this is a front office that has a clear identity about how they want to build. And, Nico's got a press conference on Friday, and I'm curious if, he, certainly going to ask him, about what reflections he has from this series and if it changes anything. But I don't anticipate it does. I think the vision that he's been building the team is the one he's going to continue trying to build it with.
And Tim, and I'm going to ask you the second part of my question was, in this press conference that we're going to hear from Nico, are we going to hear that how really banged up Luka was? Like in hockey, we always get that the postseason press conference, and they tell us the guy had a broken leg or a broken foot, or he was dealing with something, and you're like, my God, that's amazing that he played. Are we going to get something like that from this?
I don't think so, actually. I think Luka's someone who, anytime he would talk about his injuries, he would always say, it's not an excuse. I'm out there. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to give details. And I think that is how he's wired, and I think it's something the franchise is going to honor. So to the extent he was banged up, maybe there's some reporting about it before next season or even the next few weeks.
Right.
Certainly, but I think it's his decision to disclose it or not disclose it, and he is mostly erred on the side of not disclosing it.
Not going to force you to relive the sound here, Tim, but I have definitely been called out for long questions before in my time. Your interaction with Jason Kidd, I'm just curious how that landed with you, and was there any conversations after the fact there?
Oh no! I mean, it's not the first time I've asked a stupid question, and it won't be the last. I will say, not even really in my defense. Just like Luka, this is an explanation about how it happened. This is not a defense. The mic had been given to somebody else, and in the postseason, there's this whole podium set up, and you're supposed to get a microphone, and you're called on by the NBA PR moderator, and the mic had been given to someone a row behind me. And it wasn't actually, it was actually supposed to go to me. And so a question had finished. I was kind of thinking through, and all of a sudden this mic gets handed to me. And I hadn't fully thought out what I was going to ask. Like I had it in my head, I had like another couple minutes. And, I just, word salad. It was an awful question. I had an idea of what I wanted to ask, but I hadn't figured out. And sometimes when we ask long questions, the idea is not to establish all the cliches or the outs that the person is going to say, or you think the person might say. And if you say them already and then ask the question, you might get an answer that's a little bit more focused on what you're actually looking for. But yeah, in that instance, I had not figured all that out. And it was as Jason Kidd said, I think I can say this already. It was a long ass question. And,
we fell for you, bro.
So,
we did.
Yeah. Not my finest work, but trust me, I've asked stupid questions all the time, and that doesn't happen that often, but I'm very desensitized to worrying too much about it.
We've kicked this around a little bit. Do you think the Mavericks, and I wonder your thoughts on this, want Luka to play in the upcoming Olympics?
I think that's a really hard question to answer. I think they want him to get healthy, and I think they want him to be happy and do what he feels he needs to do. And maybe secretly deep down, there's going to be a tiny bit of relief if Slovenia doesn't qualify. And Luka really left open the possibility that he is not going to play. I still think he's going to err on the side of trying, and if he's at all capable, but it's, he's Luka, it's not, they understand it's not in their control. And so, and nor will they ever try to control that aspect of him. And so kind of what they hope doesn't really matter. I think they just hope he's healthy, by the time media day and preseason roll along. I think that's what they care about. However that actually plays out, they just want him to have time to recover and be healthy.
It's Tim Cato of The Athletic. Is there enough young talent on this team to bridge the gap with Lively, Hardy, Prosper, anybody else you want to bring up?
Yeah, I mean, I think Lively changes everything. I mean, even the starters, the role players are not that old for the most part. Obviously this team is going to be moving on from Maxi Kleber in the next few seasons. He is just getting to that point in his career. The team certainly expects Kyrie Irving to, be about this level for a couple more seasons, and then they'll have to reassess and see what's next. But I think, I think the team the team just made it to the finals. Like, yes, they want some internal development and improvement from some of the very few younger players they have. But I think realistically, and this is not sourced, but I think realistically, you look at a player like Josh Green and, who has not developed all that much over the past couple of seasons, could develop more somewhere else, still is a young player. That might be someone you just have to part with if there's the right, type of move. And, I know that in the past there have been front offices who are big fans of his. So it's starting to get to a point where you have to be realistic about, what the team is, how quickly players can develop. Omax Prosper is someone else who I think will fight and for a rotation spot next year. But at the same time, if he's playing very well but isn't quite ready, isn't quite there, even though Luka's 25, you're still on the time frame where you have to understand that he's not. You can't just wait and wait and wait. You can't say in 2 years from now Omax Prosper is going to be a starter. There's a little bit of urgency to this team, but there's also a baseline I think they've set in this finals run that I expect them to be very good next season. I expect them to go into the postseason, win a round or two, and that's as long as they maintain that. It's just about how do you take the step from really good team in the Western Conference who may not even make it to the conference finals every year because that's how good the West is. How do you make that next step? And I think that's what they're focused on right now, whatever it takes, whether it's development or moving prospects or just improvement around the edges that leaves the roster mostly intact.
Terrific insights once again, Tim. We can't thank you enough for this season of work, and we hope you make the most out of your off season.
Man, I'm trying. I've been doing expenses all day, so that's the other sign that the postseason is officially over. But I've enjoyed it all season with you guys, and looking forward to doing it again. Around free agency or something like that.
Sounds wonderful. There he goes, Tim Cato of The Athletic here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Up next is a top 10. Woolchuck, what do we got?
Yeah, in honor of Willie Mays, the top 10 Major League Baseball players of all time. Who's your number one? That's next in The Fan.
It's the semi-annual.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The IRS alone. You deserve the help of an experienced local tax attorney. Call me, Nick Namath, at 972-484-0TAX or go to myiRSteam.com with offices in Dallas and Fort Worth.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Heineken Silver was a 60-second radio ad, it'd tell you all the stuff you need to know in only 30 seconds to keep things light and refreshing. Seriously, time me. Heineken Silver, a world-class light beer that's surprisingly crisp and refreshing, made with only premium quality ingredients and just 2.9 grams of carbs and 95 calories, all without compromising on taste. Heineken Silver, all the taste, no bitter endings. Order now at Heineken.com/silver. Must be 21 and older to purchase. Enjoy Heineken responsibly. Whew, 30 seconds, that's it. Done. Peace.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Revolver Brewing.
Revolver Brewing, makers of the best local brews in Texas, has teamed up with Combined Arms and you to salute our heroes. We're raising money to help our veterans. Go to revolverbrewing.com to learn how. That's revolverbrewing.com.
Welcome back, Nation. Segments brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Now here he is, Zach with an H, your Wooly Bully.
Let's talk top 10 baseball players of all time in honor of the late, great Willie Mays, but I do want to give a big happy birthday to Dirt. Turning 46 today, of course, Finals MVP, 4-time All-NBA first team, 14-time All-Star, NBA 75th anniversary team. We got a Nowitzki way, baby. Number 41's retired, all-time leader in games, seasons, points, boards, blocks, field goals, free throws, you name it. He's a beast, and we love you, Dirk, forever and always. All right, let's talk the top 10 best baseball players of all time. We got a text in for the Mick. 817 giving their top 10 all-time in no particular order. They're going Ted Williams, Sandy Koufax, Ernie Banks, Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, Nolan, Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Stan Musial, Rogers Hornsby is going to be their top 10. I mean, look, a lot of these guys, unfortunately, I didn't have the pleasure of being able to see.
Yeah.
Gone back and watched highlights and old clips. I mean, Willie Mays being one. Brian, you've probably been able to see a handful of these guys.
I really started understanding baseball when the Mets won in '69. That's kind of when I was starting to. I paid attention to the early A's of the '70s, the Pittsburgh Pirates. Brooks Robinson was a Baltimore Oriole that I watched. I saw Roberto Clemente play. So yeah, some great Yankee players. Reggie Jackson, was Goose Gotch. I mean, they had some. I started really kind of doing that. So when you start to go back to Rogers Hornsby and Tress Speaker and Ty Cobb and those guys, we can't tell you much about those guys. But I could tell you about from those 1970s on to today. Man, there are a lot of great players for sure.
And Roberto Clemente is an honorable mention on this list.
If he's an honorable mention, this must be a pretty damn impressive list.
Can Shohei Ohtani crack the top 10 already? Or?
He's not. No. Mike Trout is 14 on here, though.
Okay.
He's already getting his way close to the top 10.
Is he the only active player, I would imagine, that's in the conversation?
Yes, Mike Trout is, now that Albert Pujols has retired, he is the only active player, I would say, that is anywhere close to the top 10 on this list. Randy Johnson, Ken Griffey Jr., and Pedro are all the guys that are just outside of the top 10 looking their way in. Number 10, we do have Mickey Mantle, New York Yankees. 2,415 hits, 536 homers, over 1,500 RBIs, 153 steals.
This is unfortunate because Mickey Mantle's career was ended because he was playing center field and stepped in a sprinkler hole and it wrecked his knee, and they didn't know how to fix knees.
Oh man!
If he would have been playing in this day and age, they'd have been able to fix his knee, and they would have been able to keep playing and get even more stats. But yeah, he wrecked his knee stepping into a sprinkler hole.
My gosh, AL leader in home runs 4 times, and he had 18 home runs in the World Series alone.
Yeah.
That's amazing. 7
Switch hitter, by the way. Switch hitter there, yeah.
Walter Johnson of the Washington Senators comes in at number 9.
Yeah, he would pitch games and they'd be losing and he'd still keep pitching. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he threw his last pitch in 1927.
They called him the Train.
Yeah, I mean, played in a different era. His pitch counts, managing innings, that was not a thing. He holds the record for most career Ks.
Yeah.
20 more than the second closest pitcher. His velocity wouldn't seem like much today, but he was certainly viewed as the equivalent of a Jacob deGrom type during his era. 2.17 ERA, over 3,500 strikeouts, and a 1.06 whip.
I don't know. If you can't hit, I don't feel like you belong on this list.
So no pitchers in the top 10?
I do a completely different list for pitchers.
I would be okay with that too. Yeah. Like pitchers can just be separated. Number 8 is Stan Musial of the St. Louis Cardinals. 3,630 hits, 475 homers. Stan the man.
Yeah.
Really could do anything. Greatest St. Louis Cardinal player ever, which they've got a long list of great ones.
Bob Gibson would like a word with you, sir.
I'm sure he would.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would.
Lou Brock was pretty darn good for them as well.
They have a laundry list of guys. 7 is Ted Williams, Boston Red Sox.
Splendid splinter.
Arguably one of the greatest pure hitters who ever lived.
Incredible eyesight.
Yeah, he wrote the book, The Science of Hitting.
Yeah.
But over 2,600 hits, 521 homers. 6 is Lou Gehrig of the Yankees, the Iron Horse, Major League Baseball.
He had a deal where he struck out. He walked more than he struck out in his career.
Talk about lucky.
Damn. Yeah, that's crazy. Mm-hmm. Now, he was paired, of course, with Babe Ruth, but
Wally Pipped
was a stud. Yeah. Ty Cobb comes in at number 5, nicknamed the Georgia Peach, hitting machine.
Yeah, racist.
Holds the MLB record for batting average, ranks second all time on the hit list, posted a 400 batting average.
Yeah.
4 is Barry Bonds, which some people might say I'm not putting Barry Bonds in there because of the steroid allegations, but Barry comes in.
He was a good player when he was skinny.
He was.
Most impressive stretch that I've ever seen.
When you watch him play for the Pittsburgh Pirates, he was him and a lot of others, Dave Parker, those guys, the Pirates had some cats. And when he was playing, skinny Barry Bonds was still a really, really good player.
3, we've got Hank Aaron. Recognized by many as still the true home run king.
Big Larry missed a foul ball that night.
Man.
The old Arlington Stadium. Hank Aaron.
Aaron atop Major League Baseball record books with most career RBIs, holds the all-time record for total bases, and he deserved to be called the home run king. 2 is indeed the late, great Willie Mays. Most famous for the catch, which we talked about earlier, and his spectacular play in the Polo Grounds. He deserves this recognition. 12 Gold Gloves.
Yeah.
Led the NL in home runs and steals 4 times.
Covered a lot of ground.
Best center fielder ever.
Yep.
Defense was incredible. Greatest outfielder maybe in MLB history. Just outstanding player. And number 1, and I mean, I don't know. I think that you could definitely argue that we should flip these two. But number 1 is Babe Ruth with the Red Sox and the Yankees. I mean, he's got the pitching stats and the hitting stats. And the Sultan of SWAT posted Hall of Fame caliber numbers in his first 5 seasons with the Red Sox, and he gets traded to the Yankees. He had the curse of the Bambino. Would go on to be the best Major League Baseball player ever.
That might be Luka's idol, Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
He might have been like on a plane one day and like,
hell.
hey, what's this movie, Babe? I'm going to watch it. And all of a sudden he's like,
Beer and cigars?
Beer, cigar.
Bunch of tea. I mean, we went through...
be the best ever at like being just like...
Yeah. We went through his diet, like what he was eating every day. I mean, the guy didn't
Hot
sleep
dogs,
either. Like 4 a.m.
eggs,
for hot dogs, like 10
hamburgers.
turkey sandwiches.
Yeah.
It's insane what Babe was putting down.
Yeah, easy to do that in baseball, I'd say. Heck of a list, and I think it holds. You know, his pitching exploits. He wasn't just a pitcher; he was a damn good pitcher.
Yeah. He was.
Man, Johnny Bench is he an honorable mention on that list?
Johnny Bench was. Yeah.
Okay,
He was in the 20s.
Thank you.
An addition of the finest coming up next, Chief.
Beer, bill, and big money next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat Diamonds Direct with you before we do anything else, though. I was there over the weekend. I want to salute my guys Tosi and Chen at the Diamonds Direct location here at Preston Cherry Lane. They're the absolute best. We have 2 Diamonds Direct locations, but their attention to detail and customer service, and you know the fact that at Diamonds Direct they cut out the middleman. They have guys.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Matt Hicks and Jared Sandler. Our broadcast begins at 6:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They have the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, Sands is coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. Pregame at 6:30 as the Rangers host the Mets. Trying to get one from New York now before they leave. Holy cow, that was rough last night. A rim session coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll get the latest basketball. We'll talk Cowboys with you coming up at 5:20. Time now for an edition of the finest. Here's the Chief.
Okay, we have the new data on the team-by-team, stadium-by-stadium in the NFL, most to least expensive beers.
I saw this, and I was shocked.
Okay, so I've seen how this plays out.
And I actually took a picture of all the prices. So I'm going to have to disqualify myself because I know who's number one.
Okay. Were you anticipating, where were you expecting the Cowboys to fall in this?
I thought they would be top three, and they're not.
This season, the data reports that the smallest beer size at every stadium,
16 ounces is what we're talking about here.
Yes, the smallest that you'll find at a stadium is 14.5 ounces.
Yeah.
And it goes from like anywhere from as low as just under $9 per beer, up to $9.76 on a pint to pint basis.
Yeah.
Which is a 20-cent increase year over year. So they're saying, and I'm assuming this factors in the cost of the ticket, but I might be wrong here. They're saying that the 2023 NFL Fan Cost Index rose by over 7% year over year, with a total cost of attendance at a league average of $631. So are they saying anybody who went to this game on average with ticket and concessions and everything, every person on average spent $600+? I'm assuming that's the ticket included.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely the tickets.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what it is, but
parking?
It is up a little bit. Yeah, parking. Good call on that.
That's insane.
Yeah,
over $600 a fan.
Yeah, per person.
Wow.
To just from start to finish go watch your team play. The NFL average cost for a 16-ounce beer is $9.56. So that's the average. Where do you expect the Cowboys to fall in here on expensive beers?
What did you say the average was?
Yeah, the average is $9.56.
The Cowboys are going to be on average.
The Cowboys are just slightly below average at $9.50 per 16 ounces.
$9.50.
I thought they were going to be more expensive. Philadelphia is actually the most expensive beer in football.
Damn, I'd have guessed one of the LA teams.
Me too.
Because
Philadelphia,
LA's just so damn expensive.
Philadelphia went over $14 for a beer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Almost $15. Yeah.
Holy crap.
The Chargers and the Rams were tied, the Los Angeles teams, at $13.75 a pop.
Yes, there you have people that are used to paying exorbitant prices.
Yes.
I think here we don't get like rabid drunk fans a lot. We don't get in Philadelphia. That creates a high demand. They can. You're going to charge whatever you can, and here there's just not enough people that need to have that beer compared to Philly.
If you did a thing just on average alcohol sales for a stadium, I'm going to guarantee you the Cowboys are number one. No, just
with all the bars
alcohol
that they've got,
margaritas. The Maker's Mark, Tito's, all that stuff.
Yeah, the cocktails.
The cocktails. I guarantee you, the Cowboys, and I believe the Cowboys and the Packers are tied. Am I right about that?
Yeah, Cowboys and Packers are tied, yes, for the eighth, I guess the eighth most expensive beer.
Yeah. It surprised me that the Cowboys weren't in the top three. That
Me
part,
too, yeah.
But if you said all alcohol sales for a stadium, I'm going to say the Cowboys are top three.
I bet they have
easy.
more bars than any other stadium in football.
Well, they have dedicated areas, right? They have sponsorship.
Yeah.
They have They have various bar. If we walk by it when we're going to the press box.
Yeah, I mean, when we're doing the halftime and then going back,
we look down.
We're seeing like 4 different bars.
Yeah.
Well, Chuck, if you go watch the Cowboys play the Steelers this season, you'll be paying $9.29 for a beer, ninth most in the sport. Detroit and Atlanta are the cheapest beers in football, $6.25.
Atlanta keeps doing it right.
Atlanta, we know, is doing that cheap concession deal, and I think it's really paid off for them. I think the numbers reflect that they're actually bringing home more because of it. But Detroit, it will be interesting to see if they hold that line on being tied for the cheapest beer now that they are sort of a legit team. I think they've really spiked up their prices for season tickets and stuff like that. So maybe next year Detroit will be climbing this list here with more expensive beers. That's just a guess. But right now it's them and the Falcons' cheapest beer in football.
I kind of find out that when you're looking at it too, that the Broncos are down near the bottom at $7.50. The fact that Coors is brewed right there, you would kind of feel like that maybe that makes sense.
You're not paying as much.
Yeah, like Green Bay, they've known for all those breweries and stuff, Miller and all that in the southern part of the state. You would figure their beer would be cheaper too because of the access that they have to it. But that's not the case at all, man. Just not the case.
Not the case at all. Well, we all speculated that do you guys remember during the football season, that's what made it the funniest, sort of the weirdest part, but there was that Ring camera video of a shirtless gentleman leaving somebody's house, and it looked just like Bill Belichick doing like a early morning walk of shame. And we all joked that it was Belichick, but we all knew, of course it's not Belichick. That doesn't actually make any sense, even though it looks just like him. Well, it turns out that the Daily Mail and the New York Post are reporting that it absolutely is Bill Belichick the walk of shame ring cam video exiting the Massachusetts resident of his 24-year-old girlfriend, former cheerleader.
Okay, so she's
Jordan
now living
Hudson.
in Massachusetts too.
Yeah,
that means this thing is getting serious.
She's not going to be living far from the money.
He was paying for her place.
I bet so.
Too.
Yeah, it was probably his spot.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. He probably.
But here's the problem though. It's like, who's getting is she trying to clout chase with this? Releasing this ring cam footage? Like who's the one that's getting their hands on the ring cam footage?
Let me ask you this, dude.
And outing shirtless
that
Bill
doesn't
Belichick.
make sense. I think these outlets trying to just get out in front of this. They're trying to tie the two together, but there's no actual evidence or proof that is her
Let me
place.
ask you this. Does the ring...
Good question. It would have to be like one of those spots that you rent for the night, right?
Yeah.
I think
Airbnb.
like an Airbnb.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're right. Why would she want to give away that
case? Bill, you need to clean it up. That's a little sloppy.
This is like the summer home place is what we're doing here. This is not a real home. This is hanging out at the shore is what we're doing here. Yeah.
It's just hilarious, man, during football season. And this is now, the calendar had turned to November. You're approaching Thanksgiving. This is now what Jerry would refer to as the meat of the season.
He knew.
Bill Belichick, I guess,
on the wall.
he already
I'm
knew.
done here, man.
Well, they've already made, he'd already heard the whispers that they were moving on from him.
I don't have a damn quarterback.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
That's his own fault.
I'm still as surprised today as I ever was in regards to that story. How about SMU? A school with 6,300 undergraduates.
Raising some money, huh?
$159 million for athletics last year,
dude,
as they moved to the ACC.
Didn't A&M had around 115?
Yes, A&M had the most with 115 million in the previous year.
Holy
and
man.
now you have SMU, where the M stands for money, money, money.
Yes, sir.
Oh my gosh, they're about to be big time players in this game, dude. SMU going to the ACC, a little bit more respect. And now with the amount of money that they're able to bring in NIL-wise,
it's perfect.
This is going to be a hotbed, dude.
I mean, the death penalty ruined them, but they were doing this before it became legal. Now it's legal. Now SMU can become great again.
Let the money flow, baby.
In the 1980s, they had one of the most intricate banking systems you could ever imagine in college football. My dad was amazed at how good they were doing it when they were battling them in the 70s and the 80s.
Pretty
paying
impressive.
Players. Oh, my dad's like, I wish we could do it this well. Yeah, seriously, they did a great job of covering all their tracks until a player turned them in, and a player that had nothing to do with anything that it was not even a good player, which is terrible to say, but that's the guy that turned them in.
Well, add rookie quarterback for the Vikings, J.J. McCarthy, to the list of ball-throwing professionals that don't know how to throw a baseball.
Oh.
He did the opening pitch for the Twins game, and this was like 4 feet off the plate to the left. Like the catcher didn't even attempt. He's like, this is way too far away here. It's
How does
embarrassing.
a guy that throws passes for a living not throw a baseball well at all?
Like none of them have looked
It's weird. I mean, we saw it with C.J. Stroud a few weeks ago. We saw it with Jaden Daniels. Now we're seeing it with J.J. McCarthy.
The feel, the ball, the
different
hand?
technique.
Completely, yes. You would just
just
like an athlete thrower. Like just look athletic here. You know,
like Russell Wilson, Colin Kaepernick, those guys were throwing it like about 90 miles an hour.
Those guys are
legit baseball guys.
You don't know what the baseball
background is. Well, then let's get baseball guys to do this then, I guess.
If you're a promotions team, are you intentionally looking for a guy that's going to make an ass out of himself?
Yes.
Go viral?
But every time you take a quarterback, I mean, now we're understanding what the narrative is around these guys, and maybe that's the bit now. We know these quarterbacks can't really do it, and you can go viral, but you would think getting a professional athlete who's used to throwing a ball, even though it's a completely different ball, you would think that's a guy that would actually show up and be somewhat impressive.
I'll tell you, the basketball ladies were throwing the ball well. They had 3 of them out there the other day, I think in Chicago, that were throwing the ball very well.
Is that right?
Yeah, they got some gals that can throw.
Well, I think C.J. Stroud has really saved these guys, though, because remember, C.J. Stroud botching the S2 test. Oh, my gosh, what does that mean for quarterbacks? Doesn't
we
matter.
stopped talking about that.
Now we know that he is a stud. C.J. Stroud, we saw just a few weeks ago throwing a terrible baseball, but we already know he's a good quarterback. So we can't hold this against any of these rookie quarterbacks of what does this mean for his career? Because we just saw C.J. Stroud have an incredible rookie season. He can't throw a baseball worth a lick.
Totally different technique. Take it for granted, I think.
Absolutely. I think the 88 guys did pretty well. Weren't they out there last night at the Rangers, Pearson and Irvin?
Yeah,
they didn't make fools of themselves.
Not at all.
They're old school guys.
Yeah.
From that generation, everybody played baseball.
They played out in the front yard every day. Yeah.
Okay, we got a rim session coming up next. Little hoop, Chief.
Yeah, we might have a Mavs super team brewing. That's next here in the nation. But speaking of super teams, how about Adam Vincey's squad over at Platinum Ford? That's the
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're talking Cowboys with you coming up in 20 minutes. LA Live at 5:40. We're an hour away from talking with Sandler about tonight's Rangers and Mets game with the pregame coming up at 6:30. Here's the Chief with a stroll through the world of hoop.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out and put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance! Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when you get to see a man live out the American dream.
Buy a home?
The way Monty Williams is doing right now.
About 100 homes.
All the homes, man. All the real estate. Monty Williams let go today as the head coach of the Detroit Pistons. Probably the best thing that's ever happened to him in his career. I mean, I imagine shortly after joining those Detroit Pistons, he quickly was filled with regret outside of the direct deposit payday, because he was the highest paid coach in the history of the sport, at least at the time, with a 6-year, $78.5 million deal. This is last offseason that he gets this. Now, then Detroit goes on an epic, historical, disgusting run of losing basketball games. In fact, they won less games during the regular season this year than the Boston Celtics did just in the postseason.
Wow.
The Celtics had 16 postseason wins, obviously winning the title, and the Detroit Pistons had 14 total wins on the season. But this Monty Williams situation is just incredible, because in May of last year, he gets fired by the Phoenix Suns, and he secured a $20 million buyout. Then the next month gets hired by Detroit, gets the 6-year, almost $80 million deal, largest contract in NBA history at the time. And then today, just 1 year later, he gets fired by Detroit, but he secures a $65 million buyout.
So weird with the timing. Why now? Why not immediately after the season?
Yes, I couldn't agree more. What do you do now?
And then, we thought so much of this guy, but now we think so little of him that we're willing to eat $60 million to say goodbye to him?
It's incredible.
That is weird.
No doubt, no confusion as to why they've been one of the most pathetic organizations for, 20 years running now?
Yeah.
Since they won it like in 04?
Yeah. Outside of that, and then in 05, I think they went back to the Eastern Conference Finals. And then from there, I think it was just everything, because they were already pretty old at that point. They had a bunch of veteran dudes on that team.
Billups, Hamilton, Wallace.
Not been able to do anything. Both Wallaces.
Yeah.
Tajon Prince.
Yeah. Tajon Prince. Yeah.
Yeah. Good player. So, Detroit's a disaster. But Monty Williams, what a dream, man. What an absolute dream.
Maybe the Lakers go after it now.
That's pretty phenomenal.
Now you have the options. We can now seriously retire. We can just totally shut it down, or I can double dip.
Yeah.
After a year off, I'm going to be a hot candidate on the coaching market, just like I was before I got this job. So
it's whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter. He was probably already there anyways before this, but now he absolutely is surefire. John Krasinski, who covers Minnesota sports teams, actually had this little nugget. Monty Williams will make more to not coach over the next 5 years than what Dan Hurley would have made to coach the Lakers had he accepted their offer. Oh, man, the Lakers continue to be hilarious. We've had Rich Paul, the Clutch Sports confidant for LeBron James and the LeBron James family, and that includes Bronny at this point. Speaking to ESPN, he says, in addition to the Lakers and Suns, there are 3 other teams showing interest in Bronny. One of those teams is the Dallas Mavericks with their 58th overall pick in this upcoming NBA draft. The quote, Nico Harrison is like an uncle to Bronny. That's directly from Rich Paul. So very interesting situation there. We'll see. I mean, will Bronny even last to 58? I would kind of doubt that. I would assume one of these teams will pick him up before then.
No way he makes it.
The Mavericks clearly having some interest in him with the Nico relationship, and that's part of what you like why you brought Nico in the first place, the type of relationships he has. If you're considered an uncle to Bronny James, that's a heck of a relationship that you can now try and capitalize on. You've already seen the relationship work out with the Kyrie stuff. So, and Rich Paul says that LeBron James is off the idea of playing with Bronny. So he says if he does, he does, but there's no deal that if LA drafts Bronny at 55, LeBron will be re-signing. If that was the case, I'd force LA to take him at 17. That's what he says. He says the Lakers can draft Bronny and LeBron may not re-sign. LeBron is not going to Phoenix for the minimum. Let's squash that now.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, the opportunity to make $50 or $60 million per year from LeBron James is greater than his desire to play with his son. He's talking about it significantly different as well, saying, the young man's going to make a decision for himself. I think he wants Bronny to have his own career, have his own thing, instead of like having it to be, tied into what dad is doing. Then you're going to look at his career like you're only here because of dad. So I think it's kind of a sensitive dad situation where you're kind of trying to encourage your son to have his own journey and not overshadow him as he's trying to have his moment getting drafted and everything. You want that to be special for him, not because So I think there's a lot going on, but no doubt, of course, any parent would love to spend as much time possible with their kid. And as they're getting to 19, 20 years old, they're wanting to be independent. Sure. So a lot of dynamics going on there.
Yeah, it'd be really cool, of course, for them to play together. But I also think it kind of limits the amount of teams that could draft you. And I think now you're starting to see Rich Paul and company really try and let's drive up the interest here. Or we're open to playing for more teams. Now, to your point earlier, he's only working out for still a select few. Maybe he needs to open up the workouts a little bit here too.
Absolutely. Now, do you want him on the Mavs if you're not getting LeBron?
No, I don't. I mean, from what I understand about the player, I don't think he's going to be very impactful.
I mean, with pick 58.
But pick 58, when you're taking a guy that may or may not make the team anyway, I'd throw a flyer on it. I just assume somebody's going to take him before pick 58 is on the clock for the Mavericks.
Yeah, I would as well. But at pick 58, I wouldn't have an issue with it at all. I don't know what you'd be passing up if there's another guy that you think just has so much more potential or whatever at that point in the draft. But I would have no issue with it, even if it didn't mean bringing LeBron here. You did, with the new CBA stuff, you can now re-sign with your team as quickly as now that the NBA Finals are over. So Pascal Siakam intends to sign a new 4-year max deal, $190 million with the Pacers. So that'll be a big-name guy that is no longer going to be on the free agent market. The 2024 NBA Finals had a decline in viewership compared to last year, dropping by 11% and by 12% from the year prior to that. So nonetheless, they say the Finals has now gone 5 years without a single game hitting the 14 million viewership mark, a figure that they say even the World Series has reached more recently, which was in 2021. So, I mean, I think, a couple of these games, especially by the end, were out of hand, and that has, a lot to do with it. But
yeah, I think there's that. The Mavs obviously aren't a massive NBA market, and then by itself. But then outside, I don't know how many folks are Mavs fans, but I think bigger than that, Chief. This is kind of what the NBA has created with more parity. We want more different champions, so you don't get the storylines building. You don't get guys that are larger than life. If you win a championship and then don't get back to the finals because we've built a league for parity, how many legends are we going to have? That's what people are tuning in for. This guy's going for his 4th ring. This team is unbeatable. They won 73 regular season games. That's what you're trading in for, maybe the profit of more teams feeling like they can win it. More of those core fan bases feeling like this could be our year.
Wow. Is the parity...
Yeah, because it was all dynasties.
Parity in the sport.
It was the Lakers, the Spurs, the Warriors. You had the Heat run. I mean, it seemed like it was Cavs, Warriors every year for a period there. So,
and who doesn't want to watch LeBron, Steph? But then when you get to the Mavs, which, no disrespect, I think they're a great basketball team, great organization, but there's not a lot of people waking up in Omaha, Nebraska being like, yeah, the Mavs are my team. It's just not a national sports brand.
Right.
And then for the Celtics, their best player can't even average 20 points per game in the final. So, like, what are you tuning in for other than people in the cities or that love basketball?
Yeah, I think all of that is extremely fair. It's good when you have a dominant, dynastic sort of team or a legendary superstar that keeps getting back there, and now the entire country is familiar with him. Maybe they're pulling for him, or maybe they're hate watching him, but either way, they're watching. I do think there's some downsides to where the parity is right now in the sport.
Denver lost Bruce Brown and Jeff Green, right? Oh, salary cap casualties. That's their depth that made them, I think, solid enough to withstand anything.
Mm-hmm.
You take those guys off the court, now your size and your perimeter defense, all of a sudden Anthony Edwards is dropping 40 on you every other night.
And you've had, at least in recent years, the superstars for said teams are international superstars, right? Giannis, Jokic. I don't know if that has anything to do with it either.
Luka.
And I know for a fact, I've got friends that are like, I can't watch the Mavericks. They just don't like Luka. He just annoys people. There's a lot of people that will turn it off because they hate just watching Luka.
What do you guys think right now? I have the odds for next year's NBA MVP.
Oh, Luka's got to be the fave, right?
I bet Tatum's the favorite. There's a Jokic.
It's Luka.
It is? Let's go.
Luka is a slight favorite at plus 325 right now, and then the Joker is Nikola Jokic is plus 350. Then it's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander from OKC. Ooh. Then it's Giannis, Embiid, Anthony Edwards, Jalen Brunson, and then Jason Tatum.
Why are they putting Embiid on there?
Well, the health factor for sure, but his regular season numbers have been... he's been in the MVP conversation in a huge way over the last, I guess I'm still in a finals brain. I thought this was for finals MVP. Oh, no.
I did not think this was for regular season MVP. Yeah. I'm thinking Embiid ain't making the finals.
I feel you on that. Yeah, no, this is that's for the regular season MVP. But right now, Luka is the favorite. Here's some sound, because obviously there were tons of criticism thrown Luka's way over the course of the last week or so, for sure, and plenty of it warranted. But I think we discussed here at length just how amazing he actually is, and it's nitpicking to some extent. You're trying to get this guy to be a champion, and he's already one of these incredible, he's the favorite to be the MVP next year. Yeah. So he puts the team on his back. He is a absolute monster. But there were some fair criticisms. But listen to Zach Lowe on a conversation with Mike Greenberg on Get Up ESPN this morning.
So that does feel like another legitimate area for criticism and maybe necessity for growth.
And it cost them points in Game 3 of the Finals, which is the one he ended up fouling out in a series in which they had no margin for error as the underdog. And look, UD talked about challenging him. They've talked to him about complaining to the refs 1,000 times in Dallas. They've talked about his conditioning, I'm sure, 1,000 times in Dallas. He can get better at those things. He will get better at those things. He's not the first player that's had to get better at them. Yes. We don't want to be having these conversations about him when he's 30, 31, 32 and be like, are we still talking about this? And there's been players that are in the league today and out of the league today that's been the case. But any discussion about Luka and what he is and what he isn't should start with these two things. They are nowhere without him. They are not in the finals without him. They are not in the conference finals without him. He is an MVP candidate every single year, every single season, and he is maybe the single most feared player in the league to game plan against, and that includes the Celtics. When you talk to Celtics coaches in the finals about this, like, man, we can't wait to get done with this dude. If we can just wrap this up, this dude is scary.
Yeah, he has put himself, he's in the all-time great conversation, which is why we're holding him to a standard of, like, what else can you do to put yourself into arguably the best player in the history of the sport. What he did this playoff run, an exclusive club, 600-plus points, 150 rebounds, 150 assists in a single postseason. It's him, it's Jokic, it's LeBron, it's Bird. That's it in the history of the sport. It's unbelievable what he just did.
Yeah,
it is.
He strikes fear.
It is. I just don't want to let him off the hook as far as the standard for what it's going to take to win a championship. And, that's what really sports is all about is winning it all. And if you have guys on your team that aren't doing whatever is, necessary to get that done, I think you got to hold them accountable. All the great teams hold each other accountable. The Mavs are trying. I think this is a massive storyline. Like, will you not take advantage of your talent? Will you not hit your potential because you can't focus in these big moments? I think he's got a lot of toxicity in his competitiveness, and it distracts him. And what we learned in the finals was there isn't a big enough moment that's bigger than his ego. When things aren't going well, he does not give a single crap about you might give up 2 easy 3-point shots. He has been embarrassed by not being anointed as the god of basketball again by the referees. You know, somebody had the goal to actually have a good defensive possession against him and stop him, and he can't stand that feeling. So I'm confident now, though, after watching the trajectory of this story for the last couple of months, the Mavs know what it is, and they're treating it with the appropriate amount of seriousness.
Well, happy 46th birthday to the big German, the Diggler, Dirk Nowitzki.
Legend.
I saw a stat of the day for you. Dirk, by over 1,000 made jump shots, he's the all-time leader in most jump shots made in NBA history.
Oh,
I did not know that about
that's
him.
That's amazing.
I know it's obviously a bit of a compiler sort of stat, the longevity of Dirk, but still, and he did it at a 49% clip, which is only better than Kevin Durant when it comes to effective field goal percentage on jump shots. So he made the most, and he did it at an extremely efficient clip. Dirk, we love you.
We love you, Dirk.
Thank you, Chief. Are the Cowboys doomed either way when it comes to this? It's coming up next, the G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
But let's talk Trajan Wealth. That's TRAJAN with you. And would you like peace of mind in your investment portfolio? How about
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?